Why? Why is it so? There, I need to find. Listen. I don't know what it is. Okay, Turkish people all over the world need to be enslaved just to cut hair. Okay, they are just unequivocally the best at it. We just need to get an army of Turkish people and export them all over the world to cut hair because they're just unmatched. They're unmatched. I had Turkish barbers all over fucking California, and they were just, and in Sweden. They were just so good. I don't know why. I think Melina says in Europe, Turkish people are viewed as being like very obsessed with their aesthetics. So maybe that's why. I don't know. Jesus. I feel like they took, you know what? Now I feel like I'm a bitch. Actually, you know what? It looks okay. I think it actually looks okay. Never mind. I changed my mind. I felt like when I was looking in the mirror, I look like a rectangle head, but I think it's okay. Never mind. Actually, I think it looks pretty good. Fuck. Well, now I feel bad. It was Brazilian barbers this time. Okay. I think we're okay. I don't look like a Nazi this time either. Thankfully. Jesus Christ. It looked way worse in the mirror, okay? I swear to God. All right? It's the camera does magic.
You have the exact time and place.
Oh, my body is so feels hairy now. What is the best in slot boxers? Somebody link these Calvin Klein men's cotton 7-pack. Do you think this is it?
You have the exact time and place.
Why is this hentai so high quality?
Feet equals Nomi.
Whoa. Hold on. Let's mute the volume over here before we investigate. Your time in the title is weird. It's already past. I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on. There. My time in the title is exactly right.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Wait, is this a hentai? This looks like professionally animated by like...
Yo, who the fuck is this rectangular looking ass? Jesus Christ, Destiny, how much did you for this? My brother does this for free. Holy shit, Miami Steve, more like rectilineary.
Just kidding me, don't you slurs here, you look fine.
Wait, this is like a studio. This isn't, there's no way. This is like a big studio that must have done this. Absolutely. This is like higher quality than like all like normal like broadcast anime. What is this? It's a promo for a manga? Oh, okay. So they just went super tryhard for like 45 seconds. Okay. Link? Oh, here. I don't think there's anything. There's not anything too koomy in it. Here we go. Not safe for work. Did you read Matthew Harris's manifesto? 800-page manifesto from arrested Duke, PhD, and UCLA lecturer. What? Whoa. Wait, is this good? Does anybody think these are good? How much was your haircut out here versus in Glendale? It was a $30 haircut, which is Kind of expensive considering he didn't do like any beard anything, or it seemed kind of expensive. I don't know what my I have so many prices in my head for haircuts. I feel like around LA for a good haircut, I think I paid like 40, 50 or sometimes more. But that would include like beard touch-ups and shit too, I think. And then in Nebraska, it's like $10 or $15 for like a random haircut. I don't think 30 is bad, but it seems like it changes depending on where I go.
Obama.
Fuck.
She's happy looking fresh. No cap on a stack. For real.
Swedes in chat were arguing if this was a normal thing. I remember going to my Swedish friend's house and we were playing in his room. His mom yelled that dinner was ready, and check this, he told me to wait in his room while they ate. That shit was wild. I slept over at a friend's house. When we woke up, he said he's going downstairs for minutes. After 15 minutes, I go and they're eating breakfast. They see me and tell me he's almost done. We'll be up soon. Wait, what's so weird about this? Wait, what's the weird thing? Oh, that you would go and eat like without your friend? Oh, that would be pretty weird, I guess. Why wouldn't they eat with them? Oh, I don't know. I thought the guy didn't want to or something. Oh, yeah, that's pretty weird that you wouldn't eat with the friend, I guess.
It's good to be square.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
How Reddit accidentally caused a smear campaign against Sweden.
The Nazi cut was fresh.
Obama.
Wait, what the fuck? Are people actually mad about this online? 117,000 likes? How are people so mad? Is Sweden getting canceled? Wait, hold on. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Well? Mel? Okay, Mel. Okay, let's say that you have a friend who goes over to your house when you're like 13 and they're staying the night, okay?
Mm-hmm.
When your family eats dinner, what's your friend normally doing?
Eat with them?
Really?
You're 13?
Yeah.
I feel like it depends on if the kid has eaten or not.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there you go. Pretty normal.
What
about for breakfast?
Hmm?
Would they eat breakfast with your family?
They usually don't have sleepovers.
Okay, whatever. All right, never mind.
What?
Apparently people are real mad because Swedes apparently won't feed friends when they go over to their house.
No, it happens. It's just sometimes. No, it's like this. This is how it is, okay? I know what it is. Imagine if spontaneously the friend is going over to the friend's house to hang out a little bit before dinner.
Mm-hmm.
So usually what happens is that if the dinner isn't done with their parents, or like their parents, like, yeah, then they would wait to eat with their family because it was already planned. Does that make sense?
Okay, Mel.
Was it a thing that you guys don't do or what?
No, we always feed people, but
No, but like, if the family has already made dinner and then like randomly like the kid wants to hang out with a friend for a little bit, they're still.
Yeah,
like,
they probably wouldn't
really-
eat with the family then, right?
Huh?
Yeah. Probably wouldn't eat
Do
with.
you know why it's like this?
Why?
I know why. It's because if a friend goes over to a friend's house, usually they're really fucking far away because of America. That's why.
Uh-huh.
So they have to feed them because it's too far away. But
Okay.
a kid in Sweden could just run home like 5 minutes. But you can't do that in America. Because you have to drive everywhere.
Okay, Mel. Mel, what
Wait,
the
I'm
fuck?
right about this. This is true. This is the thing.
Okay.
What do you guys are Europeans in chat. You don't understand. Here, everything is super far away. Okay?
Olky milky.
What else did you want?
That's it.
Really? You disturbed me in my masturbation session?
Oh,
come
well,
over
go
here
back
and
and keep
answer my
masturbating.
question?
Nobody's stopping you. Good luck.
Huh?
Go back.
No, you just said, come here. We need to ask you something. I'm like, I was in the middle of something. There's
Okay.
nothing else you want?
No, that was it. There's a lot of people online are very mad about this today. Like hundreds of thousands of likes on Twitter, like attacking Sweden, and now everybody's super ass mad.
But there's usually a story behind this. No, I remember I've been sitting like in my friend's room waiting for her to have dinner.
Wait, you would sit in your friend's room waiting for her to have dinner?
Yeah, downstairs, yeah.
Why?
Because I would eat later with my family.
Wait, really?
Yes! I would like sit and play The Sims or something while she's downstairs eating. What? This is true. What?
Wait, so you'll just be upstairs,
Yeah.
locked in a fucking closet,
No, I would
while
sit
the
and play
whole
Sims.
family downstairs is eating,
yes.
gorging themselves on food.
They would be done in like 20 minutes.
And then
She'd
your friend would
over.
come upstairs and be like,
No, because
and
I
you'd be
would
like,
wait. I would,
"Oh,
I
can I
would-
have some?
No, I would like eat later anyways. That's
Okay.
That's the point. Because otherwise my family would have like made food for too many people, like, you know.
Couldn't you just call them and say, hey, I'm going to be over at XYZ's tonight?
No, because we were already planning on dinner.
Okay.
That's usually how it goes. I think so. From what but I remember that this happened. Yes, several times.
Okay.
I think it would be the same thing. I think my friend would be over and we wouldn't feed her either. She would sit upstairs.
Okie milky.
So it's not a thing anywhere else.
I feel like in America, I think
Sweden
even
should be
among
denied NATO membership for this alone.
even among white families, I think if you go over, like the moms would always be like, "Oh no, let me get you extra food." Like they'd always have
Sometimes. Like I had one friend that had a mom that would always make me food.
like if I in
Is she
in
hating your life
America
then, working class Andy?
with any black friends, Hispanic friends, or white friends, if we went to each other's houses, if you didn't eat dinner with them, they would be offended. Like if I went to a friend's house and if I was at the friend's house and they like made food and I was like, oh no, I'll just wait up here, it's fine. Like the parents would get mad at you. They'd be like, we're not mad, but they would be like, are you sure you don't want to eat? Like you can come, we've got plenty of food. Like that's what would happen in the United
Maybe.
States.
I'm trying to think. I think it could be the case too that it was too awkward to hang out with the parents, so they didn't want to do that. I remember whenever there was like, oh, you're gonna eat with Sarah's family, I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. This is really awkward. I don't want to do it. Yeah, it was just like uncomfortable to talk to the parents.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would rather eat at home. I would rather like leave whenever there was food, because it was too awkward.
Okay.
Because we couldn't act normal anymore. We would just have to like sit and behave. We didn't like that.
Okay. Okie milky.
Okie milky. Any more questions for the Swedish expert? European expert. Or can I go masturbate again?
Yep, go masturbate, have fun. Good luck. What is... I'm just imagining. I'm just imagining these poor kids, like... they're just, like, upstairs, like, shivering in hunger as their friends are gorging on these luscious meals prepared. Yeah, our Europeans are unhinged. Why? What? Love you.
We are proud to announce the cancellation and dissolution of Sweden. This is only the beginning. Now that Sweden has been cancelled, we shall now set our sights on the Netherlands. Ever wondered what a ticket is?
Oh, I realize now. I'm sorry, guys. I realize now after reading through the Vosh thread why people are so fucking mad at my tweet. People didn't consider the KPD to be communists because they were Stalinists, and that's not real communism. That's one of the reasons why people are so fucking mad. But my bad. I forgot. I forgot the no true communist argument that applies to literally every single attempted communist regime. They don't actually count. All of them magically become state capitalists. Crazy how that works, huh? Click for non-Euro schizo shit. Wait, or what? For other Euro crazy shit, wait. Have a coworker's Dutch. We both need to go to the same project the next day. Offer to drive us, I'll pick him up. He says thanks, give me his address. The next day I drive over to his home. He isn't fully ready to leave yet, but offers me inside. He asks me about coffee. He says sure. His wife makes me a coffee. I wasn't just getting ready. Driving to the project, I'm like off. He says thank you so much for driving in. I get myself here. Notification coming from my phone. It is a ticky for 0.5 euro for my Dutch colleague. Wait, Mel. What is a ticky? What is a ticky? What is a ticky?
I don't know.
Tikkie? Oh, it's just only Dutch people? If you eat lunch or get coffee at a Dutch friend's house, will they send you a ticky to charge you money for it?
The fuck? Wait, what? What does that mean? I don't get it.
So this guy picked his friend up and he had coffee at his friend's house, his wife made, and then the guy sends him a bill for the coffee, a ticky.
No, we don't do this. I don't know what this is.
The Dutch are stingy, very, very stingy. This is not real. I've never seen this before. It's a meme that Dutch people are greedy as fuck. This shit unironically happens. This is fake, by the way. Oof, I don't know.
Well, I'm not the same as the Dutch.
I mean...
No, there's a huge difference.
Aren't they all Scandinavian?
No, wait, what? Dutch people are not Scandinavian.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How sure are you?
When you were in Amsterdam, you were in Scandinavia.
Wait.
Or you're mixing up with Danish people.
Oh yeah, fuck. Which one are Danish again?
Denmark.
Oh,
That's Scandinavia.
Denmark is Scandinavia. Wait, where is Amsterdam at?
The Netherlands?
Where's that at?
Where?
Is that Scandinavia?
No, it's not Scandinavia.
What the fuck is in Denmark? Oh, Copenhagen.
That place.
There you go. Okay, leave. We're done with you. Bye. Love you.
Love you too.
Bitch.
You really disturbed me twice. I was for real going.
Through sickness and health, Mel. Yeah. Jesus. What were we about to watch? Chill.
My Danish counterpart.
Okay, hold on. Stefan De White, I am Dutch, can confirm some of us are just transactional. Why would you donate $20? You only have to pay $5 for the guy to read his thing. You guys make me feel so bad. Jesus.
Hello, I'm Dutch. Oh, sorry. Dutch national.
Imagine thinking that skipping a meal of Swedish food is a bad thing, ECH.
My Danish counterpart. Hello, I'm Dutch. Oh, sorry. Dutch national anthem. Are you proud to be a Dutch person?
Yeah, I'm very proud to be
Wow,
a Dutch
Dan,
person.
your mom's
Where
food
is
smells
Dutch at?
amazing. When do you think it will be ready? Dan, what the fuck? Who said you were getting chicken nuggets? But Dan, I'm your
Where
friend.
is Dutch at?
I'm hungry. Dan, get fucked, nerd. Go mine some more scrap for our base.
Danish is Denmark. Dutch is the Netherlands, right? Why, how do you get Dutch from Netherlands? Why?
I've heard something very special. Important people, very important people are telling me this all right. I'll let you know too, but you need to keep it hush-hush. Ready? Okay. You can go and pet the ducks at the pond for free. Don't tell.
Exact time and place.
Wait, how are so many people? Oh no, you Swedish people. I can understand it's a different culture, but in America, this sounds like literally
can confirm
the most autistic thing in the world.
Transsexual as you.
No, this like waiting in your room while your friend goes and eats just sounds so horrible.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
You say that we are artistic already.
I know, but now Swedes are like writing articles online like, yeah, what's the problem? We just waited in the room while our fucking friend went to eat.
Wait, who is this?
People are mad all over the internet today because Swedish people are getting blown the fuck up.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Just some random Swedish fuck, but the people are like writing articles and shit on it now.
No way. No, we don't care about this. Why would we care?
I know you don't. I'm just saying it sounds really
talking to the parents. You could avoid it.
It is like, I'll be back. I'm gonna go eat food now while you starve in my room playing video games.
What's that Rosequist guy or whatever was his name?
Rose wrist.
Yeah. Ask him.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Wait, show me.
Please
Wait.
kindly consider looking into the Melinda.
Yeah, because now there's like a huge thing on Reddit,
Smith
and now
case
everybody's
and her
getting like
trial being
super
delayed
ass
for
mad.
3 years.
My God. Wait, why are there? No one cares. Everyone does it to everyone. Okay, everyone is equally.
Bro, read
treated.
the room. Wait, what are you doing here?
What?
Just cringe black people on Twitter.
Do you really have to say they're black?
Yes. There's like a group of like college-aged black people on Twitter where every single thing you talk about is about colonialism, because it's like they like for some reason it must have been some class where they all learned the word, and every topic that comes up on Twitter is somehow about colonialism. It's just cringe as fuck.
That has to do with them being black.
Dutch is an old-timey name for German speakers. That is why Pennsylvania Dutch are German-speaking. Netherlands before Dutch
Didn't
spoke
say
German.
Simon Says.
Netherlands equal Dutchland and Germany equal Deutschland. Why?
Deutschland is
Obama.
That's Germany in.
Of course, Swedes don't serve guests. You can't just whip up a new roast moose or whatever.
German, sorry.
Get your keys. Get your keys. Get your keys. You got a piece of Connor. Fucking
perfect. Netherlands means low country since it's at the end of the Rhine River. Cool story, bro. Okay.
Have you seen the hentai map?
Probably.
Have you? What porn categories
Wait, do you
are
really
most
call them this, Mel?
Yes, old people do. Old people do. My mom actually did for a while. Now she doesn't anymore.
Mel, what the fuck? Jesus.
You remember I used to make those?
Wait, do you actually use the N-word, or are you using the word for black in your language?
No, it is the N-word.
Why? Do you even have the N-word in Swedish?
Yes.
Do you call people...
Say what it is.
What?
I can't say what it is, right?
Do you call people the N-word in Sweden?
No, but old people do, or people from like the north that doesn't ever see them. Because sometimes that happens. We don't use it as like it's not like we say it like to the balls. No, but like it was called that for a very long time. So some old people just never got out of it.
I'm just curious, do you have like the N-word in Sweden?
Yes.
That you call black people when you're being racist?
Yes.
How many black people are in Sweden?
I don't know.
I don't know if I've ever seen a black person in Sweden before, even in Malmo.
Miranda's boyfriend.
Oh, that was the one. Is he even from Sweden, or is he an immigrant?
He's from Sweden.
Okay.
It's like the...
Okay, Uppsala has one black person, okay?
You know the word black in Spanish?
Is negro.
It's almost like that, yeah.
But but that word doesn't mean...
It means black.
Yeah, but we have a word in...
No, we don't have... No, it means the N-word.
Okay. All right, love you.
Yeah. I don't know why we have... Honestly, I don't know why we have it.
Jesus. Jesus Christ.
Sweden super briefly colonized Africa and failed epically.
Didn't say Simon Says.
How does your poor black friend...
Keep hating your life then, working class
Check out
Andy.
the latest from Russian propaganda.
Your poor black friend is like playing The Sims in your room while you and your family go to eat N-word balls. I'll be back.
Holy shit, is this what liberals want out of our country? To eat and drink in front of starving children? To name chocolate after our colonial past? Remember, kids, guns don't kill people. Starvation kills people.
What's going on in Lauren Southern's country? She's tweeting out that Justin Trudeau banned pistols, but it sounded like he just was saying he wanted to. I don't know if he can or not. How many people you even die from firearm homicide yearly Canada? Do people commit a lot of gun crime in Canada?
There used to be an American candy called N-word babies.
I don't know why they need to ban handguns, or maybe it's a problem up there. I have no idea. He suspended pistol sales and imports. Yeah, I don't know what the ruling party's like power is. So like, for instance, if Biden says he wants to do something in the United States, it means fuck all. But maybe because of the way Parliament is structured, if the majority party that Canada has, maybe if Trudeau says I want to do something, maybe that basically means they will do something. I'm not sure. I don't know like what the... Okay, what is this per Canada population, US population? Oh damn, Canada's got a lot.
Keep
of
hating your
motherfuckers
life
up there.
then, working class Andy.
Significantly fewer homicides with firearms, even per capita, than the United States, right? If it's about 10 times the population, not even 8 times the population, this would be the equivalent of us having like 2,000 firearm deaths a year. Damn. Who's fucking it up for everybody? 143 pistol deaths in 2018, banning the sale of all pistols. That's a rough one. Between 95 and 97% of Canada's gun homicides are with illegal guns too. Well, they did it as a virtue signal to a crime in another country. What, in the US? Because that was a rifle, wasn't it? I'm having issues with my Sony WF-1000. I don't know. No, I don't have any issues. What issues are you having? Why do you think I'm here to troubleshoot? Because we have the same headphones. Red pill me on the pancakes versus waffles debate. Okay, here's the only answer, okay? I'm so sorry. Waffles?
European racism was just superior. In Germany, they had a confectionery called N-word kisses.
Waffles are better than pancakes. In an ideal world.
A rectangle head.
But the reality is, it's really hard to spread anything on a fucking waffle because all of the squares work as like traps for anything. Have you ever tried to butter a waffle and then all of the butter gets trapped in all the little squares and you can't fucking do it? And you gotta scrunch and crush the waffle to spread anything. Whoa, that's pretty frustrating, my dudes. I don't know, man.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Hot take, butter on pancakes and waffles suck balls? What? What do you mean? Butter is arguably better than syrup. Are you crazy? Everything is wrong about Canada. It's a libertarian heaven. You get weed, acid, hooker, home delivered. Is prostitution legal in Canada? I don't think acid is. What are you talking about? Stop! Can everybody chill in chat? You guys are being crazy today. Destiny, you are insane. No, syrup is mid as fuck, okay? Butter is god tier. Syrup is a mid topping. Sometimes I'll even eat it without syrup, okay? Syrup is a mid as fuck topping. Syrup to you guys, your guys is like fucking Jennifer Lawrence or whatever the fuck, okay? It's just mid as fuck, but it's super overrated.
You just don't like waffles because your rectangle head can't process how to eat, no me.
Wait, what? Why was Duke Nukem's voice so quiet? Prostitution is kind of legal. Psychedelics are illegal, but not really enforced. You can buy them online easily. Are psychedelics enforced in the United States? I'm trying to think. I'm not saying that they're not, but I don't know if I've ever in my life heard of a friend being like, oh yeah, this cop busted me with like 4 tabs of acid, and now I'm like charged with like, does it happen? Or with like mushrooms? Do people get caught with mushrooms or LSD in the United States? I'm not saying it's impossible. I've just never heard it happen before. I guess it could.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Another school shooting. Wait, bro, really? 2 injured elderly women killed in shooting at high school graduation on Xavier campus.
This is the food take from the guy that can't bite through a pepperoni, by the way. Amazing folks.
Morb click. That's my Swedish friend. They wanted me to tell you they have to forage for their own food days in advance, so the portions are predetermined, so they can't just change the amount being prepared at a moment's notice. Conservatives literally think all these shootings are happening because the Dems need votes. Oh, true. All the Sandy Hooks, right? Jesus Christ. Dude, these things, I don't know if it's like a Scandinavian thing.
Outtake jelly is better than syrup.
Ew, gross. There's like this Swedish like sugar cube thing that they put on all their stuff that's super good. They put it on their pastries too. Hi, what's up? How you doing, bud?
Hey, pretty terrible.
With your takes on waffles
Been a
and
bad
syrup.
week
I'd
for
rather be
Canada.
upstairs in Sweden than watching you struggle with waffles or eating pancakes.
Been a bad week. Wait, sorry, say the last time again. Duke Nukem was talking to me, sorry.
It's been a bad week in Canada. Trudeau has absolutely lost his mind, grounded unvaxxed Canadians for perpetuity, banned handguns across the board.
Grounded unvaxxed. Wait, can unvaxxed Canadians?
Yeah, he's not lifting the flight ban for them.
Like internationally, or what do you mean?
Yeah, you can't fly in Canada if you're not vaccinated.
Crazy. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
What a
great
world.
reset, Steven.
Oh my God. Do you guys have like a constitutionally protected right to fly in airplanes or something that's being infringed, or?
We should.
Yeah.
What do you make of the handgun ban in Canada? I don't really know your position on this.
Well, I personally like firearms. I don't know. I was looking at the gun stats. It doesn't seem like that many people died at gun shit in Canada, so I don't know what the point is, but
It's completely a political play on Trudeau's part, wanting to look like he's quote-unquote doing something because that Texan shooting is in the news right now, even though the shooter used a gun that's already banned in Canada, and the shooting happened in a country that obviously is not Canada. We're passing stricter gun laws over a shooting in America than Americans will. It's insane.
well, you guys are going to be mighty safe up there then, aren't you? What is the polling right now? If I were to look up Canadian polls on like pistol bans, do you think they generally support it or they're generally opposed to it?
I don't know. That's actually hard to say. I know that Canadians that own guns tend to be like pretty hardcore about it. They tend to own more per capita than Americans, but obviously the average American is going to be more likely to own a gun than the average Canadian. But the people who do own guns here are pretty hardcore about it.
Yeah, but I mean that's going to be the case everywhere, right?
Yeah, yeah. You can still buy them right now if you have any Canadians in your audience. It's, I don't know how long. They're probably all going to sell out today. I was just at my gun shop, and within the first 2 hours of being open, they sold out on all their handguns. I got a CZ Shadow. Called a few other stores. They're all saying we're going to be sold out before the end of the day, and most of them are not restocking since they think that this is probably going to go through.
Uh-huh.
So,
okay.
Last chance, everybody.
Can you,
What?
I'm just curious.
Oh, no.
No. Can you just walk me through, like, the mentality of, like, they're going to ban pistols, I'm going to go buy one. Is it just, like, a protest thing, or, like, what's the thought process?
Well, because you're not gonna be able to buy another one again after this legislation goes through. They're banning the transport or transfer, sale, and purchase of handguns. So this is going to be your last handgun you could ever buy, potentially.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can still, here's the thing that's weird about the legislation is once you own it, you can still take it to the range, you can still shoot it, you can still have it, but just no one else can buy any new ones, and you can't even transfer it to anyone else. So I don't even know how that's going to work for, like, you know, if you die and want to hand them down to your kids or something, I guess you can't do a transfer. Like, I don't really understand.
Has Canada ever done... Why? There's no gas leak in my apartment. It's a fucking washing machine. You degenerate neat fucks, okay? Go ask your moms what it sounds like. Jesus. Okay. Has Canada ever done forced buybacks like Australia does? I think Australia has done forced buybacks. I don't know if Canada's ever done it.
Yeah, I know Australia did. We've got like a buyback program in right now. In 2020, we did like a huge sweeping ban of AR-15s, Ruger Mini. Here, I'll bring up the list. They made them prohibited. So we've got like 3 classes of guns. We've got non-restricted, which is going to be like your shotguns, kind of regular rifles. Then you've got restricted, which is going to be all your handguns, anything that's, you know, like AR-15s used to be restricted. Now they're prohibited. Prohibited class, you can technically still own them if you have a prohibited license, but you can't take them. You can't even take them to the range, right? They're basically just a hunk of metal sitting in your house. So I think they're probably, even though you can still buy handguns right now, I think in the next couple of years they're probably going to make them prohibited and try to do a buyback. So on this, here's the list. Yeah, M16, AR-10s, AR-15s, M4 carbine, Ruger Mini 14, M14, VZ58, CZ Scorpion, a bunch of other ones. These were all prohibited in 2020. And then Canada created a buyback program, but it's kind of voluntary right now.
Gotcha. Well, damn. Looks like you guys are going to be traveling south to shoot, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
So after the pistol thing, I don't know anything about gun shit in Canada. Are you guys like on lists if you own guns and shit, or how does that work?
Yeah, so for handguns, this is also why this handgun ban is just stupid. Most of the shootings are done with illegal ones, because for handguns, you have to do a pretty freaking extensive background check. It's a totally separate license than for non-restricted guns. Mm-hmm. You have to go and do your restricted license. You have to actually, you know, they'll do a whole criminal record check on you. You put your fingerprints in. They'll contact your spouse or family members to make sure you're mentally stable before you can get this license. And yeah, it's all on a list. Like I bought my CZ today, but I have to wait for all of the transfer papers to go through. I can't actually take it home yet because it has to all go through the RCMP. It has to be approved. They have to check my licensing, background, everything. We have like a really good system in place for people who want to own handguns. It's really, really restrictive to ensure that they're in the right hands. Yeah, so I don't know. This definitely seems like overkill to me.
If you're saying it's really restrictive and make sure the firearms wind up in the right hands, do you think a political extremist like yourself should be able to buy handguns?
No criminal records, sir. 0 criminal record.
Okay.
I've been a good girl, unless you ask your Reddit.
Lauren is leaving out. We don't use sexual terms like good girl here. Okay, slow down. All right. Lauren is leaving out that you have to tell the RCMP what range you'll be taking the gun to, and you literally can't ever have the gun outside of that range, your home, and the route between the two.
Yep, totally true. You have to be a member of range too. You can't just be like some rando that's like, oh sweet, I'm gonna go pick up a handgun today. That'll be fun. Like, no, you have to be part of a range, which means you've done like the introduction range courses. You know all the safety. You've got a community that are watching you shoot. giving you advice. That's obviously one of the best reasons for having a range, just going there and speaking to other gun owners. And in Canada, the range safety is like really, really good in Canada. Typically, here I don't know so much about the
Didn't
states.
say
I think you
Simon
guys are
Says.
quite a bit less restrictive about that. But yeah, there's even more rules that I was forgetting that your chat are remembering here.
Are there any like concealed carry licenses in Canada, or do those even exist? Or
almost none. You have to put in a really like a special request for that. And I think even I have a friend of mine who worked for CSIS for 13 years, and she was telling me, she's like, nah, even I never got a concealed carry permit. She's like, very, very rare that that's going to get approved in Canada. Some people can, like if you have private property and you're walking around and you're a farmer or something, you can carry around like a regular range rifle or shotgun or something. But for the most part, you're never going to see a Canadian walking around on the street anywhere or in a Walmart with a gun strapped to them unless they want to go to jail.
Damn. What a
Yeah, even in emergency situations, like if someone comes into your house in Canada and is literally screaming, I'm gonna kill you with a knife right now, you can't shoot them with a gun.
Wait, no way.
Just have to die. Yeah, no right
Careful.
to self-defense.
Remember, there's gonna be Reddit threats if you're wrong, okay?
Okay, let's see. Let me see. I'm 90% sure that's true. 99%. Because every time I go to the gun shop, like obviously people like bring up and chat about self-defense, and they're all like, oh, but we can't give you advice on what guns would be good for self-defense because that's illegal. Like that's always the thing that gun store owners in Canada will do. They'll be like, wink, wink, this would be really good for self-defense, but I can't tell you that since...
Somebody said, Destiny, how does this ban affect Lauren as long as flare guns are legal? Is she okay?
So true, so true. As long as they keep away from my flare guns,
Destiny says,
still have a chance at saving Europa.
Nah, he is right about the self-defense part. Is that how you say Europe and Nazi, or?
Yeah, you got to use the V.
Okay.
Return. Can you use a firearm as self-defense in Canada?
There were only 4 deaths caused by legal gun owners in Canada. The vast majority are done by illegal gun owners. Thanks, Landfill Media.
Okay, I'm like 90% sure it's illegal to use a firearm for self-defense here, but if someone in your chat wants to correct me, I'd love to know, because...
Somebody says you can't plan to use it as self-defense, but if you do, it's not illegal, so you have to kind of find it by accident, I think. You aren't allowed to use legal force in defense of your person. It's funny because in the United States, it's actually the exact opposite. So like in the United States, for instance, in a lot of states, you cannot use a firearm to protect your property, but you are allowed to intervene if somebody is attacking your property. And if in the course of that intervention, you feel like the only way you can win is with a firearm, you are allowed to do that. So effectively, you are allowed to do it, but there's like 15 loopholes to like get there. It's kind of strange. It's funny. It's like, it seems like it's the opposite of...
Yeah. So owning a firearm for self-defense is not allowed in Canada. You either own it for hunting, target practice, or as a collection piece. In fact, like when I went to go buy my CZ this morning, that you have to tell the RCMP what you are buying it for. Like you can't just buy it and it's, you know, no one's problem why you're buying it. I had to register it as I'm getting this for target practice. And
why'd you delete that picture off Twitter? Was there something illegal in it?
Don't worry about it.
Oh. Is it a CZ75? What did you have?
Yeah, the CZ75 Shadow.
Do we have? She has one with like a fucking. Am I allowed to say that it had the Canadian flag on it? Do they make?
Yeah, it's the Canadian edition. Both of.
Is there like a US edition with an awesome American flag on one?
Well, I assume so. Like with my Glock, they had the reason they made a Canadian edition for that one was because it has to be a tiny bit longer than the American ones. Otherwise, it doesn't fall into our barrel length restrictions here in Canada, which is just stupid because you're just making it slightly more accurate. Not much is changing. So I wonder. I haven't even looked in. I just went in and I got the coolest looking gun I could immediately since they were selling out so fast. So I need to look into what the difference is between the CZ Canadian edition and a regular one. I don't know that yet.
How much did it cost?
It was about $1,500, but I got a few things with it, a few accessories.
Wait, I'm sorry. People just like that shit in my chat. Can you say that one more time? How much did it cost?
$1,500.
Jesus. What is that, like 1,200 USD?
It's about $10 US, yeah.
Good one. It's about 1,185.
Okay, wait, so I'm still reading about this self-defense in Canada thing. So if I like accidentally slip into my gun safe and my hand like accidentally opens the locks on it and I accidentally put some ammo in it, then I can defend myself with it, or what? It's like just has to be a last resort thing.
In Canada, do you guys, is your parliament do you guys have like overrepresentation of your rural people, or is it all pretty even? If I say that, does that mean anything? Do you know do you understand what I'm asking?
Wait. Did you just say an overrepresentation of rural people in parliament?
Yeah, do you have that or no? Like in the United States, our rural populations are dramatically overrepresented in our parliamentary body. I don't know if it's the same in Canada, and I'm curious.
I don't think so. Not in my opinion, no.
Well, it's not an opinion. I don't know how you apportion like your slots for parliament. It's a factual.
I mean, the
Canadians. Somebody answer
the West
chat.
Coast in Canada, yeah. So I don't know. The West Coast in Canada always feel underrepresented in our government.
The parliament,
They
yes.
always
The
feel like
cities
the
are
East Coast,
underrepresented. The ZC shadows are awesome. I think it's the opposite in Canada. It's somewhat evenly distributed, but the East basically control the country.
Yes.
Ontario and Quebec. Pretty even, but also the Senate doesn't matter. It's like, if it's like the UK. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Oh, not
anyways.
parliamentary, yeah, legislative. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for sharing with us.
Yeah.
We look forward to the videos of you with your totally legal range shooting, which I'm sure you'll be making soon, right?
Absolutely. Just came in here to let your audience know. Go get your guns if you're Canadian. Go grab them now, last chance. And I guess I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful. Bye. Wait.
Wait.
When are we finishing that documentary, Lauren?
Oh yeah, we do need to do that. I'm going to a Turning Point USA event in a few days here, so I'm gonna be gone.
Wait, are you gonna see the Charlie Kirk?
I'm gonna be hanging out with the Charlie Kirk. I think we've got some Trumps there as well.
Wait, if you go to a Turning Point event, you realize you might be burning the bridge once and for all with America First and Ethan Ralph, right? Are you sure you want to do that? Are you sure you want to?
Oh no. What a disaster. All right, TPUSA women's event. I have to find an all pink outfit for this. It's gonna be great.
That sounds based.
Let's see.
Somebody is asking us a lot. Can you ask Lauren who she wants to win the Conservative Party leadership?
Who I want to win the Conservative Party leadership in Canada. I can't pronounce his name. Wait, let me...
Wait, this is true. Hold on. It's called Turning Point USA. Why the fuck is a Canadian invited?
Listen, don't worry about it.
What?
Don't worry about it, all right?
Okay.
I can never pronounce his name, but I really like Pierre Poilievre. Poilievre? No, he's got a... I can barely pronounce anything as is. Definitely can't pronounce that French-ass name. Okay, yeah, I'm going to be there with Lara Trump. Kimberly Guilfoyle. Nice. Okay, we got Lauren Chen there. We get along. Candace Owens. And the Charlie Kirk speaking at the women's conference.
Do you have
I'm
a speaking
excited.
role
I like
here?
Texas. No, I'm a special guest. I'm the special Canadian.
Okay. Well, I'll be cheering for you from the sidelines, okay?
Thanks, man. Would you like a press pass to the women's event? Maybe we could get you a speaking slot here. I think that'd be good.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what my stream wants for me to travel to even more events. So yeah, I'll connect with
We'll
you.
have to get you
see.
all pink sweatpants for the event.
Sounds Gucci. I'm actually totally
All
on
right.
board with that. Yeah.
All right, I'll see you there.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Have fun. Bye. More traveling, guys. Wait. Okay. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm not. Obviously, you guys know I like guns. Why would you invoke Uvalde? Why would you invoke a shooting in another country with a different type of weapon that you already have banned in your country in order to ban pistols? I don't understand. This is the weirdest thing in the world. I don't know. That's a funny meme to me. Sorry. Well, it's big news here, Destiny. It's probably bigger news in Canada than it is in the United States. So what are you gonna do? Your last tweet on the Enabling Act is a bit misleading. No, it's not. All of the Social Democrats voted against the Enabling Act. Yeah, the Communist Party probably would have, but they were absent because they were getting arrested and beat the fuck up by the fucking fascists. But hey, listen, the KBD made an explicit agreement to never align with the Social Democrats. And in some places, they were even working alongside the Nazis. In Prussia, they tried to do a big fucking vote alongside the Nazi people to overturn the fucking Social Democrats there. Fuck them. Fuck them. They made their bed. They did the same shit. There's two outs. This is what happens. I'm watching, because I watch all the arguments unfold now that I've read a little bit about this. I watch all the arguments unfold in Vosh's subreddit. So here are like the two ways that people say the Nazis and the communists didn't work together. Number one is they'll go, look at what happened when the Nazis got to power and they fucked all the communists up. That is true. That has nothing to do with whether or not the KVD worked with the Nazi party, though, when they were rising to power. So that's irrelevant. And then the second thing people will say, once you push them that, is like, oh, okay, fine. They'll be like, the KVD wasn't even communist. They were Stalinists, bro. The KVD that had nothing to do with communism. Not true communism. They were fucking Stalinists, bro. Like, okay, then just say that, you dumb fuck. But whatever you want to say, the idea that, like, the SPD was like working alongside, oh, we love Nazis, oh yeah, bullshit. Or if there is information about that, and I've only read a little bit, but got a lot of shit emailed to me now, and now I've read through a lot of shit. The idea, or I've read through more than I knew before in the past, the idea that the SPD was somehow complicit in, or like was helping the Nazi party come to power, people will point out the fact that, well, what about when the SPD fucking had a paramilitary, like kill the fucking leaders of... First of all, it seems like everybody had paramilitary shit back then, okay? Every fucking party in fucking Germany. Okay, Germany sounds like a wild place after World War I. Okay, every motherfucker is killing everybody. There's some crazy shit going on. And the KPD literally fucking sent like a whole group into, what, the Reichstag or whatever? And fucking 200 people died when they tried to do a fucking violent coup d'etat of the fucking parliament. Like, yeah, shit's gonna go crazy, bro. It's not like, it's not just like out of nowhere. The SPD is like, oh, we're gonna start killing KPD people because we love fascism. Fuck out of here, okay? They literally assassinated the two leaders. That was kind of insane. Yeah, that is kind of insane, but that group had just literally tried to fucking violently coup the fucking government, right? Like, it's KPD. That's what I'm saying. KPD is the King Black Dragon. Lefties are both mad at the SPD to kill Luxembourg and mad at the KPT for not being true communist. Yeah, they retreat back to the latter when you point out that there are a lot of reasons for why the former happened, but rural Canadians are absolutely overrepresented in Parliament. If you use seats as a metric, that's true, but stupid. Using number of libs as a metric, they're way overrepresented. The real meme is that after the KPD people, who weren't real communists, I guess, were expelled from the country, or not expelled from the country, when they tried to run away to fucking the USSR, fucking a lot of them got shipped right back to Nazi Germany when the USSR caught them. But hey, what are you gonna do? You're wrong about the KPD in Germany. I know. They weren't real communists. I understand. The only real communists are the ones that don't exist yet. They're the ones on Twitter. You talk about how shitty our economics has become. Do you think our Ask Historians or our history is just as bad? I can't speak to the history subreddit. Ask Historians seems like it's a pretty good subreddit. Economics is just not a real sub anymore. I don't know what happened. They front page too much. Bad Economics is a pretty good sub, though. That seems to be like a pretty decent sub. Oh, I got all my money, by the way, out of that gambling site. Now I'm invested in Bitcoin, guys. We're going to the moon! Are you guys hyped? Wait, did we do news today? Did the Canadian thing should count as news, right? What did I say? From when to when? Until 16:30. Oh, shit. Collaboration with Dallas News, we went silent on social media for 21 minutes to honor the victims of the Uvalde shooting. Who cares? Or, I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm just a cold motherfucker, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, any day, bro. Whenever you want. Are you ready now? At Destiny, the Nazi killed all of the socialist and commie elements during the Night of the Long Knives. Yep, after it seems to be the case. Here's what it feels like, okay? By the way, this is a very elementary take of history because I don't really know fuck all about Germany, okay? But I'll be honest about that. Unlike these lefty fucks that read 2 Twitter headlines and think that they can make these absolute statements like, liberals allowed the Nazis to come to power in Germany and that explains the whole story. What it sounds like is there were, during and post-World War I in Germany, there were a lot of radical elements of parties that were trying to kind of like co-opt or thrive in the chaos that was post-World War I Germany. It feels like the Commie Party, the KPD, saw the Social Democrats as enemies, and a lot of the kind of radical ideas that they had were kind of in line with the, what is it, the NSA, the NASPD, whatever the fuck the abbreviation was for the Nazi Party. But they didn't really think that the Nazi Party would be a threat, so they're like, fuck it, we're never going to work with the Social Democrats, the SPD. We share some kind of radical shit with like the Nazi dudes, and we're all just going to kind of do what we can to fuck with the Social Democrats. More or less, it feels like that's kind of, now with some varying amounts of violence from all sides. You know, like the KPD tried to burn down the fucking Reichstag and do some fucking coup. The SPD assassinated 2 leaders of the KPD. The Nazi people were like fucking killing and fighting with people in the streets. There's a lot of crazy fucking shit going on in post-World War Germany. But like, there was also this weird idea, this concept of social fascism came from the USSR, where basically this idea was that everybody that was a liberal is also a fascist. So that's also a reason why we can't align ourselves with them. There's just like the idea that what I don't like after reading anything, what I don't like is this, and I should always just read. Anytime a lefty says anything about history, I think I should either assume the opposite or just read a little bit. This idea that liberals helped Nazis come to power, and liberals helped Nazis and wanted them to be, that's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah, that's just bullshit. I don't think that's true at all. Okay. Everything you read was by liberals, you're falling for their tricks. True. Would you say letting Adolf speak is a major fuck up? I don't know. According to Vosh, we should have preemptively killed him, so. The Catholic Center Party were the ones to give Hitler supreme control over Germany at the time. I would have to go and read more. I think basically once Hitler had consolidated enough power in his party, I think basically using a combination of like legal stuff and illegal stuff, like murdering, killing, imprisoning all of his political opponents, and then like setting lower thresholds in their parliamentary body to like do votes. They were basically able to do like a big vote to say, I get to be the supreme leader of the country and all of you can suck my dick, the Enabling Act or whatever. But, I don't know. Shit sucks, man. Just heard about Hitler. Shit sucks. If you think about it, Hitler is kind of like Aaron Yeager. Is that true? Can you mold about Citizens United for a bit? Ron DeSantis is giving nursing home companies what they paid for. Deregulation. Cool story, bro. Play on a server already? Maybe. Destiny, true, but the KPD didn't take the Nazis seriously. It wasn't necessary due to them sharing anything other than mutual radical dislike for the SPD. Hitler was not taken seriously and was seen as a guy who could be used as a puppet. The KPD had good polling, but didn't translate to success. I also think that, like, radicals, I think, tend to share similar, like... Oof, I'm about to make, I'm about to make a broad, sweeping generalization through history that I think is kind of true. I think that as societies become more chaotic, as chaos increases, chaos is a ladder. I think more radical elements have the opportunity to get stronger and stronger. And I think radical elements in a country will thrive off of that chaos and instability. And I think the radical elements are oftentimes populist in nature. They shit talk the establishment. They say everybody's failing you, et cetera, et cetera. We can offer you a path to redemption with our new radical ideology. And I think that it seems like the KPD and the Nazi Party were basically aligned in that, and that they wanted to both shit on the establishment, attack the establishment. The Nazis saw like the KPD as a convenient way to like split votes in parliament, and then the KPD saw the Nazis as like not a threat because who the fuck, these guys aren't going to be anything. And the KPD was like relatively popular is what it's seen, right? The KPD burning the Reichstag is Nazi propaganda, by the way. The Nazis accused some random KPD guy of doing it in order to feel support for the Enabling Act. Is there any truth to that? Wait, does that timeline add up, or? I would have to go look it up more. Burning of Reichstag. Holocaust Encyclopedia. Oh, hold on, wait. This isn't even the event that I'm thinking of. I'm sorry. I don't know if you're conflating these or if I'm maybe accidentally conflating because somebody mentioned that it caught on fire. Prior to this, am I right or wrong? Was it not the KPD that tried to that took some armed members into the Reichstag to try to do essentially a coup? And I think around 200 people died, like 180 KPD members and then like 14 or 15. Did this not happen, or am I making this up? What am I? I'm referring to a separate event. Hey, get the fuck away from me. Oh, the cap push. Oh wait, the Spartacus uprising in 1919. Okay, this is a way earlier event. The fire is a massive story. Yeah, never mind. I'm not thinking of the fire at all. Someone in chat mentioned the fire. I can't pronounce anything in German, okay? Don't even pretend to ask me to try. Are you going to take up her challenge? It's pronounced It's pronounced Reichstag. Gonna need you to prove... Oh, I know this person. Sure. Oh no, people get so mad when it has anything to do with me and girls. It's so fucking funny. Jesus. This event divided the SPD, USPD, eventually making the KPD. I thought that the KPD already existed at this point. Am I making this up? Current connection with the November Revolution that broke out following Germans' defeat in World War I. The uprising was primarily a power struggle between the Social Democratic Party of Germany and the Communist Party of Germany, led by blah, 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 Karl and Rosa, which wanted to set up an authoritarian communist routine, so did the one established by the Bolsheviks in Russia. The revolt was improvised on a small scale and quickly crushed by the superior strength of the government and paramilitary troops. The death toll was roughly 150 to 200, mostly among the insurgents. The most prominent deaths were those of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, who were murdered extrajudiciously. Most certainly with approval, the leaders of the provisional SPD-led government. The party's involvement hampered its position throughout the life of the Weimar Republic, although quashing of the uprising did allow elections for the National Assembly to take place. The Assembly went on to write the Weimar Constitution, created the first functioning German democracy. You should talk to 3 arrows about this if you wanted to, sure. Or read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, its most comprehensive normie history of Nazi Germany. In Italy, the Liberal Party had an electoral pact with the fascists in the 1921
Keep
election.
hating your life then, working class Andy.
Maybe. I don't know anything about fucking Italy. I can barely find Italy on the fucking map. All I know is that it apparently looks like a boot. No one cares about Italy, okay?
Ask Warren how she must be struggling with all those handgun deaths. Destiny Pepe mods. Destiny Pepe mods. Destiny Pepe mods.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Listen, the only history I needed on Germany was a great...
America has a shooting and the rest of the world bans guns.
Great movie.
Also 3 months Dota Roman 2 stream win.
Called The Greatest Story Never Told, okay? You guys wouldn't know about that. I'm just kidding. Don't look that up. Wait, hold on 1 second. And then, what am I doing today? I have no plans for today. I might just
Luckily, no flare gun ban in Canada.
I might just ambient out and play this fucking game. We'll see. Boot up the V Rising server.
Yo,
oh yeah, I'm gonna
please
ask
not
about what
Warner?
is PvP.
I was already halfway through typing up my effort post. Now I gotta delete all that shit again.
And so I said, they call me Morbiton. I'm Morb. Yes, sir.
I got 1 felony. I got 2 felonies. I got 3 felonies. I got 4 felonies. I got 5 felonies. I got 6 felonies. I got 7 felonies. Bitchin' Bill Bellamy. I got 8 felonies. I got 9 felonies. I got 10 felonies. Bitchin' Bill Bell. L.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
In Italy, the Liberal Party had an electoral pact with the fascists in the 1921 election. Liberal PM Giletti also worked with the fascists, though came to regret it. You should have Indie Niddle from Time Host, History on to talk about WW1 WW2 misconceptions, Weimar Republic, Rise of Nazis, US Lend-Lease saving Russia.
Didn't say Simon Says.
I regret voting for Biden. You can in good faith say he's been a success. Up the ego we have to. He just admitted the gas problem is by design.
Oh my god, Steven has a Doska head. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hello, till now. Hello, 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 hello. open the hell. Hey, back. KK, KKK. 1 tilde, L open no, hentai. Ubana. Ubanan tilde, L banana, L tilde, L tilde, L kekobam.
Obama.
Guys, I hate Morbius.
Never mind, it's Morbin time. LOL.
Blame Melina. Destiny, meet.
I'm sort of like going up to somebody and I'm like, you say the N-word. I like that. And Destiny's like, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me.
What? Stop. Jesus Christ. I can't retweet this guy because he has me blocked. Oh no, wait, it's saying tweet is unavailable. Wait, why?
I'm sort of like going up to somebody and I'm like, you say the N-word. I like that. And Destiny's like, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me.
Time to jack it? I can't just jack this guy's meme. He deleted it, quickly steal it? Did he actually delete it? Right after I clicked on it? How do I download this video? Download Twitter video. I'm just stealing it with no credit given. Because I truly am chaos. Boom. Boom.
Didn't say Simon Says.
True. Okay.
I really think you need to take back that Nazi Germany tweet. I'm really willing to talk about it on Discord.
I'm good. Press space to respawn. Did you kill me in my own base? Wait, what is that noise? Oh, Piet, my dude, he's fighting. Oh, damn, bro, this bear is not fucking around. But neither am I. Is Mount Gox giving you your Bitcoin? Guys, where are my Goxers at, guys? Our day of redemption is soon. They're gonna give us our shit back. It's coming. For sure, guys. How does Star Sector rank among all of your autism games? I know Factorio ran Supreme, but Star Sector is a really, really, really good and really fun game. Highly recommend it. It's a stream killer for me because I kind of have to pay attention when I play it. I can't like do politics or whatever. Star Sector is an amazing game. Highly recommend. Brittany IRL. $157 music meme last attempt. The combat is so... Wait, what were you trying to say? Memegasm? Oh, that's good, right? Yeah, it is.
All right, let's head back to HQ for some well-earned R&R and appreciation. Yeah!
Listen up, troops. It's me, Sergeant Stoven. I got a lesson for you, and I think it's important. Damn laser war, you know it's got me stressing. Every day alive should feel like a blessing, but it's not. It feels like we're prisoners caught by opponents. Can't shake this fear, man, every waking moment. Opponents are obsessed with me, always trying to undress with me. Aggressively, they tested me. They want to give me gay STDs. I resist. Don't want no...
Why am I watching this? Oh, hey, listen, if you're in New York, can you do this? I'm watching this whole video for this guy. Here, boom, boom. Okay, go share this to your New Yorker friends. We're watching the whole 3-minute thing. If my view count drops while we watch this, I will be quitting stream today. Do not leave. Watch the video, or I'm going to go take a vacation right now. watch the video and tell your New Yorker friends about it.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely Monday morning. I'm just going to cut to the chase because for the favor that I'm about to ask of you, there's only about 2 days left where it's going to matter. There is a bill in the New York State Senate, Senate Bill S4104A, the Right to Repair Bill, and in the Assembly, A7006B, which is also a Right to Repair Bill. I have been trying to drum up interest in this over the past few weeks. I went to the state capitol, I gave a speech, I wore a polo shirt, I spoke to a reporter, I did just about everything that I could to try and get excitement around this bill so that people would want to vote for it. And now we have a matching Senate bill, which we did not have earlier. Last year we had a matching Senate bill, and the Senate actually passed the Right to Repair bill. They voted on it, and it passed. But it did not pass in the Assembly, therefore it got stalled and was never able to make its way into law. This year, we've done more work with the Assembly, thank you very much, Pat Fay, and there is actually a chance of this passing. However, the session ends in 2 to 3 days, and if you look at the news, you see Roe versus Wade, gun stuff, war in Ukraine, everything else, and all of that stuff is important. However, I would simply like to tap them on the shoulder and go, hey, you know how you voted for this last year and let it pass? Can you do the same thing this year? And that requires help from all of you. At the end of the day, as I say, I am simply a man that screams into his webcam in his computer. I don't really have any power. You do. So there's a link down below, and you can use this link to figure out who your senator or assembly person is, and then to contact them via email. You can call them, you could visit them, but again, there's only 2 days left until the end of the session, so I would very much so appreciate if you could do that. And you can use the information that I provided on this channel. You can use information from your own experiences, or just to explain the basic philosophy that we used to live in a country where when you bought something and you paid thousands of dollars for it, you owned it, and you could decide who fixed it. Now, we live in a society where you can't really decide who's going to fix it, where we have to do things like deal with, getting parts from some random person in China that's going to ship it to us that has a 50-50 chance of getting caught at the border because we're not supposed to be allowed to import them, to be able to fix what we own, and that this is ridiculous, and that you want the freedom to be able to choose who fixes your devices again. This is something where I understand a lot of people are going to be cynical and jaded when it comes to politics, and frankly, I understand. I don't blame you. I know that many people watching this may not even know who their local state senator or assembly person even is, because you just believe the entire political process is useless and corrupt, and why bother? And at the end of the day, that's what our opposition depends on. They are always engaged because they realize that the cynicism and people being jaded from our side is what allows them to continue winning. The fact that this actually passed through the Senate last year means that the increased engagement works. There's a link down below. You can use this link to figure out who your senator, who your assembly person is. Write them a quick email, leave a quick voicemail, or if you're able to meet with them, meet with them. And let's see if this year can be different. Let's make this year different. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. We have until Wednesday, so I'm not usually used to rushing people. But
today's Tuesday, guys.
See you in the next video. Bye now.
Your New Yorker friends. There you go. Okay. All right. I did my good deed.
They say 5s have lives, 4s have chores, 3s have fleas, 2s have blues, and 1s don't get a rhyme because they're garbage. Craig, you know what they said?
True. Stop.
And we'll be here like a Scot.
Well, take it easy. All we want is coffee.
Yeah, take it. It's yours.
And, I'll have one of those.
Oh, yes.
By the way, what do you call those?
We call...
No! What is he gonna say? It's on YouTube, so it should be okay, right?
No. We call them wienerbröd. Wienerbröds.
Oh, no, you don't.
What the fuck? Can we turn it down today, guys? Too much, okay? You guys are too much. You need to chill.
And we'll be here like a Scot.
Jesus Christ.
Really don't. Got no fucking respect. It's a gangster down here. No fucking respect. Really don't.
What? What?
I'm fine.
Pour it out, put it in the bin.
Hello?
Pick it up, pour it out, and put it in the bin, please.
No, I'm not willing to do that.
You're not willing to do that?
I've paid for that alcohol, so why should I pour it out in the bin?
Ooh.
Thank you, you do it.
What's your name, please?
Hey, what's the crack here? What's your name? I've done nothing wrong. So
You've got alcohol in this. You've got alcohol in the street. You've got an open bottle in the street. You shouldn't have it.
Oh, well, that's a serious, mega crime, isn't it?
Right now it is, yeah.
A major crime. You know what I mean?
Well, if you play your cards right, all you need to do is give me a name.
I'm not being funny, mate, but what the fuck are you pulling me?
Right, swear once more, you'll be arrested. Don't swear again. And pick up your litter, please.
I'm sorry, Baldy.
You can call me Baldy or like. Don't bother me.
I didn't call you Baldy, Baldy.
Yeah, 10-4, just
What's your name, please?
Mister.
Give me a name and address now or I'll arrest you.
Wait, is this real or is this a... Again, I think it might be a little racist, but... What, is this a real stop or is this like a reality TV show? What the fuck is this?
Name and address now or I'll arrest you.
Right, my name is...
You're under arrest.
For what? For what?
You swore at me, I warned you. Now you won't give me a name and address. Because you swore at me. Now you won't give me a name and address. That means I can arrest you.
I'm under arrest?
Yep.
You got me some camera, sir? Have you? I'm under arrest for what?
In you get.
I'm under arrest because I didn't give him my name.
Partially.
After making the arrest, the officers noticed something strange.
Who is this
Luckily,
person?
having a night out in the phone box isn't an arrestable offence. In the van...
Wait, why were they laughing? Was it a homeless guy or was it just a drunk dude?
Still hasn't learned his lesson and continues to give the officers grief.
You can bear in mind that local knowledge is
Look at him! He's not got no hair as well. He fixed his hair because he's bald.
Walk down, please.
Walk down nicely, you know, like a good citizen.
Good chap. And then make your way towards the door, please.
You know, I don't want to be on fucking telly. These police officers arrested me for nothing.
Get down, please.
Absolutely no reason for not giving my name. See what I mean? Police brutality. Oh no! Please don't do it! See what I'm saying, mate? Makes good TV, doesn't it?
After a night at the cells, the Joker refused a fine for being drunk and disorderly. The matter will now have to go to court.
Are you with somebody in particular?
Dude, this is... Okay, fuck. Hold on. Okay, calling in 3... I have to call a guy. This is my favorite. This is like one of my favorite videos of all time. It's just a guy asking cops questions that cops normally ask us. This is such a good video. This is such a good video.
Are you with somebody in particular? Or
just me.
watching you take pictures of our parking lot. What's this about?
Is that a problem?
Yeah, this is a police law enforcement parking lot. That is a problem.
Oh. Who are you?
I'm Detective Mike Jardine.
Oh, yeah? What are you working on? What are you working on right now?
Several cases.
Okay.
What is this about?
Are you working on something right now?
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am.
All right, what are you working on? What are you working on?
It doesn't matter what I'm working on. I'm asking you, what are you doing here taking pictures?
Where have you been today? Have you been here all day, or have you been out and about a little bit?
What is this about? Who are you?
I'm asking the questions. Where have you been today?
No,
have you been here?
I'm asking the questions. You're on this property. You're on this property, so you need to answer my questions.
Are you drunk? Why are you slurring your words today? So have you been here all day, or have you been out? Have you been to the bar today at all?
Who are you?
Have you been to the bar today?
Who are you?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator for who?
Investigative journalist. I investigate corrupt officials. So I'm wondering, where have you been today? Have you been here all day, or have you been out at the bar at all?
Working on a fraud case. That's
Okay.
where I've been.
Okay. Have you been to the bar at all today?
No.
Okay. You got any drugs on you? Have you used any drugs today?
What a ridiculous question.
That's not a ridiculous question. Do you know where he's been today?
I don't keep tabs on him.
Okay.
I
on about.
Do you know what time his shift started?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Does he usually drink on the job or no? Not that anybody knows of for sure. Have you guys ever breathalyzed him while he's been on the job? Would you submit to a breathalyzer for me right now?
You're ridiculous. You know that?
Hey.
You've got about 5 minutes to get out of here right now.
Or what?
Or what? You're on
My
law
property.
enforcement. This isn't your
Yeah, it
property.
is. Shut the hell up. Get out of here now.
What'd you say?
I said shut up and get out
No,
of here.
you get out of here now.
Hey, you better get your boy. Get your butt back in your office
You
and do
shut
your
up.
job.
You shut up and get
You
out
get
of here.
your butt back in your office and do your job.
No. No.
You quit drinking on the job. You understand me?
Whatever.
You punk ass. You get your ass back in there. You don't look back here again. I'll be watching you. You are now under investigation. To be clear, it has not been proven that Detective Mike Jardine is or was drinking on the job.
This is so stupid. Stop, bro. Okay, for PvP in this game, what is like the invading and shit like? Could you just theoretically like, infinitely grief some team if you got ahead of them? Would it just be like fucked or? Oh, I need to call this guy. Dude, it's such a good 9 out of 10 meme.
I've got as much as your dad, mate. And he disappeared, didn't he?
Oh my god.
I don't know, hold on, I didn't mean that. You alright?
You're not magic.
I've got as magic as your dad, mate. And he disappeared, didn't he?
Hello? Hello? Your shit is fucked, mate. Do you understand? Fucked! Oh, so you're just too cool to talk to me.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Oh.
Right.
Hello?
Destiny?
The one and only.
Oh, how do I sound now?
Better.
Oh, good. And can you see me?
No. Are you streaming?
I'm not streaming, but my video's on.
Oh, well, that's
I like Lauren, but
Oh,
she's
here.
wrong.
Probably
In
why.
Canada, firearms can be used in cases of self-defense. I sent you an email with more details and examples. YouTube chat, rise up.
Now that's really cool, bro, but I have no idea what you said. Why are you lagging so much? What's going on, dude? Talk to me. Oh, hi, I see you now.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Guys, what is the best helmet I can use right now? Wait, Gravedigger ring. This is better than what I'm using right now. Wait, this is better too. Sapphire and Whetstone. Helmets are cosmetic? Oh, really? Cringe. Yikes.
Different. I mean,
Cool. Grave dust, morning lily. Ooh, grave dust. I know I have this. Where is it? Oh, fuck. Wait, I don't have hardly any of it. Can't you turn bones into grave dust? I think you can. True. Not here. Not here. Here, yes. Oh. He's morbing out, dudes. True. Why is it showing up arrows on this shit like it's an upgrade for me? It's not, right? I literally... Oh, I just needed to refresh my inventory or something, maybe? I don't know. Weird.
Tell me I'm coming in clearly now.
Yeah, a little bit. What's going on? Is your computer lagging or is your...
I was trying to sort that out.
Hello?
You can hear me?
Seems like you're having a little bit of trouble, mate.
Alright. I'm gonna hop up and restart. And if that doesn't work, we can call it a day. Sorry.
I believe in you. You'll figure it out. You'll get it, guys. Okay, castle. How do I put in, like, doors? Is it a castle gate? Oh, cool. Now people won't just walk into my shit and fuck me up. Right? Because that's been happening. It's kind of annoying. Clash Royale. Can he really tell he's playing games? Can you tell just by looking at this?
Every time I tier 4 sub, I become more Sigma. My arguments become more salient, and the walls struggle to contain me.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Military hypnosis.
How you doing, man?
Stephen, yes, this is Donald Trump, and I am speaking telepathically. The election is being stolen, Stephen. It is time you release that fucking manifesto to shit on the lefties and stop being a loser playing video games.
True.
You made a promise.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Okay, man. You know why I pulled you over? Because I let you. Okay. You got your license on you? Fishing or hunting? Preferably driver, sir. Don't have one. You need my green card? Yeah. Yo, chill, motherfucker. They gonna get me deported.
Wait. Were you listening to me before this recording happened? Is that my voice? Pull. Oh, news. 1200, 1300. Destiny. Jesus.
The fourth prestigious King.
This is so old. We've already seen this clip like 20 times.
Come here. Come here. Come here. You scared of black people, yeah? You scared of black people, yeah? We are not scary. We're just normal people. Stop being fucking scared, bro. You dumb bitch. Shut up, man. Dumb bitch. Dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up. Man's literally walking in the alley, fam. This woman sees me. She literally goes and fucking runs off.
I have a headache. This weather stinks.
This by 07 SEP 18043/.
Don't get it.
Coming up in this video. The following videos are so scary they will give you pure chills and make you think twice about forcing. Number 5. The Nurses Are Coming. In late November 2021, Forsen is playing a horror game called Happy Game. During his playthrough, the entity known as Chad can be seen CV passing a warning about nurses coming for checkups.
Forsen, I'm from the room down the hall. The nurses are doing the checks. Quick, pretend to be asleep so they don't punish us all.
Now? She's coming down.
After he reads the warning and disappears out of view, he doesn't return for a while, and once he returns, he says he has to be quiet.
Made promises kept.
She left. Better quiet for a bit.
If you don't know, Forsen is a streamer who has been accused of taking out his girlfriend Ninaf and dog Peppa, and people theorize he is now in an insane asylum. Experts say this is more chilling evidence of the theory being true.
Keep
It's
hating
up to
your
you
life
if
then,
you think he
working
was
class
joking
Andy.
or not. Number 4, the body.
Why the fuck does this guy talk about this? I don't
Keep
know if
hating your
anyone
life
knows.
then, working class Andy.
Accuse me of first detaining me for first you stop.
What it do, flight crew? FTC. Flight team stand up! Bro, am I like balanced out? I'm gonna check one more time, just in case.
Oh my gosh, bro.
I feel like I am. I'm gonna move it a little bit over to the left, just in case.
And I almost forgot.
This is expert editing at its finest.
Name something a burglar would not want to see when he breaks into a house. Rob.
Naked grandma!
Naked, huh? Name.
Okay, no more links, or I'm about to start mute linking. Please stop. Dude, you're obsessed. You need to stop.
Keep hating your
Is
life
it the
then,
same
working
guy
class
every
Andy.
time?
People living in different epistemic
Bro.
realities. Should social media be innovated to avoid filter bubbles and encourage engagement? Also, please watch this cringy Elon Musk fan.
Yeah, hold on. I think you might be banned for schizo posting. You actually have a problem. Ooh. Okay. Shrek. Oh wait, did he leave? Crazy schizo. Okay, you're... Background game tier list. Where'd that one Luke guy go? Create a Destiny background game tier list. Is this like what my favorite games are, or what are best for stream?
On the triple beam, I'm sticking to the script. You niggas give the scene.
Okay, I don't care. Stop.
Jesse, I love black people. I love black people, Jesse. Jesse, I love black.
Why did you re-record the music in the weird and then your voice? What is happening on this?
Jesse.
Okay, I'm gonna assume it's best for stream. Hades is C tier. Kenshi, for some reason, this is the only background game where people actually seem to kind of like the gameplay, so I'll put that as A tier. Vampire Survivors, easy to talk to other people and do politics. This is an S tier one. Auction Not Included needed a lot of brain power, so probably not that good. C tier. RimWorld needed a lot of brain power, not that good. Loop Hero, I had to think about. Factorio, we've done a lot of politics and stuff in the background. That seemed to work out okay.
Hi.
Valheim was actually decently entertaining. I'll give that one that. Darkest Dungeon, too much brain power. Rust had some... I'll give that a B. Terraria... We'll give that a B. Stardew Valley with Peach? That was... Nobody liked this gameplay. Sevtech? Riftbreaker. Did we do politics in the background with this one? I think we kind of did. Fell Seal, those people hated this one.
Obama.
League of Legends, not good. XCOM 2, need a lot of brain power. The Last Spell, I don't think I've done too much politics with that. Melvor, I've never even really done on stream.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Stellaris needed a lot of brain power. I barely played this one.
Yo, Des, if you ever went to jail and had to join a gang, would you join the Aryans or the Latinos?
Forager, I don't think it's something like this. Do it based on which games I liked more? Oh, like in terms of what games are good? How do I reset it? Reset. Okay. Hades is a very, very, very good game. I have to bump this to S tier. The voice acting and everything is really well done. The gameplay is super tight. That's good. Kenshi is an amazing game. I'm only putting it at A because it's not as polished. There's a ton of glitchy, weird shit, but super duper ultra fun. Highly, highly, highly recommended. Vampire Survivors is okay. Gets a little bit boring, but it's like a $3 game, right? Isn't it? Like, how you can't blame them for it. Auction Not Included is a very good game. If you're into these types of autism games, this is highly recommended. So is RimWorld. Absolutely. Loop Hero was okay for a bit. Factorio is just one of the best autism games of all time. Valheim was okay, lacking a lot of polish. Okay to like play with friends for a while though. Definitely had a lot of issues, but it's probably been updated. Darkest Dungeon, the original, is a very good game. That's an A tier game for sure. Rust is pretty solid too. I'll just throw this up here. I'll give this an A tier. Terraria is very, very, very good and polished with amazing mods. Terraria is probably an S tier game. Stardew Valley is super good. I'll give that A tier for sure. Sevtech, it's Minecraft modded, decent. I'll give that B tier. Yeah, Sevtech was fun. Fell Seal was okay-ish. It scratched my Final Fantasy Tactics urge. I'll put this in S tier. Rise RimWorld not in the S tier. No, yeah, you're right. RimWorld is an S tier game. This is like a genre-defining game, actually. You're right. Melvor Idol is an idle game. League, lol. Stellaris is pretty fun. I don't know if it's the best Paradox game, though. It does okay. It gets the job done. Is this that one? I don't remember what this is called. I don't care about this fucking game. XCOM 2 is a lot of fun. Good game. Polished. I'll throw that in the A tier. V Rising so far has been pretty fun. We'll see where we end up with that. The Riftbreaker game was solid, but like short gameplay, not as interesting. I'll B tier this one. Forager is actually really good. I think this Forager is underrated. It's like it has all the autism grinding and shit, but like you can clear 100% of the achievements in this game in like 3 days. So I mad props to that. I think The Last Spell is fun so far, but they need to polish their shit up a lot. So why is Binding of Isaac and I don't like Binding of Isaac, and I don't like the fan base. I don't know. It seems like an okay game. I just don't care that much about it. It was kind of boring for me, but. Yesterday, your streamer tier list came in my recommendations yesterday, and it was literally unhinged, no meme. What was that about? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Does Terraria Calamity get a different ranking from Vanilla? Vanilla Terraria is really good. The Calamity mod is really good too, though. You plan on playing the Factory expansion when it comes out? Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Ain't it funny? You with him, you say you love me. I've been trying to get away for some time. Part ways with the life I chose. Take back.
Oh, that Vanilla Opinions guy finally blocked me after our last Twitter fight. He got so ass rattled. What was it? Does anybody remember what it was over? Fuck. It was some objectively stupid shit.
What's mine, but it's all good. Ain't it funny? You with him, you say you love me. Thoughts stay here in my mind. Then you just act like it's all fine. Mixed signs, sick of trying, but it's all good.
Oh, it was when they thought they could call that Republican candidate a fag. Or no, it wasn't even. It was a Democratic candidate. And they were unironically defending it. What the fuck? This is okay. Jesus. Did you see Anthony Fantano reveal the latest Ankh track? No, what? Does he? Wait, Link.
I'm done. That's it. I'm quit. I'm sorry. You can play more later. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to play anymore.
Obama now.
I'm done. That's it. I'm quit. I'm sorry. You can play more later. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to play anymore.
Yeah. All right, we have this new one from Uncle Adams over here. The Canadian Phenom is back with a kind of a rough around the edges banger. I mean, the mix is off, but I will say this. It seems like Uncle Adams is lyrically trying to, move away from some of the stereotypical, overly competitive bars and lyricism that he's been known for up until this point. And he's spitting over like some weird chiptunes production. It's actually kind of a cool little direction for him to take the track in. I mean, it's messy. It's obviously far from perfect, but it's something. It's something.
Wow. Yep. Ankh is on the rise. What am I... Okay, that's it. Now, mute links on. Stop. Too much, guys. Jesus.
Everybody agreed that segregation was the worst thing this country ever did. Everybody agreed that segregation was the worst thing this country ever did.
Okay. Stop. Fuck. That's so good. Wait, is there a guy shooting to the left? Oh. Hello?
Okay, how about this time? Hey.
How about you turn your video off? I don't need to see you, okay? I get everything I need from you from your voice.
Okay.
Shut the video down. On Discord.
Does that improve anything?
We'll see. Give it a sec. Okay, talk to me.
Okay. Mic.
Oh.
Check. How clear am I?
Is you on... What is your internet connection like? Talk to me.
That's the confusing part. Everything else is going great on my computer.
What kind of computer do you have? Like, is there a chance that your computer is lagging? That it's like you're overloading your shit if you're trying to record? Like, push.
There's a chance, but I've just used this multiple times in the past, and it's big.
Try pushing like Control-Shift-Escape, click Performance, and then look and see if anything is getting maxed out.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know how to look at this. What the heck?
Wait, it's okay. Control-Shift-Escape, click Performance, and then on the left side, does it say, like, is your CPU at like 100% or anything, or?
No, right now it's at in the 80s.
In the 80s?
Yeah, 80%.
It sounds like something is getting fucked. Is this like a laptop or?
Yeah, a laptop. That's so weird.
Okay, you're recording video right now, right? Are you using OBS?
I'm using OBS, but I'm not recording video.
If your thing is at 80% right now, you don't even have anything going on. Sounds like your CPU is like overloaded right now. If I had to guess, that's what the problem is.
Okay.
Do you have any, do you want to like restart your laptop, or do you have a bunch of programs open, or?
It's pretty stripped down. But I definitely want to make sure it's high quality if we do a chat, of course. That's so weird. Because I did this exact same, setup, obviously, the last few times I've done Discord calls.
Well,
can you try turning off the camera for me? Is that a thing?
Sure. Are you like?
Does that make any difference?
Oh, hello. Is this better?
Hey.
Hi.
'Cause I remember the last few. I haven't seen the other person.
Oh, maybe that's the difference then. Is your laptop like plugged in to the wall right now, or is it just? Wait, Destiny. Wait, what happened? Wait, why'd you say that, Rage Pope? Are you looking at my Bitcoin wallet or something, or?
Oh. Is my laptop plugged in like to a charger?
Yeah. Is it plugged into the wall or?
Yeah.
Oh.
But right now, do I sound?
No, it sounds better now.
Oh.
Okay.
Good. I want my camera, because this is how. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
You can see me?
Loud and clear, bud.
Sweet. And yeah, I just prefer to have myself be seen,
Okay. Does that mean you want my stream to see you?
Yes.
Okay, bud. I can do that for you, alright?
Awesome. Oh, sweet. I'm so glad we solved that. Thank you for being patient.
I am nothing if not patient, especially with people that are center left or far left, so hold on. Okay. You're here.
Good?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for having me. And I'll just jump right into the first topic that I was interested in discussing. For your viewers, I'm sure a lot of them saw your reviewing of my debate with Wash.
Okay.
But kind of give a
wait.
reading of
Let's
my-
wait. How you doing, man?
Oh wow. I'm doing good. I just to adapt to Maryland and I'm reading a whole big concert and about book evaluation and actually Joe Biden shook 1,100 bid demands.
Okay, hold on. If you're this is not working. It's a little bit laggy, I would say. Hello? Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Oh,
was just
wait. Okay, it's back. I think. Is there a chance if you feel your laptop? Maybe is it really hot right now?
No.
If you're dragging your mouse across the stream, does it seem like your laptop is lagging? Or the thing is, I can't tell right now if it's your laptop is lagging or if your computer, or I'm sorry, if your laptop is lagging or your internet connection is lagging. But only you can know that. Like you just have to.
everything. That's so weird. Because yeah, usually when there's problems, it shows up and operating my computer otherwise. But right now, everything's going super fast except for this. I can try switching.
On the bottom
Wi-Fis.
left, is there like a weird symbol in Discord that shows that like you're having connectivity problems or something? Or
Mm-mm.
let me try something.
Does it make any difference? I switched Wi-Fi's.
What? Yeah, hold on. Now, if you did you do this like 20 seconds ago?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was just your internet. What do you mean you switched Wi-Fi's? How many different Wi-Fi's do you have in your house?
We have 2.
Why? Is it just like a middle-class white person thing? You guys have run multiple networks, or?
Oh,
hold on. This one's lagging now. Okay.
I think it's hearing.
Okay, I think okay. The problem I think is your internet then. Can you go to another room or move like a router around or
That's weird. It's so crisp. You can. Oh.
I think maybe there's like too many walls between him and his Wi-Fi or some weird shit like that is going on. That's if I had to guess. Is it faster to just mine with your sword? Bro, are you Morbin? Kind of sounds like it. Tristan the Vampire Hunter. Is there a way to tell if I have their blood or not? Jesus, chill, bro. 62? Oh, I don't think I do have this guy's blood. Hit me. Wow, nice. Fucking. Probably don't, but look at the blood altar at press Q. Okay, fuck you. Dude, is he fucking input reading me? Ooh! Okay, I give up. You're too good for me. Goodbye.
Ooh, now it's saying we have... I actually do see bars that tell us how good the connection we have. Do I sound good now? Same.
You know, you seem okay, but I'll have to wait a second to see.
Okay.
Did you... what? Can you just, like, get closer to your Wi-Fi or move, like, a router around or something, or...?
That would... I wouldn't really know. I don't know. Because I know...
You wouldn't really know... Wait, what are you... Hold on. What are you saying? You have a device in your house somewhere that emits internet, yes? A router?
A router, yes.
Wait, how old are you?
No. That's not the... I'll tell you, but it's not a lack of knowledge about how Wi-Fi works. It's just I've seen when we will disconnect it. Like, you know, if I were to move the router and plug it in somewhere else, then it has to restart and there'd be a whole debacle.
Okay.
And then if I had moved rooms, I would look all uggo. I want to have all my lights and stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, and just to clarify, I'm pretty sure it's definitely the same Wi-Fi network. We just have like an extension, so it throws the connection through a cord to another router, so that it can be better.
Okay, whatever you say, bud.
But this last like 30 seconds has been good.
So far, yeah.
Oh, good. Yay! I think we solved the issue. But yeah, back to Joseph. Did you hear what I said about Biden?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay, so I went to Annapolis, Maryland over the weekend.
Okay.
Or over the last week.
Okay.
And the Naval Academy is in Annapolis. That's why we went there. My brothers are both at the Naval Academy, and my oldest was graduating.
Mm-hmm.
And at the graduation ceremony, usually the president or vice president speaks. And so this time, Joe Biden spoke. And then something they don't normally do, but he did, which was super cool, is he stood and shook all 1,100 midshipmen's hands like as I walked across the stage.
1,100? Jesus.
1,100 handshakes. So my brother got to like shake his hand and all that type of stuff.
Cool.
But it was a moment of like made me more fond to Biden. Even though it's not the biggest thing in the world, but it was just kind of cool.
Well, cool. Okay. Well, what's up? What do you want to chat about?
Okay, good. Now we can jump into the meat. So for your viewers, they may have seen me, but if not, my name's Luke Beasley. I gotta plug my channel, Luke Beasley on YouTube, Beasley. I pretty recently started it, last few months, and before that, obviously, was a viewer of Destiny and a bunch of other people, and thought I would start my own thing. And you asked how old I was. I'm 19, so
gotcha.
Trying to get started.
Cool.
Started fresh, young. But I reached out to Vosh after his Republicans are evil and they want to kill everybody take, and just emailed him. He got back and we did that debate that you obviously reviewed. But then I thought it'd be interesting just to kind of give or discuss with you. It was super annoying. So after the debate, the main message that was communicated to me over and over and over by all of his followers who had watched it was like, I can't believe you think the Republican Party isn't dangerous and you just want to work with them, and I can't believe that you don't believe in people's right, like self-defense, or we shouldn't, you know, be able to defend ourselves if there was ever a genocide or something like that.
Yeah.
Which obviously I hope was clear that was not my message, but from your perspective, obviously it was clear. Did I make myself clear enough that I was just saying I don't think the level of violent rhetoric that he was.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously,
saying.
it's it's the position that I have as well, right? So of course, I agree.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't mean you agree with me. I'm saying you agree with, or you think that was clear in our conversation.
Yeah, but I mean, Bosch is trying to obfuscate as much as possible so that he can maintain like the air of, or the plausible deniability, right? It's kind of like what the crypto fascist people did in like 2016, 2017. You never directly call for violence. You just like walk people right up to the cliff, basically.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I saw just before I came on, you were kind of going through some Nazi Germany history.
Oh,
that
sure.
was the other big point that people screamed at me, was that I wasn't read up enough on fascist history.
Gotcha. None of them are as well, just in case you don't. I don't know if you've learned that or not, but anytime anybody screams about history or books online. So here's something that I've noticed. If somebody screams at you that you need to read history, or you need to or you don't understand something, they don't understand it. Because when people know something that you don't, they're generally pretty eager to share the information. Like when I get things wrong, which I do a lot, people will email me or they'll communicate like, hey, this is a thing and like you should be aware of this and that and that and that. People will say it. But if somebody just says like, oh, you're wrong, you need to read X or whatever, they don't know what they're talking about. They probably just read headlines and they don't know enough to like really push back on what you're saying, but they don't like the narrative that you're giving. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and so the funny thing is that's exactly what I found out very quickly, because someone was spamming whenever I was live streaming. You didn't know your history and blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, just you want to come on and explain to me what I didn't know? And so then they came on and just beep bop boop, said a bunch of stuff that meant nothing and definitely didn't make me go, oh, that's the history that I had a gap in. And so with that all being said, moving past the actual discussion, what it made me think about with you is I do hear you discredit effectively other people's hyperbolic belief about where the country is currently, but I haven't heard as much of your view on how dire of a situation we're in. And so
relating to LGBT issues, not dire at all. I think we've made an ungodly amount of progress. That sounds weird. I shouldn't say ungodly. That sounds, because it makes it sound like degenerate. But we made a ton of progress over the past like 10, 20 years on like trans stuff. Like it's unreal.
Yes.
Where the conversation is right now in the United States. I think we've made like unbelievably great progress. So the idea that it's dire or whatever is just strange. It's a very young person view, I guess. When like trans people weren't even part of the national discourse 10 years ago. The only place we saw them was like on reality TV shows and shit. In the worst ways possible. But today, like the conversations have gotten way better. Things have gotten way better.
They definitely have. But you also recognize, so just so you know, I'm not thinking there's a genocide of LGBTQ people coming. So I'm not holding that opinion. But I do see in a few different areas, sometimes you'll take a huge step forward and then a smaller percent of your population takes a huge step back. And so there's like a huge backlash, because I think we would have said, wow, this is one of the things people said was, wow, Barack Obama got elected. Look how far we've come, which was true. And then you saw a little bit of a backlash where people felt it was time to be even more overt in their racism and stuff. I see a similar thing with now that most of America is more accepting of LGBTQ people in general, but then like you were saying, trans people specifically, there is a hotter, more vicious rage about that group in the public discourse as kind of a backlash to it.
Yeah, a little bit, but like the rage is like the rage is so good. Like what we're fighting over now is like insanely positive. Like 20 years ago, trans people only existed to be the butt of jokes, and now the debate is over whether or not they can compete fairly as a collegiate athlete. Like that shows an unbelievable amount of progress in the conversation. I understand it feels uncomfortable because you see how passionate people get over these like niche culture issue things, but like it shows a massive amount of progress in terms of where the conversations are, Like
totally.
Like it would be like arguing like, oh, like look at like we're trying to debate whether or not gay people should be allowed to be married, Well, in the past we debated whether or not gay people should be burned at the stake, So I think like yeah, like there are definitely still problems. Like people are fighting over things, but like I think even the things we're fighting about today are way more positive than what we would have been fighting about like 10 or 20 years ago.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I had a point, but I forgot it. And then I guess what I want to kind of get a pulse off of you on is, in general, like you zeroed in on LGBTQ people. But in general, we do see super scary, less kind of historically common things happening, such as the 2020 anti-democratic stuff from Trump and a very real plan to at least attempt to keep him in power with the, what was it, Green Bay sweep or whatever, where they would recognize the alternate slate of electors and all that type of stuff. And it didn't wreck their party. Like, that story came out and now the Republican Party is in shambles. Trump's super popular still and all that stuff that you know. And so while I think we both recognize stoking people up to think it's time to like start fighting or going after Republican politicians, making a comparison to preemptively striking Hitler and then saying, you know, we're in a similar place in America, is too far. But there is a really scary anti-democratic move of the Republican Party that we haven't seen. Like if Bush in 2000, the courts went the opposite way, he would have conceded. I have no doubt. But we could see in 2024 and 2028, because they're still very popular, the Republican Party, like a similar thing if they lose, where they try to maintain power. So what's your sense of how, like, end of the country fear that is?
Yeah, so the issue that we're having right now, I think broadly speaking, is a lack of trust in our institutions. This is something I've kind of argued about in the past, but like, if you lose trust in your institutions, then society necessarily collapses. The institutions are what keep us like functional as a society. So anybody that's involved in the like denigration of our institutions, I think is culpable for things like the big lie. And that's kind of the thing that I've been pushing back the most on, are people that are basically saying like, oh, like voting is pointless and like, you know, nothing matters and it's all like we got to take arms and blah, blah, blah. Because like at that point, like, yeah, I mean, like if you really do truly believe that our institutions are completely fucked, I mean, that's kind of like the only step left. So that's generally what I push back on when I hear people saying shit about like how everything is fucked. And then like the attacking of the institutions is kind of a big part of populism. And so that's one of the reasons I push back against like populists. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I agree with that. But and so I guess you're saying there's no reason to put focus on. Well, are you saying that the democracy could come to an end? Rhetoric is hurtful.
Yes. But I mean, it's kind of self-fulfilling. If people believe that democracy is coming to an end, then I mean, it probably will come to an end. Because as people lose faith in institutions and participate in them less and trust them less, then those institutions that kind of get their power from the trust of the people will necessarily begin to crumble, and then everything gets kind of fucked.
To me, though, whenever I talk about the next election and stuff like that, it's, look, the Republican Party wants, I'm not saying it's inevitable that democracy could crumble, but much of the Republican Party's actions could deteriorate our democracy and cause it to weaken, if not completely kind of be in shambles. So that's why we have to participate so impactfully and aggressively in the democracy.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay. The next thing, well, to stick on that a little bit longer, let me think of how I want to phrase this. So, okay, what's the balance that you feel needs to be struck between giving up on our institutions, which I agree is how society falls? You need trust in the institutions to an extent, for sure. But when elements, or they are failing you in certain ways,
you critique the institutions. Just don't make the institutions sound like irredeemable or the problem sound intractable. Because when a problem becomes intractable, when there's nothing you can do to fix the problem, then people will either stop participating in the institutions, or like things like violence become essentially like necessary.
Okay, cool. All right, the next thing, I've heard you mention a little bit about Citizens United, and part of what I want to do in this discussion that I think will be interesting is you do obviously tons of conversations and stuff like that, but sometimes spend more time arguing against something than like laying out your own policy views. So I'm super interested to hear some of your own policy positions, and one of those is on kind of money and politics and that topic, because I've heard you say before you had a clear position on that and then read more into it, and we're kind of like, maybe this narrative was a little bit wrong on that particular case and how we finance elections. So can you summarize kind of that arc?
Yeah, I don't think money in politics is anywhere near as big a deal as a lot of people make it seem. I just don't. When I actually, it's intuitively it feels correct, but when I search for evidence of that, I don't have any evidence of that. I can't find it anywhere. I can't find all these huge policies that like lobbyists and shit push that normal people are opposed to. So
what about the opposite?
What about what?
Policies that would be very popular that are.
Yeah, I can't think of any. If you can think of any, I'd be curious. But I think that a lot of people feel like this is a thing that happens, but what actually ends up happening is the policies are nowhere near as popular as people think they are. And people get confused as a result of that, either because they're seeing like different types of polling data or, or whatever. Like, yeah.
Because an example of this is gun control. Because that has been in the public discourse a lot lately. I've heard a lot of people cite how much each one of these individual Republican politicians gets in contributions from the NRA and this, that, and the other. And then, like you were saying with polling, you look at, okay, this issue has even a majority among Republicans support. I think it was universal background checks, but yet Republican politicians are against it. And then it makes sense when you ask the question why, search up how much they get from the NRA. Oh, that could be why they stand against something that's so popular.
So I think the only times that I can see lobbyists or campaign contributions making any sort of impact is when people don't care that much about the issue. I don't think that Republicans feel very strongly that we need gun control. I think that if you poll people, they might say that like, oh yeah, like, you know, universal background checks are okay. That seems like an okay thing. But I don't know if there are any Democrats that are trying to put up bills that just have universal background checks. I really have to run all the way back because it always seems like they push for a little bit more. And then I don't know if, even if they're in favor of that, I don't know if they would support legislation for that because it usually leads to more. This is what, and like polling is very difficult too because of these types of decisions that voters will make. And the second thing too is that national polling on every issue is totally irrelevant. You have to go break down like the district by district or state by state because that's where the support's coming from. The nation doesn't vote on things legislatively. It's going to be individual senators and people in the House.
Fraud moves to replace electors without delegitimizing institutions.
I do think generally something I get so enraged with listening to other progressive commentators and other progressive discourse is the lack of understanding in that particular area. Because while I do think a lot of people find things like universal health care, higher wages and stuff appealing, the nuance of the discussions makes you less maybe
agreeable. It's kind of, I like to point to
you feel less hopeless about the mission whenever you realize, oh wait, actually people aren't really pushing that hard for this generally. And so it's not that, oh, everyone wants this and the politicians are so corrupt they're not doing it. It's like we just have to get more public support for something. Like that makes me more hopeful if the reason something's not getting passed is because it genuinely doesn't have that much support among the people. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Right. And so one of the things I hear tons of people kind of the way that they frame these issues is, look, polling shows everyone wants universal health care, but yet the politicians don't do it. And I bet if you did break it down really specifically, like you were saying, the way that our government is set up representation wise, it probably pans out to be about right if you look at polling per state, per district, based on congressmen or senators.
Yeah, and you also have to, depends on how you poll around questions too. So like there was a whole bunch of back and forth that we did relating to healthcare where like I think the one that polled, because progressives always say universal healthcare polls at like 72%. And the question you ask about universal healthcare there is like, do you think that the government should provide health insurance for anybody in the United States that can't afford it? I think that question polls at like 72%. But if you ask, should the government prohibit private healthcare and be the sole provider of coverage, that polls at 24%. It's like a 50-point swing in opinion. So like how you poll around these issues and what you ask is going to determine a lot of the times where people's support is for a given thing. It just kind of depends on, yeah, you can get lost in the weeds there, you know?
Yeah, the lack of clarity on that particular, because I haven't seen the 24 you're talking about, but I have seen huge discrepancies in the healthcare question, but then also specifically with abortion. If you look at, I think maybe you've gone over this, or polling on people's views if they're pro-choice or pro-life is hilarious. Because yeah, I think you did cover this when you were doing one of those lawyer discussions, maybe. If you ask, like, do you support Roe v. Wade, it'll be one number, but it drops way down if you ask specifically, do you support, and then what Roe v. Wade outlined. So you're asking the same question, just one with the label of Roe v. Wade and one with actually specifying what Roe v. Wade.
Like if I were to poll and ask the question, like, do you think that a private company should be able to pay a public radio station to advertise a documentary within 60 days of an election, even if that documentary might be critical of a politician? That would probably poll way higher than if I ask people, like, do you agree with the outcome of Citizens United, which would poll very lowly. Because people, even though I'm describing the Citizens United case, right, that just is, it just is what it is, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but some of the things that the Citizens United case wore away were actually good in my mind. Like, they had restrictions and limits on how much corporations could spend on politics and stuff like that, which I don't see why that would be hurtful. Like, why can't
the issue is just that, like,
how much one entity can dump into a election makes a lot of sense.
Well, but but those caps still exist. The issue is, like, if you wanted to do your own, like, funded, like, documentaries and whatnot, like, and the issue is whether we think it's good or bad. I can understand that, but that the Supreme Court isn't there to answer whether it's good or bad. It's whether or not it's constitutional. And man, being able to ban somebody from advertising their documentaries about political speech seems like it is literally the largest possible infringement you could ever have on freedom of speech. That seems like wild with respect to the First Amendment. Now, like, should there be some reasonable restrictions drawn up or something? Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if that's for the Supreme Court to decide. Seems like that's probably for Congress to decide.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah, that's
the hardest area too.
Yeah, it is.
Because for Congress to act on that, they would have to be sort of acting against the politician's own interests, which is the case in a lot of
maybe. But keep in mind, a politician's interest is always to get reelected, right? So if it does have genuinely large support in the public, and it seems like it was an electorally important issue, you would expect politicians to move on it. That would be the expectation,
right? So that's the core, gets to the core of what I've decided is kind of my political project, and that's actual political engagement. And for me, I'm going to focus on younger people, but generally in every conversation, and as we're talking about things, is borne out in data as well, with the inconsistencies in polling just based on phrasing. I really do believe one of the root issues of a lot of the problems that progressives lay out is the lack of motivation of people. Because at the end of the day, as much as we scream about corporations and the billionaires controlling everything, which they obviously do have a lot of power because people aren't paying attention, so they're just swayed by whichever sign or TV ad they see the most of, and so money plays a big role. But at the end of the day, like you're saying, for a politician to stay in power or get in power, they actually have to have a bunch of people put their name down, and it's individuals who have complete agency over their own decision making. And so if way more of America was very, very engaged, they could see past like a pouring in of money for a bunch of political ads.
Sure, which they have also. Like, I feel like the last few election cycles needs to show people that it's not just a matter of money buying elections, right? In the last Democratic primary, we had 2 billionaires get crushed, right? Steyer he is a billionaire, is he not? Steyer, the guy that ran on he was obliterated. And then Bloomberg, through a lot of money spending, was able to get ahead before anybody knew who he was. But as soon as he rolled around to those states' primaries, he got obliterated. Bloomberg was never competitive.
But
and then
there's
when we
a
look
huge
at,
difference between Sorry, you can finish.
I'm just saying, like, it's not as simple as just spending money. Like, we can say that, like, maybe it can help in areas for sure, but I think that should put to rest the idea that you can just buy an election. Because if you could, it would have been the 2 billionaires that won it, and not fucking Joe Biden, who's, like, not to, like, repeat his talking points, but, like, probably one of the poorest senators, right? Joe Biden is not the guy who has all the money and all the establishment backing in order to win an election, compared to how much money. Jesus, Bloomberg spent so much money in advertising. And then even in some elections around the country, we've seen Nina Turner, I think, lose twice now after, like, pretty massively outspending her opponent. I think people have to be careful that, like, a lot of money
outspent her opponent.
In the first election, yes, she massively outspent. It was almost 2-1, I think. She outspent her opponent, and she got crushed for it. I think it happened in the second time as well. I need to go and look, but I know for the first time, yeah, she outspent it pretty hardcore. People need to get this idea that, like, it might be that, you know, instead of it's just like money is winning the elections, it might be that, like, well, some people are, like, genuinely just pretty popular, and that's why they raise more money. You know, like Trump and Bernie both raised a fuck ton of money off of small donors because of the type of support they have.
Okay,
right?
so
yeah.
but that
okay, yeah,
you brought up Nina Turner, which does kind of push back against what I'm about to say.
Sure, go for it.
But on the Democratic primary examples, I do think there's a big difference. I'm more comfortable with presidential elections, like with how they've turned out. Obviously not with how they turned out in relation to the people's views. And so, like you said, the billionaires weren't able to buy the election. Trump, who wasn't the most like corporate money, big business money, billionaire money friendly candidate, also dominated the primary and all that type of stuff. So the reason I think that is, though, is you have a humongous megaphone and access when you're running for president, and you're in the debates. Like Bloomberg got just absolutely destroyed in those debates when he finally like showed up to them, and the eyeballs are gonna be on you. Whereas a lot of these congressional elections and even some senatorial ones, there really isn't that much national press where every person who keeps up with politics at all is gonna know who you are and kind of your general message.
Only for a couple
so I think
of huge
it's a little
ones,
bit easier to just slam people with ads if you can raise more money from less donors, if it's not like a small dollar situation, and then kind of just purely out of name recognition when even if you're the less popular candidate. But it's overstated. I do agree with that. And I think if the goal of progressives could be to genuinely bring over more people where they're well read on politics and engaged and agree with your opinions, that's going to be the quickest way to get what we want, rather than thinking there's this cabal of people preventing us from it, you know?
Yeah.
And that's my whole thing. Like, sometimes I know the way I talk comes off super naive, but I genuinely believe in like a progressive movement that could be built if it was correctly led.
Yeah, for sure. It's possible. It just seems like they're very misguided at the moment for a number of reasons. But I think that progressive ideas would genuinely be incredibly popular across the vast majority of the country if they could get their messaging right. Like guaranteeing some like basic level of economic freedom and opportunity to Americans should be something that most people can get on board with. But they just like they've buried themselves into these like incredibly niche social issues, and just like everything is just like just so dumb. Yeah, I think they've squandered a lot of the goodwill they had post Bernie, just getting like hyper. I think the movement is probably too young, probably too white, and very out of touch with where the American voting population is. Maybe not with younger kids, but with the people that vote, I just think they're very, very, very out of touch.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And that's what I've heard you talk about anytime you go into a discussion with a conservative or just somebody that you're trying, or even just like a moderate that you're trying to
appeal to, bring
over to your views. You have to first start by apologizing for a million stupid things that the left does. I've experienced that, but then also I've just experienced this wild misunderstanding, or maybe it's just them hearing from the wrong people who claim to be progressive of what I would be advocating for. So they'll hear, oh, I heard you're progressive, like I'm sure, and then they list off all these crazy ideas that they think I'm gonna believe, or at least the framing of all the ideas.
Yeah.
And when I sit down, I'll say I probably have more in my like family slash family friend category. So people I grew up with, more conservatives. And so I just am constantly in discussions with conservatives, and it's always interesting because as long as they're not like super rooted into Trump, kind of like the Trump cult thing, anyone else, even if they voted for Trump, listens to how the way I lay out my views in the kind of a detached from all the labels way, and they're like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't see why we couldn't figure out like a better healthcare system, or I don't know why we couldn't try to manage college costs, whatever it is.
Yeah, for sure.
But just the branding or messaging or attached issues, it's like, oh, you're for universal healthcare, so you're probably someone who believes in these other things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the attaching of like if you're like a trans person or like a social worker, or not social worker, if you're a trans person or a sex worker on like Twitter today, like you're also a socialist. It's like it's necessary. You have to be bought into like those ideas. And it's so easy for somebody to hear you advocate for something like, oh, should be fine, but then they instantly associate you with like 52 other like insane issues, you know? It used to be that traditionally the Democratic Party would have trouble being associated with things like gun control, for instance. That was like, I think, really toxic to a lot of the Democratic Party. Be like, oh, you seem like a cool guy, you want all this, but like you also probably want to take away all of our guns, so fuck you. You know, like people that in the past, that's what people would like instantly get rid of you on. And now it'll be like culture war issues, depending on, I guess, you know, what particular thing you're arguing about. Yeah.
But then here's where I have a really hard mental battle. So you know, on certain what you would call like niche issues that are still important, you're going to have a harder time bringing someone over if you put the emphasis on those. So let's take, for example, like trans issues. A lot of people who would very quickly be like, universal, I'm thinking of, I was just talking to a family member and she was like, I don't see why if all these other countries are doing it, why we couldn't have universal health care. I was like, hey. And she had voted Republican her whole life.
Sure.
But then she said, but it seems like, and then she talked about all these things that progressives push for in relation to trans people. Now, the biggest issue was she had a misunderstanding of what's being pushed for, but then she had actual anecdotes of kind of too far type stuff. But then what I struggle with is I also care about the trans issues, and I also want to defend trans people whenever people go after them, and that's also important, even if it's less broadly impacting. So like, how do you balance, oh, trans people are right now a part of the public discourse way more, like, and so they're being attacked way more, so I feel like I need to defend them, but I can't, if I spend so much time talking about them, now all these people turn off their ears to all these other issues I want to advocate for.
I mean, I think you can defend trans people in very basic ways. Honest to God, like, I think that for most, I think given the opportunity to talk to most conservatives, I think I can get them on board with like what the vast majority of trans people want. I'm just not going to be able to get them on board with like deerkin and like other genders and like autism gender and all the crazy like the esoteric, you know, weird shit that like the crazy activists ask for, you know? But like for the vast majority of conservatives, I'm pretty sure that if I can get them in a conversation like, hey, say you got a trans person, you know, they work, they pay their taxes, like they want to do their shit, I think most of them will be like, listen, you're a fucking adult. Now the child thing is going to be harder, understandably. I still think I can get them on child thing. That'll be harder. But I think most of them will just be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, as long as you're paying taxes, you're doing your work, whatever, and a doctor signs off on it, fuck it, you know? The more the religious they are, obviously, the more complicated this conversation could potentially get. But yeah, but it's only when you get into like weird stuff where like, you know, like some progressives aren't willing to say like, you know, like what is a woman, and like, oh well, I don't know, like they never have like a straight out answer for that question. Or when you're in areas where they're like I think that there's no difference between trans women and cis women. Or when you get into weird areas like that, then you look bad, and now all of a sudden it's like you're moving into indefensible positions because you're getting associated with all the other like more radical shit. Yeah,
definitely. And then I have a really hard time. There's stuff that you can say that's just logical and most people would agree with, but it's like so stained with it being a right-wing talking point that I have a hard, like I don't want to concede that territory, even though an aspect of what they're saying is true. So an example of this is one of the things that this family member kept bringing up was like, well, why does a kindergartner need to be told like about trans people if they couldn't even really conceptualize that in schools? And like, isn't that all that the Florida bill is trying to do? And I was explaining, well, no, that's not all it's trying to do. But yeah, I guess we don't have to proactively starting super like in kindergarten because do we even talk about that type of stuff normally in kindergarten? I don't think
No,
so.
yeah, the reason why those bills are bad gets into like a little bit kind of weirder like legal arguments. It's kind of harder to break down,
but then if I feel myself going like, yeah, well, I guess it's okay to have teachers like not bring up certain topics super
I think
young.
that like what you have to do is you have to get conservatives on things that they believe in, because if you appeal to them in ways that they believe in, I think that generally I wish I had more conservatives I could argue with. So like when it comes to the schooling issue, if I had a real life conservative, this is what I would say. Okay, let's say I get like the gayest governor in the entire world. Do I want this guy making school policy for my local school? Probably not. I think that the people that are making the decisions about the local school it should be the school superintendents. It should be the people in your district. It should be the parents when they show up at those meetings, right? Like we should push back on the DeSantis bill, not because we think that all kids should be taught trans issues or whatever, but because like these are decisions that I think should be made by school boards, okay? Not by like politicians or, state officials or whatever. I think that's kind of silly. And I think that like if you push the issue from that end, I feel like I could get Republicans, or at least some conservatives to agree. Like, yeah, sure, I guess. Like I should be able to show up, and as long as you are being genuine and you would reserve that right, that freedom, that if you do want to go to your school board and you want to say, hey, I don't want this stuff taught, then fine. Then at the very least you can get them away from supporting kind of like the overwhelming like state legislative body trying to dictate curriculum to children,
Totally. Just to be clear for your audience, I forget sometimes that people don't already know my positions ahead of time. I'm super for, and one of the things I just recently tweeted out was early sex education. This is shifting to the banning of the sexual orientation talk. But in general, like early sex ed that talks about recognizing sexual assault and stuff like that is super good at getting kids to report and preventing sexual assault. And they're in some states trying to ban talking about sex ed in elementary school, which is super important, all that type of stuff. And I'm also super pro like discussing and supporting and letting teachers like make it known to their students that, hey, if you do have questions about being trans, or you do have questions about being gay, you can come to me. I'm great with all that. I don't have any problem. But one of the pieces of what she was saying was like, I was like, oh, okay, that's reasonable. If you just don't want it to be in the curriculum that you teach a kindergartner, like an issue that's sort of complex for that age. But then, of course, what I explained to her was, I can see that, great, but this bill is trying to do something completely different, which was crossing that boundary of the state coming in and telling you, like you said, what you can and cannot, really explicitly about a particular issue, taking off the table, but then also making it so vague that teachers are super afraid of, oh, can I even mention that like I'm maybe trans, or can I even mention that I have a husband if I'm a guy, and there's a lot of like borderline unconstitutionally vague language in there. So all of that I'm very much against, and I
always
talk about that.
Unless you're talking to like a very specific breed of conservative, never bring up the Constitution. Nobody cares about the Constitution. Conservatives definitely don't care about the Constitution. Progressives absolutely don't give a fuck about the Constitution. Don't ever bring up the Constitution argument. Nobody actually cares about the Constitution. That's literally reserved for the domain of Supreme Court justices and like some hardcore quasi-constitutionalist conservatives who oftentimes also don't care about the Constitution. So don't ever bring that up.
But I think that I hear what you're saying, but when trying to explain why, like if you can't get them to agree that the state shouldn't be specifically calling out LGBTQ issues and saying don't talk about those, and then leaving it super vague, like if you can't just in principle, which that's even something that people have a hard time with, just principles, but get them to agree with you on that, then I feel like at least trying to push them on, hey, this might not even be something that he can legally do, might be.
Well, but I mean, he almost certainly legally can do it, right? The education of like comes from the power of the state and the state assembly and everything, right? Like they're going to be able to make whatever rulings they want, I would imagine, right? That's literally where I'm pretty sure like the state education gets its power from the state legislature and all of that, and the state government. So there's like no reason not to. I can't. I've never heard like that legally it's not even possible for them to do it. I don't think it's been charged on.
So then I guess your answer to my earlier question is just, well, you can defend and you can talk about these issues without going into areas that make people.
I just try to hit people like in the areas that you know that they agree on. Like Republicans generally don't like the government intervening in their community things, so appeal on those grounds, right?
If
you had a hardcore progressive governor, do you think he should be?
They don't really care about that either.
What do you mean?
like Republicans care about that when it's something they disagree with. They're very fine with the government.
A little bit, but I think that Republicans do tend to be more community oriented than people on the left. So if you appeal to them on that community oriented thing, then you can probably, get them. Like people that like have houses and live in like suburbs with their kids, like do have a greater investment in their community than liberals that like live in apartments, work tech jobs. They absolutely do. Like these parents will be going. I've been to a few of like the school meetings and shit. They do go. They do show up, and they will make their voice heard on those things. So I don't know. I think it's always good to appeal on those grounds.
Definitely. And then the other big thing that I think stands in the way of like building a really good progressive movement is, and this is what I give credit to Bernie for, is he was really good at framing his beliefs and his policy prescriptions in a way that like seemed honest and reasonable. Because when I talk to people who even think he's quote unquote radical, like Trump supporters, they'll say, but I like Bernie. He seems like a genuinely good person who just has radical views. I hear that so much. And he didn't get too distracted by like the culture wars and stuff like that. He kept bringing it back to the things he found super important. And so I think what I'm getting to is that is not done well at all by, and this is where I start thinking that people, especially online, who call themselves progressive, maybe don't actually care about succeeding as a movement or getting in power or getting the things done that we want to get done. And a lot of them just like it as like an
aesthetic,
club, group to be in. And it's even more fun if it's small because it's more exclusive and we know the proper lingo. And so what I see a lot is people that otherwise have a really good heart and like want to be supportive on certain issues, but have questions or might even say certain things that come off as like insensitive, they get shut down. And I laugh because people that I interact with who aren't online a bunch talk in a way that I'm like, I know what you're trying to say, and you're a good faith actor, and you could totally be moved over to be someone who's like voting for someone all the way to Bernie's level, but you would get wrecked if you were saying exactly what you're saying to me right now online. And I think we have to do a better job of like, while calling out people who are all of the things, racist, transphobic, all those things, homophobic, not making it so hard to be a
join the club
progressive,
yeah,
be woke, and join the club, exactly. Because I think
because I got like, if I'm talking to like conservative friends and they're looking at my conversation on the line of like, Destiny, okay, you are like insanely far left and people still call you transphobic or homophobic or whatever, like if that's what their appearance is, then it's like I'm fucked, okay? Because like, again, because I'm significantly to the left of like the vast majority of the United States on social issues, and if even I'm getting labeled like transphobic, then like there's problems, right? That like an average like conservative I'm talking to is, they have no hope. They're completely fucked,
Exactly. And I don't think people admit that we are changing the lines a lot.
Yeah,
like
very quickly too. Very quickly. Yeah.
For the last 50 years, we've been teaching and advocating for these issues, and you're still, insensitive. No, constantly we're changing what it means to be super, super sensitive on different stuff. And I think we did a better job of just kindly explaining. That's what I try to do. I made a video laying out like everything from my understanding currently about trans people and different important trans issues, and like addressing gender affirming care to children, because a lot of people have misunderstanding of that. And then when do surgeries happen, because I have a number of people who reached out and say, I watch your show, I don't really agree with you, but I like the way you structure it, so I still try to watch it. Who I was thinking of, like, oh, it'd be so good to have this explained to them so that their dishonest kind of right-wing leaders can't tell them a story that isn't actually true about what these groups are pushing for. But most people don't even try to do that. It's more fun to be like, I'm not going to explain it to you because only we know it. Only we know that like we've added a new letter to the acronym or whatever.
Sure.
And we're going to make fun of you for not. And so it's super hard to bring people over into the coalition because it's very exclusive, which I see you advocating about a lot.
Yeah, it feels that way sometimes, yeah.
Oh, this is big.
Okay.
You will be so selfish, Stephen. What is David Packman? Stephen Destiny, something middle name, but no. the 3rd.
Yeah.
If you just start doing video games and stop talking about politics. I saw you say that recently, that you might in a year.
Oh.
Stop talking about politics.
Conversation
that will be
is like
the most selfish move on your part.
Yeah, I know.
Ever.
The conversation is so boring. There's nobody intelligent here that's worth talking to. Like, it's all turned into like hyper ultra autistic virtue signaling. Like, nobody knows anything about any of the issues that they talk about. Like, it's like
okay.
It's just so it's so boring. It's so boring. I would bet money. I would bet money that if you were to ask the majority of people that complain about like Palestine and fucking Israel, that like if I were to give a map and have you label like the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and Israel, like I'm pretty sure most progressives would put the West Bank to the west of like the Gaza Strip, like unironically, like because it has West in the name. I don't think anybody knows any. Like when I debate Lance or anybody and I ask a basic question, no one's so it just feels so stupid. Like I feel like a fucking loser. Like why am I like even wasting my time reading or doing anything when none of these people even like know any of like the super basic things about what they're talking about. When Vosh is like screaming some dude down that apparently some huge history nerd about productivity, and he's talking about the effort that workers put in and how that makes them more productive. Like what? Like it's like what's even the point? I don't know. It just feels stupid.
You know, when I first heard about you,
wow.
You went on a live stream with David Pakman, who I currently at that point had been watching. I still do, but that's like, you know, it was before I had heard about you, and you came on and you pretty much said that exact same rant.
Maybe.
And the entire conversation, you were so pissed off. I was like, "Geez, who is this guy? He's so mad." But let me just explain to you. You don't have to like engage with people on that level though. A great example of that is David Pakman. He obviously keeps up with some stuff, talks to you, talks to other people, but doesn't like get up in the drama. I know y'all have two different complete styles. He's like a news guy and you're doing more conversation, debates type stuff. But you could talk about politics and engage with certain people without like having to deal with the annoying parts of online discourse.
Yeah, maybe that's why I'm saying I'm trying to do like an hour of news every day. Maybe I can start getting into just like covering news stuff instead of because like arguing with people and shit is literally fucking cancer today. Maybe.
And then also don't just like try to argue with people who are all wrapped up in it. Like you could find interesting people who aren't streamers or whatever that are more honest. Like Richard Wolf, y'all had agreed.
Is that actually Nick? Why would you donate this to my stream? Don't you have... There's no way that's actually him. Don't you have like a 500,000 viewer stream to cover today doing the Amber Heard shit? Sorry. Yeah, the Richard Wolf thing was fucking horrible. Jesus. Yeah.
No, but I'm serious. You do have to like try unplugging before completely throwing away the analogy's dead. But you get my point. Like, just try to change the way you cover politics before you completely go. Because here's what's going to happen. The, like, toxic, super uneducated, annoying parts of... that all seem to rise to the top for some reason, online figures-wise, are really good at scaring away people who don't like that. And so then all that's going to be left of progressive advocacy is... the people who like were pushing everyone away. So then it's all just toxic. And like a good example, like for example, okay, if you were dying right now, your channel wise, okay, no one's following you because everyone's getting pulled over to these more radical ideologies, and no one likes Destiny, and you're like, why am I even doing this anymore? Okay, that makes sense. But you're growing faster than all these people, right? On YouTube.
I mean, like, I'm growing decently, but it's not like a hugely explosive thing. But I mean, like, even if my channel was growing like massively, like, I still think the overwhelming amount of content that exists in the political spaces online is just kind of like hyper sensationalized bullshit. But
I agree with that, but that's just media in general.
Yeah, I know, but that's kind of like that's kind of the issue. Like, I think I've said this for like 5 years. Like, my idea was that like people would be doing like hardcore. Like, there's so much policy to debate in the United States. Like, even around this last shooting thing, there's a lot of interesting policy questions to be had relating to gun control in the United States. I think there's a lot, or police officer training in the United States, or police protocol. But like, none of those conversations are happening. It's like on the left, you've got people screeching about like fucking ACAB and like this is why we need to defund the police, etc., dumb shit, and get rid of all guns or whatever. And on the right, you've got people. I don't even know what they're screaming about this particular shooting. For the for the one in the Northeast, they were saying that like the guy was like a cross-dresser and he was radicalized by communism or whatever. And it's just like there's not even any actual conversation, even around like tragedies happening in the United States. There's not good conversation coming out of it. It's just people like shoehorning whatever their political pet project is into the particular thing. And it's like, okay, well, it's fucking it all. It's so AIDS.
Yes, and to me, who has like pretty much no platform yet, Luke B's on YouTube, that makes me think, oh my gosh, I have to be involved in, because I have to make this better. With you already have a huge platform. Doesn't that motivate you to make it bigger and make sure that your voice is still prominent instead of just completely bouncing and then
I mean, I don't know, maybe. I don't know. It's something I have to think about. I don't know. Keep in mind, I'm only human too, right? Like, what is my reputation or like my quote unquote legacy right now, right? I'm like the transphobic guy that got banned from Twitch because he hates trans people. And I also hate gay people. And I also am pro-rape. And I'm pro-victim blaming. Yeah. I mean, I think that the majority of people that engage with politics on Twitch probably think of me as like the pro-rapist, pro-slavery, anti-trans person, I think, because of people like Hassan and then people like Vosh. I think so, yeah.
I'll be honest, I engage with all of the
pro N-word sayer, yeah.
Different. Oh my god.
That one I am though. Sorry, go ahead.
Differently than a lot of people, so I'm not like hanging out in all these spaces trying to get caught up in drama. I just kind of do the bare minimum, upload stuff, and then run away so that I don't have to see a bunch of angry people. But think about like this is what's hard for me to understand. You're still super popular, so clearly a bunch of people think you're reasonable enough because
but like the online platforms have changed a lot too. Okay, so like 5 years ago, you kind of like lived in conservatives online 5 years ago, like their goal, the way that they functioned basically was that they were willing to talk to anybody, bully anybody, fight anybody, and they would try to like win on those grounds, either bullying you off the internet or trolling you enough or epically owning college kids via Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, destroying 18-year-old feminists on college campus, et cetera, et cetera. And that was kind of like the thing. So I could rise in that environment because there was a huge arena full of people that were like bloodthirsty for verbal combat. Like that's what everybody wanted to do, right? That's where all of my blood sports, like the Andy Warski shit, the Tonka Saw shit, the JF shit, the JonTron stuff, the Lawrence Southern stuff, like the Sargon, all of these people are like hungry for battle, right? Well, those people now, the kind of like the left's way of winning those battles online is to just get everybody banned and deplatformed. And that's the space that I occupy as the like next on the chopping block, because there is no desire to convert or to debate or to represent a viewpoint to the best of your abilities. Now winning an online, so for me back then, like winning an online debate or winning over somebody else means that like I made a convincingly better argument that was so good that like even your own fan base disagrees with you. Nowadays, what it means to win is that like I got that guy banned off YouTube. I was able to get him to disagree on this trans point. I got him on the trans athlete thing, got him banned on Twitch. Now I can do it. I try to get him banned here. Like that's the goal. Like to where eventually it's going to evolve to getting people like kicked out of their fucking apartments because certain like leasing companies won't rent apartments to people that have like politically extremist ideologies. And by politically extremist, I mean like you voted Republican. So like, yeah, I don't know. It seems like with the way that the goals and everything are changing, the lack of engagement from now, the predominant people online are like progressives. At least it seems that way, that are willing to engage in like conversations, but they don't want to engage in conversations with people that disagree with them. And then their goal, if you disagree with them, is to get you banned from everything. It's a totally mind-fucking and different environment. It's like, it's not even fun. Like, it's as dumb as it is. Like, that was my YouTube editor literally bullied me so hard over trans issues, where he was like, dude, you need to stop fucking talking about these things. It's not worth it. They're literally just going to bait you into getting banned. Like, he told me this for like months until it finally fucking happened. And it's like, it just feels so fucking stupid. So I have to like selectively pick what I talk about so that I don't say the wrong thing, so that people don't ban me, even though my views on trans people are, again, like to the left of like 98% of Americans. It's a totally different world. It's so annoying. Yeah.
I definitely recognize how annoying that is.
Yeah.
But, and I know you enjoy being edgy, so the part of it's like, I don't want to stop being me. But like, I can't imagine
whatever's about to come. Yeah, go ahead.
Just because of your pure views on trans people, it was probably the way that you.
Yeah, sure. Like I am a bit edgy, but again, hold on.
Point, but then he got all weird.
Again,
and, like,
though, I'm only human. Okay, so like for me to say something like, I think that like the online trans community are like fucking inbred degenerate fucks. Okay, I think that was the same when I said it might have gotten me banned, right? So like you're gonna say like, oh well, that seems kind of edgy. But meanwhile, on the other hand, you've got people like Ethan saying we need to bomb fucking Republican headquarters. You've got people like Vosh saying I want LGBT people to get guns so they can lean out of their house and shoot at like Republicans driving down the street. You've got people all over the fucking Twitterverse saying things like we need the Mayo side and fuck white people and, you know, burn down these businesses. And like you've got like when all of that shit is going, you got people like Hassan saying we need to drag landlords down the street, watch piggies get killed. And it's like, okay, in that media environment, like I'm supposed to feel bad about being a little edgy because the edge that I'm at right now is so toned back from where I was fucking like 7 years ago. Okay,
Wait, hold up. Okay, yes.
Like I'm getting in trouble for that. Whereas if I walk into any like left-leaning, I didn't even know there were slurs for Cuban people until I started debating progressives. And now people like Hassan will openly defend their entire chats, calling me Gusano and spamming it anytime like I'm brought up. Like what the fuck? But I'm supposed to be the one that has like the measured edge there. That's fucking bullshit. Like I'd rather just go until I get banned and play League of Legends all day. Like I can't live in that environment. I don't have that type of like endurance. Maybe some people do, but
okay. First, let me say, I do think the statement, the all online trans people, there's no reason, like, that's kind of stupid, right? Because there's tons of online. You're probably just
the online trans activist community is unhinged. I stand by every statement I've made about
the people that you've interfaced with.
No, the online trans activist. That's great that you do. I don't. The online trans activist community is the most damaging fucking thing to exist for trans people. They're fucking insane. They unironically are. Even Vosh agrees with me. You can go back 2 years, and even on Vosh's channel, he's got like an 8-minute rant where he's making all the same things, even more extreme than I did.
People don't know what you mean whenever you. Okay, I'm not saying people. Me. I don't know what you mean because I'm not in the specific space all the time that you probably.
Sure, but that's fine. But if you
wait, no.
Go for it.
Let me finish this sentence.
Go ahead.
People think like you're talking. I don't know what people think. I don't know why I keep saying that. That could come off like you're talking about just trans people online.
If you watch a 20-second clip,
Twitter accounts who post like, "Yay, Trans Awareness Day,
okay,
hooray!"
If you watch a 20-second clip of me. That's true. But if you watch any long-form conversation, or at least like 5 or 10-minute conversation with me,
and I agree with that, obviously, that's why.
Sure. So then, whose fault is it? Is it my fault that like lefties make 20-second clips and say this is what Destiny said?
No, you don't have to say that statement. But
I don't. But like you're saying like I don't know what you mean. What do lefties mean when they say ACAB? Even lefties don't know what they mean when they say that. Or what does defund the police mean? Even they don't even know.
Stupid too.
Yeah, but you say that's stupid, but they don't get punished for it. They get massive fucking rewards for it. It's a totally different thing, right?
It's so enraging, and that's why reasonable people have to work a little bit harder to make sure they can't have the deplatforming tool used against them, so that we can keep our voices heard. Otherwise, all it's gonna be is people screaming ACAB who don't know what they're saying.
I think I'll just chill and be like an affluent white cis male in the United States who's always going to be fine, and I'll wait for the snapback, and then I'll fight with the next wave of anti-SJW posters are back on YouTube. It's just, I understand what you're asking. I don't think people understand. I am human. I am human, okay? And I know I come off as inhuman or cold a lot, and I do. That's fine. But I really am human at the end of the day. And trying to exist in that environment is infuriating and almost impossible. Wait, what is that?
You know
what did you just drink out of?
What?
Wait, what is that cup? Show me. Oh, never mind. Okay, it looks similar to one that I had. Never mind. It's very, very, very hard to exist in that environment. Jesus.
You said before, have you like you can get off Twitter?
Haven't I? What?
To people who are freaking out. Have you ever, I don't know. If you haven't, the message that has been heard before is if it's so tough for you, just get off Twitter. And to me,
hold on,
you could do so much good.
That's
if you
in
just
relation.
Stop.
That's in relation to people that are typing that they're like fucking suicidal because of shit going on Twitter, right? Like social media is my job. I'm supposed to engage with it. It doesn't make sense that I would like, but and look at the difference. When I tell people like, hey, get off Twitter, I'm talking to people that are literally like, oh, like I'm so triggered when I saw this mean tweet. The guy typed a joke and it made me want to fucking kill myself. Okay, well, log the fuck off. But you're saying like, Destiny, maybe you should log off because if you tweet certain things, people will try to get you banned from every single fucking platform that you're on. It's a little bit different. There's a slight difference there, right? Like Twitter is also Twitter is where I get the majority. Twitter is where I get the majority of my like big conversations. JonTron only happened because of Twitter. Lauren Southern only happened because of Twitter. Some of my fights with like some of the most prominent people that I've had only happened because I'm like discussing things with people on Twitter first. It's a huge social media. It is arguably the social media platform for political engagement.
No, you don't have to. Oh no, of course it is. You don't have to get off Twitter, like delete your account, stop tweeting. I'm saying I don't know where if it's reading comments or all of your mentions or whatever. you can still tweet stuff and engage with things, but then just don't engage with things that enrage you, right?
Yeah, I could. So I just auto-seed every, like, whatever progressives want to be the most insane on, I auto-seed it. I don't talk about guns anymore. I don't talk about rape stuff anymore. I don't talk about trans stuff anymore.
Talk about it. Just don't look to how people are responding.
So
why are you laughing?
Well, because now you're not having any discourse. Now you're just like tweeting into the void and then seeing like.
No, but then like seek out people that you're interested to see how they would respond.
But no one on the left will talk to anybody they disagree with. So I'm exclusively talking.
So then you don't even have to talk to them anyways.
Yeah, but like they're like growing and becoming the predominant voices like online for online discourse, and I think they're the ones that need to be checked right now online more than conservatives. Like that seems to be the case. I saw like so many conservative people have been banned, or at least most of the extreme ones have been banned off of like what was the huge ban wave where like Stefan Molyneux, I think, and a couple other guys got wiped off of fucking everything, like off of Patreon, off of YouTube, off of whatever. I think Crowder got demonetized and is like deprioed on fucking YouTube now. I don't know where Tim Pool's channel stands at. And then meanwhile, you've got like these huge progressive voices that are growing and growing and growing and like seem to dominate these social media platforms like Twitter and YouTube. And it's like, but there's like nobody is there to like call them out or say anything. I don't know. It's just irritating. And then whenever I argue with a conservative, the first thing I have to do is answer for all of the insane fucking shit that these types of people are saying. And it's like,
I think you let it take up too much space in your head. Because, like, for example, do you think David Pakman's unhinged?
A little bit. He's better than most, though.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought.
I think he plays very. I think he's very heavily political. Yeah, I think he does play like certain political sides a lot. Yeah, I've seen it in a couple of his Michael Knowles conversations, and I've seen it especially come out in the Rittenhouse stuff. But
well, my point is,
I think he's better than. I think he's better than most. I think he's better than most. But
yeah, I was gonna say he's this. You know, the second biggest left-wing YouTube channel to the Young Turks, and he's growing super fast. And to me, isn't the most, is definitely not even close to as, or I wouldn't even call him toxic or any of those things that I feel like a lot of the streaming culture
attracts. Yeah, he's, I'll say he's better than most.
So then right there's some hope. Someone who you consider better than most is doing better than most,
Sure.
As far as growth goes.
Well, I mean, technically he's been, I guess his views have been decreasing for about a year, but he's still really popular. 16 million views a month is pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. What do you?
So you don't view it. I have heard you talk about this before, but you don't view your reason for doing this as like a political goal. It's just
politics is like a byproduct of what I do. I enjoy the arguments, and I have very strong like ethical positions that I'll argue policy positions out of. My policy positions will stem from my ethics, right? And then as a result of that, the space that I occupy is political. But my goal is not to be like, I want to be a suck-down politics debater online. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about that. Most of the arguments that I'll make are going to align with like where sock dems are at in terms of like culture and in terms of economics. But that's just where it happens to be because they come out of like my ethical positions into my policy prescriptions, essentially. So yeah, my goal is not like, I'm here to build the Democratic. I shouldn't make a voice. It's okay if that is your goal. But like my goal is not to like build a certain political movement or build the Democratic Party or build out the progressive movement or whatever. Like I just wanted to have like interesting political conversations online related to the policy positions I feel strongly about.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I would be the person in your voice. Like I think.
Sure, I don't think, and I think there's anything wrong with that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't do the voice. If you want to build like political movements or do political advocacy, there's nothing wrong with that. That's super fine. Yeah,
but that's just not your goal. Okay, that makes sense.
Not inherently. I mean, I guess I kind of I took a stab at it, but like my canvassing shit got so unimaginably fucked by the left that it's like, okay, well, like.
No, I get that. Yeah, that's probably enraging.
A little bit demotivating. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I'll just keep encouraging you not to drop, but you know, you do you. You're only human, as you say.
Yeah, I'm sorry to disappoint, but
okay. And then here's a great example. You don't have to talk to people like Mr. Girl who are gonna make you talk about such weird stuff.
Yeah, but at least Mr. Girl is genuine and interesting. Like if I listen to
he is genuine. Okay, yes.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, you can say what you're about to say.
Well, like, I don't think Vosh is genuine. I don't know what the fuck he believes. I think he'll just say whatever the fuck. Like, I feel like I can understand every issue that Vosh talks about through the lens of him trying to grow his online popularity. Same thing with Hassan. Hassan is like Vosh, but a trillion times worse. Whereas like for Mr. Girl, for all of his fucking faults, and trust me, they are innumerable, at the very least, he seems genuine, and he's kind of interesting to talk to. And I'll take that a million times over another fucking political demagogue that's just here to regurgitate to me whatever the party talking points are so that they can accrue the most amount of social credit possible every time they fucking open their mouth. That's, yeah, I hate that.
So, to touch on Vosh first, you said something recently about his like 2 years ago version being a lot more genuine and
authentic.
Understood why people followed him and authentic and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Totally agree with that. That's, I think, I can't remember when I got into watching him, but recently, because I just got like that debate consumption obsession, so I just started watching tons of any online debates I could find, and I went through a bunch of his old ones all the way up until now, and you can see a huge shift in just the way that he acts.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Like, seems so much more calculated now in the way that he talks about things, and it could be what you're saying. I think certain elements of it definitely are, like your bet with him, the $25,000 for if a genocide happens or doesn't happen. I do think he knows by talking about that and saying something so provocative and radical, you're going to get all these eyeballs on you and all of this attention and stuff. And a lot of people want that. They want to feel like, I don't know, they're so wrong.
Do you think the betting is based, or do you think it's cringe? What do you think? Take a position on it.
No, I think it's based.
True. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that every political online pundit that wants to make huge predictions and then farm clout off it, I think people should challenge them to bet money on it. A lot of people got mad that I was saying that. If you're going to say some shit like there's a genocide in 5 years, then let's bet. All 25,000. My bet's still out for Vosh. If he thinks an LGBT genocide is going to happen within 5 years, I will donate $25,000 to charity. And I'll give him odds on the bet too. And if I win that bet, he has to donate like fucking 25,000, like the fucking NRA or some shit. Whatever would piss him off the most. Like if he believes in it, then like he should do it because it's good money to a good cause. But like they don't. I think you should have to put money when you say crazy shit like that, so that people know that you actually believe what you're saying. You're not just trying to farm fucking clout. But yeah,
definitely. But then on some things, I think he's held similar positions, and it's fun to hear him like debate with certain people and stuff like that. But I definitely agree with you, what you said about something has changed, and I think he probably just realized if he plays the game, he can get a lot more.
Yeah, of course, he gets more popularity. Yeah. But like it's so cringe listening to like as much as you think I'm cringe on like my online trans activist takes or whatever, I'm sure you've heard like the old Vosh clips, right? Like
about what?
Oh, for him talking about online trans people?
No. I've probably heard them, they just didn't stick with me.
Okay. So at some point you should check that out, because my brother was unhinged. But okay, go ahead.
Okay, and then when I hear you talk about him, so and this is coming from a place now after this most recent conversation.
Yeah,
I've gotten further pushed away from like watching him, because now it's hard once you
kind of like pierce the veil. It's like, oh fuck, I see like the formula. I understand how this works now.
Yeah, less fun to watch. But before I always disagreed with him. Like he's further to the left than I am, but it was still fun, especially watching him debate with conservatives, because I do think he's a good debater. But one of the areas that I got instantly like, oh wait, maybe he's not as honest as I thought he was, because I thought he was honest, but just I would disagree with him. But then now I started questioning the honesty piece of it. Was before I had really watched you, I just heard you super mad on Dave Pacman's live stream.
Good.
About online lefties, and they're all stupid behind a gated fence.
True, they are. Yeah, based.
So, but I hadn't watched you much, and I watched Vosh say something about you and characterize you.
Yep.
And I was like,
that's part of my manifesto. Don't worry. I don't know if you noticed it, if you were ever aware of it, but one thing Vosh would do is Vosh would never ever actually show clips of things I'd say to his audience. He would only ever characterize my positions. And then eventually those characterizations became self-referential. So on stream 1, he might say, today, Destiny was blaming women for getting raped. But then the next stream he would say, do you guys remember when Destiny was blaming women for getting raped? And everybody would have the memory, but they're remembering like a simulacra. They're not actually remembering me ever saying anything. They think they're remembering me saying anything, but they're actually remembering Vosh's mischaracterization of the things that I said. Yeah, he does this ad infinitum about anything related to me. It's unhinged, yeah.
Right, so then I would watch, what actually made me watch your channel was I was going like, oh God, this guy sounds nuts. You know, he's turned into a right-winger, all that. And so then I started watching. I was like, wait, is this the same Destiny we were talking about? because obviously I feel like you watch more than a few minutes of your videos and you're like, oh cool, yeah, he's as cringy as he can be sometimes. No, he is clearly on the left and stuff like that. So that was with that. But with the Mr. Girl thing, I know you think he's genuine, and that's when I watch y'all's conversations. What drives me nuts is that's how you engage with him. It's like he's so honest. It's amazing. And even if you think some of the things, beliefs he holds or whatever, like I saw your video on him and his girlfriend, and you push back on that type of stuff. But you engage with him like a super honest person. To me, he has some really horrible beliefs that he wants to like hide under the perception of being super honest. So like when he talks about pedophilia, there's a way to talk about pedophilia that's like, hey, clearly your average Joe doesn't just wake up and is a pedophile. Like clearly there's something messed up in your brain, so don't act on it and go get help, mental health, help. Like that's a fair conversation to have. But then the way that he has any conversations around pedophilia is like, hey, let's talk about the age of girls that we find ourselves being attracted to, and like,
yeah, he's edgy for sure, 100%.
But that's not edgy. That's, I want to develop a space where people who watch me can like feel more comfortable having views that I think it's really good that they're stigmatized. Like you said to him one time, this is unexpected, but now it's Mr. Girl time. You said to him one time, there's a difference between, or there's sometimes social norms that don't have necessarily have value, but the violation of those social norms does mean something.
Sure.
It sort of, yeah.
If you go to shake somebody's hand and they don't shake your hand, you're like, why aren't you shaking my hand? They're like, well, actually, I find the entire process to be quite tedious, and all it does is expose me to greater pathogens. If somebody says some shit like that, you're like, I guess you might be right, but the fact that you would be willing to break the social norm already makes you kind of weird, even if you do have a justification for it or something, right? Yeah.
Right. And so a lot of his, I don't watch him actually that much. I've mainly come in contact with him through watching your discussions with him.
Cool.
But like I haven't gone over to his channel that much.
Okay.
But what I've seen is like we're going to all call out the maybe sort of arbitrary nature of a social norm, like why we can't discuss certain topics. But then the way that I violate that social norm is actually sending a message about what I actually believe. And I think that's hugely prevalent in his pedophile stuff and hugely prevalent in his like domestic abuse and in his consent stuff. So then the issue why this is even relevant to you is some of y'all's discussions you like push back, and that's fine. But even he says, Destiny, you're the reason for my career. Like blah blah blah.
Yeah,
blah.
of course, probably because I signaled
for the most part, it's like,
yeah.
wow, the way that he came off when I first saw him in your conversations was like, but the way you were acting was like, okay, if I watch Destiny and trust in a way, because I like his commentary, Destiny, then the way he's treating this guy makes it obvious that I should be interested in this guy as well. And that's partly why probably Mr. Girl's got a lot of subscribers and stuff like that. But then the content that he's putting out there is like trying to, like I said, create a space where it's more okay to be comfortable with domestic abuse. That's like the vibe that I get. And I'm not someone who, like with you, I'm not someone who just constantly wants to police edginess. Like I genuinely think
I don't. If you're trying to get me on this idea that like Mr. Girl like has conversations about certain topics pretty irresponsibly, I'm not going to disagree with you. I super disagree with how he approaches a lot of these things. I'm not going to disagree with you at all there. Of course not.
I'm trying to convince you these are genuinely. This is the one thing that Bosch said. I was like, great job. A crummy person.
Maybe he might be. I think Fuentes is. I think in some ways even Lauren still is. But it's interesting for me to talk to them, and interesting people that are willing to genuinely engage with me are always going to be like really high priority for me. If people are upset about that, like, I mean, like you only have the left to blame. Like I would be talking every day if they wanted to. I would be talking to like the Surfs, Hassan, Mike from PA, Vosh, FD Signifier, Cat Black, like any of these other people I took, none of them will talk to me though. All of them are petrified at speaking to somebody that might be more informed than them on an issue where they disagree. Like they'll never have those conversations. So like, I mean, if people are mad about like the subjects that I talk about and with the people that I talk to, they only have themselves to blame for it. Like,
yeah, that makes sense. But I don't have myself to blame. I'm
true. That's right. That's why you're here right now.
Yes.
Getting converted to omniliberalism from whatever cringe
I
shit
guess
you believed in before.
if you could, that's one thing I had to get comfortable with as a side note is I originally stepped into the online space and like right after I debated with Vosh, everyone was screaming that I was a liberal as if it was an insult.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait. Did I miss the definition of liberal? Like, is that a bad thing now?
Mm-hmm.
But then I heard what they meant by it. I was like, oh, cool. Yeah, that's me.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess my thing on Mr. Girl is like, of course you can talk to anyone. Like, you talk to Lauren Southern, and I agree her views are horrible, but you are doing it in a way that's like obvious to anyone watching you don't agree with her and you don't want them to take up her views.
Sure.
I see that less with Mr. Girl. I think you could do better with it. So that people
I
don't
feel
think
I feel like I've had some pretty adversarial conversations with him generally when we're talking about things. That's maybe it's just my feeling. Maybe not everybody feels that way, but I feel like I've had some pretty. I feel like a lot of my conversations have been pretty adversarial, but
maybe
just not enough for you, I guess, huh?
But back to one of the things you said about all the people who don't want to talk to you. That's a huge thing for me. Whenever I see someone that I liked say they're never going to talk to somebody who's like for not a really good reason, I instantly lose tons of respect because I do think that's a sign that like, oh dang, I got embarrassed talking to them, so I don't want to have to go through that again. And I think if you believe someone is so horrible but they're standing in a space that you share, so like let's say the left, you think Destiny's so horrible, then you would want to take them down through debates and not just
especially if I'm like a larger figure than you, and that's kind of the thing that irritates me the most about Vosh's audience. I don't know how they don't see that. Like if somebody was my size or larger and I thought they were a fucking moron or bad faith and they were willing to debate me, I would debate them every single time. That's like, it's huge views for both of us, and it would be, and Vosh needs them right now, right? It's big viewership for both of us. It gives me the opportunity to pull more audience away from them, and I'll look good in every conversation. If I think that person is genuinely like a dumb fuck, like bro, like throw me in a room with Steven Crowder and I'll debate that dude like fucking 30 days a month, okay? Every time. It would be so good for me. It would be so fun, and I would love every minute of it. So this idea that Vosh is like, oh, I think Destiny's an idiot who has no good arguments, blah, 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 but simultaneously like, I'm never going to talk to me. And it's like, okay, it's because you're shaking in your boots, my dude. Obviously. So it's, I don't know how he manages to like pull the wool over his audience so hardcore and all of that, but yeah, what are you gonna do?
I know. It drives me crazy. Because then I think you have a better chance of weeding out super dishonest people. Like there have been people that I've watched that I actually was on board with sort of until I saw them debate someone who was like sort of similar to them politically but had a different approach or something, and then I saw them just crumble. And I think the more you insulate yourself from having those discussions, the easier it is to continue to pull the wool over your audience.
Yeah, because people, it's kind of like how actually take lots of offense to the video essayists that always seem smart when they're doing video essays, but then as soon as you pull them into a conversation, you find out that like literally every single drop of knowledge they had on the topic was in that one video, and they don't know anything else about what the fuck they're talking about. I find that, it's that idea that as long as you avoid confrontation, you look like you really know what you're talking about, it really bothers the fuck out of me. It's one of the reasons why I'm so confrontational. It's because if I don't like, if I'm not surrounding myself with people that disagree with me, it's super easy to get lost in your own bullshit. And then eventually you're completely lost down some circle jerk and you don't even realize it's like 5 years later, you know?
Right. Yeah, and that happens with even other shows that I like, progressive shows that I really like.
The Majority Report has gotten so bad, unfortunately. I don't know how Cedar is like just lost himself with these horrible people that he surrounds himself with, and like, oh my god, it's so sad to see. Like, as much as I didn't like Michael Brooks, at least he was better than like the filth. Like I guess Jamie's gone at least. Jesus Christ, but holy fuck. Sorry, go ahead.
Is there? I used to watch them. So is there a particular topic you remember from that?
Anytime they get a caller that comes in, it's just really embarrassing. I think the most recent one that we watched was really bad. Was, oh no, man. The are you do you know what Citizens United was about?
I don't, like, I can't name the company that sued, but I know what the general case was about.
Yeah, so like some guy basically called in to argue about Citizens United, which is a really complicated case. It's a really difficult call. It's a hard one. But some guy basically called in to argue with them about it, and they were obviously pushing back. No, Citizens United, made super PACs and blah, 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 and it's horrible, corporate funding and lobbying. And eventually the guy was like, okay, well, hold on. So I'm just curious. Like, let's say a company wanted to advertise a documentary within 60 days of an election and pay for advertisements on, public radio. Do you think that'd be okay? And they all sat there and they thought for a moment, like, yeah, I think that would be okay. And it's like, wait, how do you have such strong opinions on this? You guys don't even know. The guy's literally asking about, and you can see them like driving into the wall like 2 miles away. And it's like, how do you not know what the fuck the guy is setting you up for? Because they had no idea what the case is even about. And it's like, how would you guys just sit here ranting about it for like an hour on your show and you don't even know the facts of the case? And I'm not telling you have to be like a fucking constitutional lawyer or some shit, but like at least know, like wiki the first paragraph of what the fuck the case is about. But like seeing Sam like fall down like the ideological like partisanship is disappointing. But I think it's happening more and more and more,
yeah. In a little bit of defense, I also, when I was reading up on the case, it seemed like what I said earlier, there was a bunch of repercussions that what blossomed out of that was
for sure, like super PACs, kind of I believe
super PAC
basically come out of those rulings for sure, which you can have issues with, but like you need to be able to navigate those conversations legally and not just say like, this shouldn't be a thing. Like, okay, well, what's the alternative, dude? Like, are you going to tell me that if I want to fund like some climate change documentary that I'm not allowed to advertise it before any fucking like election season or whatever? Like, what are we going back to? Like, you have to give me some, you can't just be infinitely critical without even having like the slightest of policy changes in mind or something. Otherwise, like you're just like screaming into the wind, right? Or you're virtue signaling with your audience,
Yes. And I think being able to sometimes recognize when what actually was, this happens with the Supreme Court a good bit. The actual case they've ruled on, it's not that, horrendous, the decision they came to, but the effects of that decision are really bad and should have been addressed by Congress.
Well, and yeah, by Congress, true. Okay, I'm talking a little bit on my wheelhouse now, but like I do believe that when the Supreme Court is making a ruling on a case, I do think they consider what the broader outcomes are going to be, right? This will be the difference between them like broadly ruling on something versus like making an incredibly narrow ruling. They'll have an idea of like what some of the outcomes will be or what like prior rulings they're like overturning or something. Like that'll be things that they're cognizant of. But yeah, I mean, these things should be, if we feel so strongly about it, they should be addressed by Congress afterwards, right?
Right. But specifically with Citizens United, the line became Citizens United is the biggest scar on our past and blah, 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 and it caused everything. So, excuse me. So then you feel like you can't give credit. You can't say, hey, maybe it actually makes a little bit of sense why it ruled that way, but we clearly have to address what that ended up causing.
Sure.
Like it sounds like because Sam Cedar had leaned so hard into Citizens United, specifically the case, the Supreme Court ruling being so horrible, he was embarrassed a little bit whenever the exact case was spoken back to him. Whereas if he had just taken the stance of, regardless of the constitutionality of that case or how bad that case, the outcome of it was, I believe the outcomes of that and where we are currently today should be changed.
Yeah,
Then
that's fine. I just think it's important to, I think we kind of have to get
But you should know, yeah.
Yeah, because like a lot of people want to say a lot of things without even knowing what was involved with it. Like when gun control legislation is suggested after a shooter, like the first question I'm always asking somebody is like, okay, it's interesting you want to do this like piece of like legislation, this type of gun control. Would it have stopped the last shooting? And like no one will even know. Like, oh, I don't know. I don't even know how old the last shooter was. I don't know anything about it. It's like, okay, well, then what the fuck are you even suggesting this for? Like, what? You could have 3 solutions, and literally the last shooter could have jumped through all 3 hoops. Like, what is even the point then? Like for likes on Twitter, like it's just frustrating to me,
Absolutely. Yeah, and
true. I fucking hate politics. I just want to play video games, dude. I just want to play League of Legends.
Can you answer for me before I go on to what I was about to say?
Yeah, go for it.
Why you always do that?
There's a guy in my chat called Hamster Hawk, and he just, every time I do it, he gets so mad. I probably would have stopped a long time ago, but this guy gets fucking infuriated. Yep, he gets enraged every time it happens, so I just do it to piss that dude off.
Oh shoot, I shouldn't have asked that. That was a huge thing. So when I started doing my show, most days I put out like I live stream too, and we'll upload clips from that, but my actual show is like more video essays. But I do live streams and I talk to people, so I can't be so I don't do the echo chamber thing you're talking about. But I cover like a story a day, and generally I before I even started the show would read a good bit, but got a lot of my news from shows like commentary, you know.
Sure.
And then when a thing would come up and I was like, I need to make sure that's true, I'd go look it up, try to read through good sources, stuff like that. But it was amazing. Luckily I didn't ever make the mistake, but it almost happened where, you know, I sit down to record my video for the day. I'm like, I've heard a ton on this story already. I don't even need to look up any more research. Like I can just cover it. I'm ready to go. And then what I had repeated a million times before I started the show was like, this is actually going to be something that's well researched. And when I'm talking to friends and family, like what the goal was, and something that you could never play one of my videos and realize like, oh, he's framing this for his own kind of ends, and oh, he clearly left out details there because it made his side look bad. Whatever it was, I really wanted to be good about that. So then I forced myself, and there happened a couple times on stories where it was like, oh my gosh, if I had recorded a video just depending on the commentators I listened to, I would have completely gotten this story wrong.
Yeah, where there's like, it's unbelievable that like there'll be so much spread about a certain thing. And even at today, like I'll have to like go and like look something up because like I know this is like the ultra mainstream narrative, but like I need to make sure that there's not wrong information. And there will be something that is just widespread accepted as like, this is absolutely 100% true, but it's absolutely 100% wrong. Like for the longest time that I'd read that there were like, Lauren caught me at this in a conversation. I remember we talked a long time ago, that 5 or 6 people died during the January 6th protests as a result of like the protests and everything. And that was like, I know that's true. I've heard this repeated a million different times.
Yes.
And it is absolutely not true. It's like 1 or 2 at the most. If you want to include like a suicide, I think that happened the next day, you can get 2 deaths out of that. Everything else is like people just had like random heart attacks and amphetamine overdose, just like shit like that. There was that, and then there's the other common one that I bring up all the time was the fucking the what?
Oh. I was gonna bring up like police shootings a lot of times.
Yeah, I was gonna say that like Breonna Taylor was like a poor nurse that was killed in bed while she was sleeping, and it's like, what? Like this is something that still today, if you tweet something like that out, you will get over 100,000 likes on that tweet with everybody thinking that Breonna Taylor was killed while she was sleeping in bed. And like, if you were to bring up the fact, do you guys know that like her boyfriend shot at the cops first? Like nobody knows that. It's like, wait, what? That's like, you're basically like a Nazi racist at that point for bringing it up. To be clear, I want to be clear on that. Like, I don't not necessarily. I don't think her boyfriend was in the wrong at all to shoot at the cops first. I think he was absolutely within his right. And I think that the way that shooting was handled was unimaginably fucking irresponsible by the cops. I fully support like the outcomes of those investigations and everything, and I think the cop that was shooting through the fucking windows is insane. But yeah, like it bothers me even more when the facts of the case would side with you. Like you guys have good facts on your side, but people still find the need to lie about it.
Okay. Yes, exactly. All the points I was about to make. So exactly. One of the things that drives me nuts is I'm like, you can make a really good point about why this was horrible, but you give the right just the easiest instant knockdown of your argument whenever you blatantly leave out details or frame it in a way that's super dishonest, when the actual raw facts of the case many times still are bad. It's like the police officer still was in the wrong, but you took another step that wasn't true, that like whatever. I don't want to say a specific thing about a specific story, but you add a layer of dishonesty to it where boom, no one listens. Oh, well, I heard them all saying that, like in that case,
and it's so the
cop like came down from the ceiling and just shot her from the roof.
It's so easy to just not do that. Like just don't be cringe.
Yeah.
Like George Floyd was a shitty person. Okay, for everything that I've heard about him, he doesn't need to be fucking martyred. He's not like a fucking angel. Like the monuments are cringe, but what happened to George Floyd was totally unacceptable. We don't need police officers extrajudiciously fucking killing people in the street. That's fucking insane. But that's enough on its own. You don't have to make shit up otherwise. Like it's just insane. Like just look at the facts of the case. The facts of the case support you that like the shit that happened was crazy. Why make more shit up? Like you don't need to do this. It just makes you look like deranged, you know?
And the main times I've gotten what I would consider like embarrassed in an argument, luckily it was all in my personal life and not like publicly, was when that happened, when all my information had come from specifically progressive political commentators, and I was arguing, you know, the points that they laid out, and someone was like, well, didn't you know this about it? And I'm like, no.
And it like 180s your understanding. You're like, no shot. And then you look it up and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Right. And to be clear, because we just talked about George Floyd, doesn't apply to that. I know what you're saying, kind of like the making him the figure rather than the horrible thing that happened to him. But I do understand when a horrible thing happens to somebody, regardless of how good of a person they were before they died, like you do have to make them the figure because
you make them the figure, but we don't like the fucking monuments and shit are fucking cringe. Oh my god, like. Or like he did nothing wrong. Yeah, he did do wrong shit. What do you mean? Like there was like didn't the guy initially pull over for trying to like use fake currency at the fucking gas station? Wherever he
that's
bought.
what I mean. That's I mean, we don't have to get a whole thing, but
but
you didn't do anything wrong.
Nothing to deserve to be fucking murdered by the cops in the street, right?
Not even close, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's reasonable to be like he did nothing wrong
for sure.
Yeah. But anyways, we agree on that. Like, so from now on, I still listen to the shows because I like hearing what people have to say about things. But if I'm going to cover a story, it all has to come from mainly like trusted written publications and a few of them too. Because gosh, have you heard about just so many things that have been reported about the Uvalde shooting have changed? It's super confusing.
Yeah, that's another one where, because I stay away from breaking news, that like, although as more and more information comes out, it does seem evident that the cops fucked up somehow.
Yeah.
But like, the initial reporting, Vosh was big on that too. People trying to jump in and say like some wild, insane shit. Like, yeah, based on everything I've heard right now, it seems like the fuck up was whoever was in charge of the operation was thinking that it wasn't an active shooting situation. I don't know how though, when there were 911 calls and more shots were being heard inside, and that's why the police weren't going in. But
yeah, and this is an example. This is not an example of.
Oh yeah, I remember people saying that like the cops are going in to save only their kids and nobody else, shit like that. I don't know if that ever came out as being true, if that was literally just lies. But yeah, sorry.
I haven't seen that either. Yeah, so to be clear, like as the more comes out, wow, cops were horrible in their response to this. But even like timeline stuff, and then they said there was an armed guard that got shot, and then nope, never mind, that didn't happen. And then reports were like, and I'm not talking about from YouTubers, I'm talking about from like CNN and stuff. It would be the cops were standing outside, and then now they were standing out in a hallway, like crazy. And that's why one of the things I try to do is wait a few days to cover a story, because otherwise, yeah, you just look so stupid. And especially if it's something unrelated to Uvalde, if it's something that takes the air out of the rage that you would have had, you know?
Yeah, I think that's an issue that I have too, is that like I think that anger is a really good political tool. It motivates the fuck out of people to get something done. But nowadays all of it is just like so misdirected. So it's like the anger basically gets wasted. It doesn't get channeled into any type of positive change or any good like policy things. It's just people getting mad and then posting on Twitter and then nothing happening as a result.
Yes. And I do think social media, oh, and by the way, feel free to be like, bro, I gotta go at any point. Okay, I'll just keep until I run out of the things that I wrote down. But oh, what did you just say?
Someone in YouTube just said a closed mouth gathers no foot. So that's what is in my brain right now. Sorry.
Closed mouth? What?
We were talking about, fuck, hold on. That just wiped my mind of whatever I was thinking. I
checked the time and it wiped my mind.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What did I just say before that? We were mentioning social media, or?
And that's part of why online's upsetting.
Bro,
are we waiting for chat to get to it?
Yeah, chat will say it. Hover over a bubbly spring of water, start fishing it, then wait for the right moment and trigger it again. Oh, fuck. Fishing is so annoying. Oh, I was talking about how people get really upset, but then like you have all that rage, and then that rage ends up getting wasted because like it's misdirected, and then nothing good comes out of it. No good policy changes are going to come out of it.
Yes, exactly. And okay, so then one of the things I think social media has caused that drives me nuts is, as we were talking about previously, we could do so many good things if everyone was actually, this is impossible, but in a room together. Like I think about all the time, I'll take a conservative person I know, me, and someone that's like a moderate, and the three of us will talk. And it's like, hey, if the three of us were co-dictators, we could get so many compromises done that are perfect and like would make a bunch of people really happy. But that it's never what people are talking about, and everyone's rage is focused on both sides. Like the conservatives are just so scared and enraged about things that in large part aren't happening or are just way blown out of proportion. So like, regardless of the conversation around trans sports, the level of like attention that gets compared to how many people it affects and how many how many people it affects is insane.
Sure.
And then what was this one? The baby formula thing. How all of the response on Fox News to that might be an exaggeration, but a big part of it was spent talking about how immigrants were getting baby formula.
Oh yeah,
you look into
all of the baby formula, yeah.
And you're like, two things. First of all, they're locked in a holding facility, so if their babies don't get it, they'll just die instantly, whereas Americans can look for alternatives or whatever and can drive from store to store. Like, you would literally just be sentencing all the babies to death, whereas American families, that's not the case. American families. But the second piece is someone calculated out how many babies would get formula if they took all of the formula from the babies. It was like not even a dent in the problem. And so the fact that that's all that Fox News focused on is so dishonest. But then also on the left too, like the issues that we rage about whenever they're social just don't affect a lot of people. So then naturally you're not going to get a lot of people interested in your political movement. And so this is kind of restating what we already talked about. But just specifically with the rage thing, if we could focus our rage on issues that have broad appeal, and then of course still advocate for other issues, but put the focus on issues that everyone can get riled up about, we could do so many good things. But social media only kind of uplifts the more provocative and stuff, so unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. Yeah.
Okay, last big question. Well, quickly, what is your feeling on gun control? Like, what would you prescribe?
There was a really good chart the other day that showed like what were effective measures. I think the most effective one is like some kind of waiting period. I think that like a 1 or 2 week waiting period is probably fine. It gets rid of a lot of the heated gun purchases. Like, I want to kill myself or I want to kill my wife. That was one. I don't know what background checks means. I always see background checks, but I don't know if they mean like prohibiting some people from buying guns based on some features that they never seem to clarify.
Well, like, you know, when you certain jobs and stuff, you have to get a background check run so they see, oh, he has a criminal history or something like that.
Yeah, but
So
like
then
I'm pretty sure
you
when you
have
fill out
certain-
that ATF form, the 4473, I'm pretty sure when you fill that out, you're already like prohibited from buying a purchase based on some felonies I think you can have, right? Like, so I don't know what background checks means. If they're talking about prohibiting people from getting like firearms based on some other thing, I just don't know what that means. But it was waiting periods, background checks. I think there was one other thing that is like supposed to have like the highest chance of like curbing really bad events. I don't remember what it was, but yeah.
And
it might have been like closing that the private sale loophole to where you don't have to fill out the 4473 for private sales. If that's the case, I think most people are on board with that. Yeah.
Right, but unlikely that would get done, even though I agree with you. But you were talking to, it was Lauren Southern who was laying out, funny enough, in one of y'all's conversations, Canada's system. And it just sounded like exactly what I feel should be in place. Not necessarily the bans that they have, but the like process you have to go through. Because I've always said, why not set up a similar driver's license?
Conservatives in the
situation
United
for
States
gun-
don't want to give the ATF any more power. They get like super paranoid. I think that their talking points are usually like if there's a gun list, then the government knows who to go after or something kind of dumb like that. So the ATF is pretty cocked in the US because of conservatives. I think that expanding, like giving the ATF the ability to have electronic records, they have to do all their shit through paper. Like when the FBI puts in like a gun trace request to the ATF, they literally have to open up drawers and like go through actual physical paper to find like who owns a firearm or whatever. It's unbelievably fucking like raggedy and dated, but that's just because people are so scared of giving the ATF any more power.
So I guess you're, taking into consideration conservative views, which is necessary. To me, ideally, though, you would just have a process where you have to take a course, just like your driver's ed course, and you have to obviously be a certain age. And you have to go to a place, you have to get tested, and then you...
that would be hard. I don't know if you can do that without
experimental-
like constitutional amendments. That might be difficult. But like something that I'd be curious about, and maybe it has happened and I just haven't seen it. I'm
What about
curious.
driver's license?
Driving isn't a constitutional right. Right, you don't have an amendment dedicated to saying Congress shall make no laws abridging the right for you to operate a motor vehicle. So it's a lot different to get around, right? Driving is quite literally a privilege in the United States, right? You know, if you refuse a breathalyzer, you can just have your license instantaneously revoked. So yeah, it's a far different thing. I think that I'm curious what would happen if Democrats tried to propose legislation that seemed pretty fair relating to gun control. So like no cringe fucking assault weapons bans or like magazine limits or any cringe shit like that. But literally just like, hey, here's a thing to close the private sale loophole. And then like, here's a thing to put like, the waiting period might be hard. I don't know if most conservatives would go for that. But like those two things and then see what kind of support they can drum up for it. Although right now with the Senate being 50-50, I'd be shocked if they could get anything done. But
And you don't believe in an assault weapons ban?
No, I think rifles make up such a small portion of killed people. It's such a loser of an issue to go for. Like, you're sacrificing so much political capital for doing basically no good in the United States. Like, I think it's dumb to go after it. It's
But
like
I
200
agree,
or 300
something that-
people a year, I think, maybe die from like rifles in the United States, and it's like 30,000 from pistols. It's like unbelievably disproportionate.
Yeah, I hear that. Also, there is a consideration of how much terror something causes. So people are less concerned with like you understand this isn't always the case, but you understand that.
Yeah, it's not always a numbers game, but at that point we have to kind of wonder like what's going on, like because technically the terror is oh sick. No, never mind. Are you serious? The terror is being caused by the media, right? As sad as that is to say, right? Because if the media just curbed their reporting on it, nobody would care. It's not like we're seriously afraid. Like, your kid is probably more likely to die to like 35 other things before a school shooter. But because of what the media chooses to report on and because of what people choose to engage with the media on, we have this feeling that like, holy shit, our kids are dying in mass to school shooting, even though that's probably not the case. More kids probably choke on cafeteria food every year, if I had to bet, versus like school shootings. So, I mean, like, yeah, we got to keep in mind, like, well, where does the terror come from, you know? The terror probably comes from the reporting.
Right. And then it's...
Not to say that
Yeah.
school shootings are good. I think that like I think school shootings are a pretty fucked up thing, and you shouldn't even have to think about your kid dying to a school shooting in the United States. But we have to be like reasonable, like how much political capital are we willing to sacrifice in order to get something done about school shootings, you know?
I would guess though the amount of people who maybe not school shootings specifically, but mass shootings. How many people? No, because I guess if we're talking about ARs, you would have to specifically zone that into ARs. Not necessarily who are killed, but like have.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I see people keep like fake. This is fake news, my dude. Hold on. Destiny, your country has 2 school shootings per day this month. You guys need to like your shit is cringe as fuck. You need to figure out like your data or where you're getting these numbers from. In the United States, like a school shooting sometimes will be considered like any gun being discharged on school grounds. It's not even a school shooting. Like when you say that there's been a school shooting 2 times a day every day this month, that's not true. There haven't been like mass shootings in schools. Like go look up where those numbers come from, my dude. You're horrendously misled on that. It's kind of like when people say like there have been like 200 mass shootings this year in the United States. A mass shooting by the FBI is when 4 or more people are injured by a pistol, by a handgun, by any firearm. So like the vast majority of those quote unquote mass shootings are gang shootings in like fucking Chicago, places like that. It's not like mass shootings like people going out to like murder a ton of innocent people. It's usually gang related violence. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Wait, that was to a comment, right?
Yeah. Someone in chat was triggering me. Go ahead.
A second, I was like, wait, I didn't say that. Yeah. Maybe like you said, maybe there's 2 shootings that happen. But the figure that I'm more familiar with is just like the general mass shootings, which is 4 people shot in one shooting.
That's like the way the FBI classifies. But the vast majority of those quote unquote mass shootings are
still in a.
It's gang violence. It's gang related shootings. It's not like people going to murder civilians
in a public place or something. And I agree with you on. But then just in principle, or just kind of separating from the stories, like is there, and the answer could be yes to this, a need for citizens to have like military grade weapons?
Well, I mean, that's a question of values, right? Is there a need for citizens to have the right to publish, you know, critical stuff about the government? That's going to come down to that's a values question. The reality is that we are necessarily making trade-offs for certain freedoms. Despite what cringe conservatives will tell you, there are more people that die in the United States because of firearms, because of how many are here. Any conservative that says different is fucking delusional. Okay, but what a mature conservative or mature person will tell you, yeah, there's going to be a bit more death, there's going to be more problems, but these are necessarily the trade-offs that we're willing to make for certain types of freedoms that we have in our country. And it's up to us as citizens to decide what are the trade-offs. That's our job. Freedom of speech has a trade-off. You know, there is a cost to a lot of these freedoms. If you're a mature person and you engage with these things in a mature manner, you will acknowledge that, like, yeah, I understand that this is a great freedom, but with great freedoms come great responsibilities and oftentimes big trade-offs. That's just the nature of it's the nature of any big freedom. We have to figure out what's worth it or not in terms of those trade-offs. Yeah.
Agreed. Okay, last topic. I've heard you talk a lot about Bernie, at least Bernie bros, like the supporters of Bernie and their lack of knowledge. I consider myself someone who supported Bernie.
I did too. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, hardcore.
I will say I'm more recently like watched on you, so I didn't watch your primary kind of era.
Sure.
Okay, so you did too. That's very interesting. And then how do you feel? Because I would say compared to other people online, which I think I'm also in this category, we have a more positive characterization of Biden than a lot of progressives. Even though I do criticize a lot of things he does that are wrong, which usually in my mind, there's obvious things that he does wrong, but usually it's just, I think he could be more aggressive in his own rhetoric, and he could, like, it's a little too late now, but pressure harder publicly and stuff like that to try to get his agenda passed. 'Cause I don't think you're ever gonna, unless you just had a massive majority, just stride on into or glide on into passing big, massive legislation. I think you have to really pressure people, not just behind closed doors. But when you analyze kind of Biden's performance, how do you?
I think Biden's done a really, really, really good job so far.
And give me the deets.
I think the way that he handled Ukraine was absolutely
awesome.
Commendably done. The leaking of the NATO intel, or not leaking, but the publishing of the NATO intel, setting clear guidelines for how the United States would participate, and then being kind of like a NATO leader in terms of establishing the appropriate response to that, I think was done exceedingly well. Very, very, very happy with how that went. Getting the infrastructure bill passed was, I think, a really huge legislative accomplishment. I'm proud of him for doing that. Bringing a ton of Republican senators on board with that, I think was really impressive. Nobody thought he'd be able to do it. People shit on him all the time because they said it was impossible, and he was able to do that. I think for the most part, his coronavirus stuff has been okay, although I guess we're waiting economically, to see how that is going to turn out. Yeah, for the most part, I think he's done a decent job. I think his rhetoric has been fairly measured for the most part. Yeah,
it drives me insane how bad the Democratic Party seems to be at, like, branding their accomplishments as accomplishments. I mean, the infrastructure bill just faded into the background of any conversation. Like, no one thinks consciously about that being a big achievement. Part of the reason is because a lot of people were focused on Build Back Better as being the big thing, and since that failed, it seemed like generally legislatively he failed, even though, like you said, infrastructure bill is good. But if Trump passed something like that, he would have been just screaming every single day, he's, I'm the best president for infrastructure in the history of presidents, and, like,
yeah, of course,
you just don't hear that type of quote unquote bragging, boasting that you need out of someone to come off as popular. Like, why do you think that? This is something I struggle with, because as far as presidents go, Biden is definitely doing really well. Now, do I wish that generally presidents did a lot better? Of course. But even just among Democratic presidents, like, Biden's doing well, but he's so unpopular. And I'm really confused on that. I give reasons for why I think that is, but it still doesn't really settle in my head.
Well, I mean, like, the reasons why is because people generally blame the president. They'll give the president a lot of credit for the economy, and then they'll blame the president for the economy. That's why. So right now, and I guess it still remains because economists work retrospectively so much. It is possible that the economy got way too overheated with the unimaginable. We did so much stimulus between unemployment insurance, between the 2 coronavirus checks, the stimulus checks, and between all the other kind of, like, the PPP. Like, it might be the fact that we pumped way too much money into the economy. The fact that interest rates, the Federal Reserve, were at 0% for the past, like, 3 fucking centuries. Like, the economy is, like, super overheated. Supply chain is super fucked. I guess it's to be seen if these things, like, fed into the inflation that we're seeing now. Yeah, but again, it's all, like, it's very difficult to know for sure, like, where things come from,
Yeah, I know. And it could be because obviously the right's doing a really good job of negatively characterizing him, but then he for some reason doesn't have like that many loud defenders. I think Obama had like a more sweet spot in the heart of a lot of people on the left who defended him harder. Whereas like when Biden gets attacked, he doesn't have like a huge force behind him advocating for him.
Yeah, I think that like the Democrats, the small, for some reason the Democrats get so much noise made from the very progressive wing, although it has been a lot more reduced recently. But they don't do themselves any favors when like the average like Democrat politician that's on TV is like 87 years old, right? Like how old is Nancy Pelosi? How old is Joe Biden? How old is Chuck Schumer? Like these are the people that you're hearing like talking all the time, and it's like Jesus Christ. It's either them or it's like fucking AOC or Rashid Tlaib. Like where are the normal like Democrat people that aren't also like 92 years old? You know, probably doesn't help their image very much.
Yeah. I know. What is that? It's so confusing. I don't know why they last so long and don't get voted out.
Well, I mean, because they're extremely popular in their districts. As much as people like to shit on Pelosi online, like she's an incredibly effective leader. She gets a lot of shit done in the Democratic Party. She's a fundraising monster. She's an incredibly effective whip for the House. Like she's just really, really, really good at her job, and people in her district like her. So
yeah, that's God, man, you gotta do. I'll do it. I'll just keep coming on because you gotta do more discussions that are policy based like this, because when you articulate your views on the actual policy related political discussions, it's really, really interesting. And
yeah, but nobody wants to talk about policy on the internet. They just want to virtue signal over whatever the fuck the last YouTube video from some video essayist is about.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah. Like
I think
if
right
you
now
already are okay with your channel not growing as fast, if you just played video games, then you could just focus more on like important political discussions and let it slow down, but still be political.
Maybe, who knows? We'll see, my dude.
But yeah, generally I agree on like the good things you said that Biden did, and wish he had a little bit more fire in his belly.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is, and this is what is so annoying when I look at people like Vosh and other like online video essayists, Sean and Jen, or Sean, like these people get on Twitter and they say, look at what LBJ did. Like, look at what these people in the past did. But like, dude, Biden is fighting for his life, okay? Both literally, because this guy is on death's door, okay? And then also figuratively, because he has a 50-vote majority in the Senate, okay? He's barely holding on. This is an incredible, in a time of historic U.S. polarization in our political system and among our constituents, among the voters, and the fact that we literally have a razor-thin margin in the Senate makes it really fucking hard to get anything done. And I think progressives need to be careful about what they think is popular. This is an example that I brought up like 50 times this past month, but like people are like, I think that Biden should be more like aggressive towards certain senators. Well, who? People like Jimmy Dore and Kalinske were saying like Biden needs to go and he needs to shit down the throat of Manchin. Tell him he's going to run him out of office. Tell him he's going to campaign against us. Like, okay, Manchin gained more popularity than any other senator in the United States over the last like, you know, kind of hissy fit that he threw relating to the major legislative things that we're going through. He gained like 16 points of popularity. It was more than any other senator. So like, clearly, the pulse of where the American people are at right now isn't where the progressives want it to be. And so you have to be careful you don't burn through all of your political capital by attacking people that end up being popular just because they're not supporting your progressive agenda. Not you in particular, but like the progressive agenda, you know?
Yeah. No, I agree with part of that, but the reason why the quote-unquote American pulse isn't where we want it to be is because like, there's a little bit of an element of people don't really know what they want until it's I hate this phrasing.
Yeah, so you got to be real careful with that because
until it at least is presented as an option to them. So like
oh sure, I agree with you there, but the job for that isn't politicians. The job for that is that's where the activists and the think tanks come in from and the pundits.
Right.
It's their job, yeah.
Biden clearly what he ran a lot of what he ran on was anti-Trump, but then like what he proposed was really good, and he made a lot of fat progressive promises for sure. And I also don't like when people pretend that's not the case. He ran as a moderate. Now in the primary, he did come off as moderate, but like his general election platform was really, really progressive.
For sure. Yeah.
And sometimes, oh god, it's so annoying because everyone, it seems, is getting it wrong almost. Like I turn on a lot of the cable news, and the way that they talk about these is usually putting on a linear scale, but it's not linear. But like they're to the right, and then the people to the left are also getting it wrong. So like, they pretend that he ran on this I'm gonna do nothing and I'm super moderate. And now that he tried to do anything, everyone hates him. But then super progressive people pretend like, you know, every single person hates him because he hasn't passed Medicare for all.
Yeah,
So
or
like,
student loan forgiveness. Yeah.
Oh, I did write that down. I'll finish up on this, but I just think someone like him who has the presidency should use that platform to at least advocate not for more progressive things than he wants, but the level of progressive things that he promised.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he can try, but what has he failed on? Like he tried 15 an hour, that didn't work, right?
Build Back Better.
I think he tried really hard for the Build Back Better.
He
but
didn't once, and this is where I on the mansion thing, I think you're getting a little bit wrong. And this is where I hate that I use that phrase. People know a lot of stuff, but I think some of them aren't aware of what Biden. This is what I mean. They don't know that they want what Biden proposed because they didn't even hear that it was proposed. That's my statement. But when you ask people about Build Back Better, people don't even know like what was in it and stuff like that. And when you pull on individual things within Build Back Better, they loved it. And I think if he had done a better job of attaching Manchin to preventing specific items, not Manchin stopping this 1 point whatever trillion dollar thing, because conservative people in West Virginia will be like, awesome, go Manchin. But specifically, if he had done some campaigning in West Virginia, where he's showing up on all the local news.
This is the issue. Manchin
and saying,
I understand what you're going to say.
Manchin is standing in the way.
Manchin is untouchable. Like, if Manchin was,
you should at least try. If it's going to fail anyway.
No. But hold on. Let's say that you do try, and let's say that your ads work, and you actually do convince people that Manchin fucked up. Now you've gotten rid of Manchin, and now you have a Republican because there's no other Democrat that can hold that seat. So, like, what do you do?
If your message is Manchin is standing in the way of, and then you say like specifically universal child care or just one of the Medicare expansion, that would be a really good one in West Virginia. He's standing in the way of you getting dental, hearing, and vision covered under your Medicare, and you go hard on that for a number of months before Manchin's election is down the road, okay? And then Manchin sees his approval rating drop, and he sees and hears from his constituents that they're really pissed at him. Then you have a chance of him doing what Biden wants and then get more popular again.
Okay. I mean, like, I'm going to repeat the exact same point. Like, that's a huge gamble. And if Manchin ends up more popular as a result of that, and then Biden loses popularity as a result of that, like, it's just, like, there's no Manchin, I just don't know how Manchin ever gets pressured by Biden, knowing that, like, there's never going to be another Democrat that holds that seat. It's always going to be a Republican. And, like, are you really going to convince, like, the pretty Republican constituency of West Virginia that Biden knows better about what's for them? Like, it's not like these are a bunch of, like, progressive people in the district. Like,
and that's why I think the campaign would have to be really smart. Like,
you say really smart, but you're talking like unprecedented levels of insane pressure to make this work.
Well, I guess what I mean is maybe you don't make Biden the face of the campaign, but like Biden's orbit runs a bunch of ads that are just generally calling out Manchin and pressuring him. And I've seen tons of ads that aren't like necessarily saying this person's terrible, vote them out. It's like, call your senator to say that you want this.
Sure.
And then at least people are aware that Manchin doesn't support this because his popularity is going up. But I also saw a ton of like analysis on how little people in West Virginia knew about what Biden was proposing. But what they knew about it, they liked. But all they see is like, oh, the crazy wokesters hate Manchin. Hooray. And like, I think that's really appealing. And so he can still come off as like feuding with AOC or whatever, and he can negotiate it way down. I don't know. I think you should have at least tried. But I definitely don't think that's a reason to like call Biden the horrible, corrupt, like person that progressives do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something more I could have done. I don't know. But
and you said one thing I just have to hear. Student loan relief. Are you against that?
Yeah, I think it's a loser of an issue. I think that the vast majority of Americans don't want to see all blanket student loan forgiveness. Is not very popular. So it's just not a good issue to fight on. Like, the main people that you're appeasing are going to be people that like aren't voters anyways, because young people don't vote. So why waste so much like political capital?
So I've heard you say that a lot. Not young people specifically, but you said certain groups just don't vote. But we see massive changes in percentages of turnout in different areas all the time.
I don't think so. That's not true. What do you
like,
mean by that?
Oh, historic young voters, turned out.
No. That's a lie. That has never happened. The historic young voter, that's a headline that every progressive wanted to see published, but that never happened. You might have saw like an overall increase in like voter turnout, but like the historic like young voter turnout, that was something that everybody was waiting to happen for the longest time, and it just never did. Thank God, I'm a fucking god. Sorry. There might have been like a few
in relation to your video game.
Oh, that was my video game. Sorry. Yeah, there might have been like a few like caucuses or something where like there was a lot of young people that turned out. But
I don't mean like historic for Bernie, which I mean he did get a large percentage of the young voters who were already turning out. But I mean for Biden, but like you're saying, general turnout was up a lot. But I do think part of that is because he appealed to different groups.
Like no, I just think it was a huge. I think turnout was high among every group. It was just a huge election. It's probably because of Trump more than anything, because Trump was so unbelievably polarizing.
Yeah, that's true. And then Biden's planning, it looks like, to forgive $10,000 of student debt.
Mm-hmm. That's probably more popular because you're not forgiving like all the student loan debt, so people don't view it as a bunch of people getting like things that they don't deserve. Especially like wealthy millennials or millennials that will be wealthy because they're like working the highest earning jobs and shit.
Just so you know, I've heard that too. I watched your way back when, probably earliest, one of the earlier times I saw you debate Sam Cedar about student loan relief, and I understand that there is some skew to like this isn't targeting. This isn't the most effective way to target like people who are in poverty or the lowest income people, of course. But there is a lot of people who aren't at all like in the middle class, wealthy, who would benefit from student loan forgiveness.
The vast majority of it goes to wealthy people, though. Like if you want to target poor people, student loan forgiveness is like one of the worst ways to do it.
But then generally, I agree. Again, I would just repeat what I just said. Generally, I agree with you. But then, do you agree that like, how would you address college tuition? I guess, or do you not think it's a problem? Because it's pretty nuts just to get a higher education. You got to.
I don't know if that's true. I have to think a lot about it. I'm tempted to say college tuition is not a problem at all. Somebody would have to give me this argument, and this is what I truly don't understand. Why the fuck don't people go to state schools? United States has unbelievably good state schools. Like, our colleges are fucking insane. That's one of the things that I didn't realize until I spent some time in Europe and then spent time with Melina walking around the United States, where Melina would point to like a pretty dinky college. And she'd be like, what is that? And I'm like, oh, that's like a college. He's like, that's huge. Why is so much shit? I was like, well, what do you mean? And I didn't realize this and then I started talking to more European fans. If I show like pictures of my state school, like the University of Nebraska at Omaha, which isn't even, I don't even know if that's bigger than UNL in Nebraska. Our state schools in the United States are fucking massive. They're huge, but nobody wants to go to their own state school. They want to go out of state. And it's like, I don't know how bad I feel for you at that point. Like if you're going out of state to get like a liberal arts
right now.
What? Yeah.
And state schools still cost a lot.
They cost an okay amount, but it's worth it. It's like you get paid for it. Like college degrees are like one of the biggest drivers of wealth inequality in the United States because having a degree confers such a massive median wage boost to you. It's like $20,000 a year. So like it's worth it. And like the student aid and everything is there for it if you want to go. Like,
yeah, I think as long as we can set up at the bare minimum, we should set up a system where, if the reason that you don't have access to college is at all financial, then you can go. But yeah. But I agree with you on the schools thing, and part of that is, it's a give and take. The high tuition is the reason why our schools.
Hold on, wait. This guy here. Wait, hold on. It is like $30,000 a year for in-state tuition. I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and look, but I thought the median is like if you do in-state tuition and you dorm the whole fucking year, isn't the average like 10 or 11K, including like dorms and shit? Or maybe not including dorms, but like that. Like if you're at 30K, you're like loading your shit up or whatever. You're doing insane or whatever. That's almost all room and board. Okay, maybe like with room and board, it's like insane, but it shouldn't be. The tuition is not 30K a year. That's insane.
I honestly can't
Michigan State is 15K. State College is 12K. Yeah, okay, gotcha. And that's with no scholarships or no like financial aid or Pell Grants or whatever, anything. So yeah, okay. Oh, that's another thing too. There's a lot of price discrimination that happens with colleges in the United States that nobody seems to account for either. Nobody talks about all the price discrimination that goes on. But yeah, okay, go on.
What do you mean by that?
Price discrimination is when you have, if you've got a high sticker price for something, this costs $20,000, but you have a lot of ways to reduce the cost to people based upon how much they can pay. There is a ton of price discrimination that exists in the United States, such that almost nobody pays the sticker price for going to school. Yeah, so it's
Yeah. Cool. Well, that's all I jotted down, sir.
Okay.
Stephen.
Well,
I'm so happy that the internet stuff fixed itself.
Yeah,
I didn't really do anything. It just changed.
Well, good job. I'm proud of you.
Me too. I overcame.
Yeah, well, hey, I love you. It's been fun. Stay safe. Keep it real, my dude, okay? Or is there
You
any
too.
final closing thoughts? You want to plug your channel one more time?
Oh yeah, Luke Beasley, Beasley on YouTube. It's awesome, great stuff going on there. Daily videos that are either more video essay style, but it's not really scripted. I just turn on the camera and then edit out the gaps, and then live stream content as well. So definitely go over there and subscribe. And I hope to talk to you in the future.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful. Anytime, buddy. Just shoot me a message. Be careful.
Awesome. Bye.
Bye. Someone said Penn State tuition is $30K. In-state tuition I'm looking at right now is $13,600. That's the sticker price. That's with no financial aid or anything like that at all either. I think you guys are including like tuition, or I'm sorry, you guys are including room and board and everything with your tuition cost. The problem that never gets talked about in the student loan debate is people wasting their time at college getting low value, worthless degrees, and universities being incentivized to sell those degrees because it's easy money for them. To me, this is one of the biggest problem. Yeah, maybe. I don't think there's anything bad with low-paying degrees. I think that's fine. We should have a more educated society. That is good. It is good to have those degrees, okay? I don't like I push back against that concept of like a worthless degree. There are no worthless degrees. English majors and history majors and sociology majors, these are important people for our society. We need to round out our society with these things. But if you're from a poor family and you're not doing very well in school, so you're not qualifying for most of the financial aid or for any scholarships, and you want to go get like a $40,000 a year, full room and board, out of state state school tuition, whatever, and like that's probably not for you, Chief. Even in Europe, they wouldn't let you do that. I'm sorry. You need grades, okay? In America, people have this idea like, oh, why can't we do free school like in Europe or whatever? If you want to do free school like in Europe, for a lot of the people that get into the best schools in places like Germany, you got to have good grades to do it. They're not taking Joe Schmo from the fucking farm who's getting straight D's and throwing him into fucking Ivy League like German university. It doesn't work that way. So yeah, like that idea of people that already are kind of like middling in school, wanting to go get like super liberal arts degrees at like out-of-state schools, paying $40,000 a year for full room and board, no financial. Probably not. It probably don't need to subsidize that. Okay, probably don't need to do that. You know. Those degrees are important, but an 18-year-old should be looking to get a degree that builds a career, especially if they're taking out loans. It just depends. It depends. If you're really good in school and you're good at studying, you're good at doing that shit, you can get the scholarship or whatever. You should be able to go to school for whatever the fuck you want to go for. Part of what I advocate for, part of why I like liberal societies instead of like, you know, religiously theocratic ones or authoritarian ones or whatever the fuck, is because I think that like one thing that we should have the option to do in a liberal society is sort ourselves out based on our talents, based on what we're good at. That's something that we should excel at. That's an advantage that we have over like religiously theocratic societies that want to like lock women into like, you know, you have to be a like, there's a woman that's really good at like fucking chemical engineering or some shit. She should be able to go to school and do that. And same thing in our society now. If you're really good at history, if you're really good at English, you're really good at some liberal art or whatever, you should be able, and you're able to get like the scholarships and shit, you should be able to go wherever the fuck you want in the country and be able to pursue that. But at the taxpayer's expense, paying for like middling high school students to go to whatever college and get rando degrees, probably not like the best way to sort ourselves. Probably not a good thing. Would you be opposed to colleges failing more students? My time at college felt like far more students got pulled up through forgiving professors or constantly bitching to administration instead of actually accomplishing or showing proficiency. I have no idea. I don't know about that. Shouldn't all this be free so that more Americans can afford to buy more guns instead? Every man a gun. True. Yeah, I have to talk to the Liberal Sanity Project about something I don't remember. I'm a senior software engineer at a major tech company with an English degree. Any dipshit can learn to code off of that. Learn to code GitHub repo and some time on LeetCode. Going to higher education to learn something for yourself instead of getting a job is highly overrated. I don't know how to tell you this. I'm tired of. I don't even like having these conversations. If you are wondering if you need to go to school to get a job programming, the answer is almost always going to be yes. If you're wondering if you need to go to school for something, then the answer is always yes. Because if you don't need to go to school, you already know it. By the time you're 20, it's too late. I don't know how to say that in any nicer of a way. Okay, if you're 18 and you're working on a ton of fucking projects and you know that you don't need to go to school, you'll know that when you're 18 or 19, generally, right? If you're like 21 and you've never fucking touched a computer in your life, you're like, oh, I wonder if I can go to fucking Khan Academy and learn how to code. No, probably not. You go sit your ass down, go to school, learn it that way. Like, yeah, You're also dramatically overestimating the competency of a random person if you think anybody can learn how to code, because holy fuck. Okay, in a society where 80% of the people can't work the fucking self-checkout machines, I don't believe that anybody can learn how to code. All right. Dr. Mike. Bro, what the fuck am I supposed to do in this game? I can't do anything with the iron. Hold on. I shouldn't be asking this yet. I probably have to go farm these 2 bosses. That's what we're going to do. Oh, because I'm getting the recipe. Yeah, that's what I have to do. I need to farm this boss. Okay. Me at home filming my girls' OnlyFans content so I can spend all my time at the gym instead of a job. True. Based. I look back at my finances, and yes, it cost $28,737 for 2 semesters. This is $10K for tuition, and the rest for room and board. Sure, if you're paying $30K a year, you're paying a lot for probably room and board. Even state schools have large issues of cost. So I don't know if this is true anymore. Here's one thing that I would change. I don't know if it's true, or if maybe this was never true, and I just heard this from a friend who lied to me. I've heard it be the case that some schools say that if you're going to go to that school, for freshman and sophomore years, you have to room and board on campus. That sounds insane to me. I would kill myself in a video game. That's crazy. If that is the case, that shit should be axed. Especially because college dorms seem like they suck. Like, you can't fucking drink. Actually, never mind. I have a different perspective on this, I guess. Never mind. I guess if it's all being paid for with financial aid money or with scholarships, I can understand it. But I guess, like, I was working through my whole way through school. So, like, if I was working and I was paying you money for room and board, and you're gonna tell me, like, I can't drink, I can't have a girl in my dorm past 10 o'clock? Yeah, fuck that shit. The fuck out of here. There is no fucking way you're gonna be dictating to me my out-of-class lifestyle while I'm paying you these ungodly fucking fees for your shitty overpriced apartments with your fucking room, the TAs, or what do they call them? The room fucking manager Nazi people? The SS fucking anti-alcohol police that run around and make sure there's no noise? Fuck that shit. I would lose my fucking mind if I was paying for it. If it was all paid for by scholarship, all right, fuck it. You're paying for my shit, then you get to Nazify my life a little bit. But holy shit, are you talking about religious universities? I thought Eris told me this for the University of Texas. I might be wrong though. I thought she said that. Am I making this up? She might not have said it for that. I mean, imagine it's her experience. She's not gonna lie about it. But I feel like I heard from people that for some schools, even for some state schools, that you have to room and board there for like 2 years or something, for your freshman and sophomore year. But University of California has this. UT does have pretty strict. Yeah, fuck that shit. If you go fight Quincy, get big the random camp door down with the bear form, just hit the Q attack. All right, cool. ASU does this. California State University make you do freshman year. UGA does first year. Yeah, okay. What did you eat for lunch today? I had a cheeseburger. For lunch and breakfast. That's all I've eaten. This fucking Joker video is so fucking good. I'll be back 1 sec, and then we're gonna talk to Liberal Sandy Project 1 sec.
You're a rectangle head and it's embarrassing. Hi.
Obama.
Someone shooting themselves in the head in a school parking lot at 3 a.m. is classified as a school shooting. Yeah.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Oh my god, Steven is AFK. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. 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 Oh, tilde L L L L L L 1 L 1 L L L tilde 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 L L L L ooh slash oh slash ooh 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 L L L greater than L greater than L greater than Lobana tilde K K K L L L L greater than L greater than L L L L tilde L banana 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 oh UNC Winsoob.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I'm going to unleash my Canadian hell dogs on you, Steven.
Please no, oh god. God, it hurts. Ooh.
Obama.
Imagine going to college when you can work shitty blue-collar jobs into your 30s when you realize how you are going nowhere with your life, and so you get a bunch of technical certifications and become a cybersecurity professional.
Hi.
Hello, good sir. How are you?
I'm doing the goodest. Wait, what? Are we about to have a really shitty conversation, or what is it about?
So, what our conversation was originally about, I don't think you forgot, but it was about the Electoral College thing.
Oh, God. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and we can spiral that into like two other things, because there was some other shit you were saying, and whatever you want to do. What do you want to tackle first?
We can, whatever you want. We can do my 700th Electoral College conversation, yeah.
I don't believe you've had 700 electoral conversations.
I mean, at this point, I might
I believe you've had 3, and I believe they were all probably subpar.
Wow. One was with Pisco, wasn't it? So you're saying my convo with Pisco was subpar?
It could have been. I didn't watch it, but it could have been.
Okay.
I've seen my man debate. Okay, do you want to... So, Electoral College is 1. 2 was the... I wanted your take on the Vouch violence thing. I wanted to see if I could get your position, like try to flesh it out. That good?
Sure.
Okay. So your position on the Electoral College, you seem to support it because why?
I think when it comes to choosing our president, I'm okay weighting smaller states a little bit more heavily so that it seems like they have some buy-in to, like who gets chosen to be president, basically. It's going to be similar to arguments for like the Senate. I think that like states are relatively important, and I like the concept of states being represented more, or having representation alongside people. Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. But like you wouldn't I just argue the Senate is their buy-in?
You could, yeah.
What then? I don't understand. What do you mean by buy-in?
Like having a say in who the president is.
Wouldn't they have more of a say if you abolish the Electoral College? That way, everybody would have one vote, one person. It'd all be equal.
Well, no, because right now the Electoral College probably overrepresents citizens of smaller states, right?
It does. It also doesn't represent citizens from safe states at all. Like if you are a Republican in the state of California, for example.
Yeah, I agree. I think that
counts for 0%.
Yeah, I understand. I think that from like Maine and Nebraska, I think that your Electoral College vote should be like proportioned to the voting population. I don't know why it's a winner take all. That seems really
well.
stupid.
If we're trying to make a proportionate, if we want to make a proportionate system, why not just go with the popular vote?
Because the electoral votes that your state gets is based on the number of representatives you have plus the number of senators you have, which is going to slightly favor smaller states or states with less states with less population. And I think having that slightly greater say for president makes your smaller states a little bit more important. But I think you can still be able to apportion out those votes relative to, yeah.
You didn't explain why we would go with that system instead of a popular vote system.
Because a popular vote, because I'm saying that I think that people in smaller states, that their vote should be weighted a little bit more heavily.
Okay, but why? Why shouldn't their votes just be weighted equally?
It feels like different states are probably going to have different interests. And if we just look at interests on the population level across a lot of our policy making or president picking, then the president is going to be kind of like disproportionately always picked by certain areas.
Can't states just represent those interests in the Senate? Isn't that what it's for?
Yeah, they could. I think that you can argue for my positions that like, well, I think you can argue that like you either get the Senate or the Electoral College. You can have both, maybe. I like both, but I mean, if you want to take one and keep the other, I'd probably be okay with it, I guess. But
so you're not married to the Electoral College. If we just abolished it, you wouldn't really give a shit.
I'm not super married to it. I like the idea of like smaller states still being able to choose or have some say in the president or whatever, because the president is kind of important, but I'm not like ultra married to it, as long as the Senate remains as is.
I agree the president's very important. That's why I don't understand why you wouldn't just count every vote equally and make the president win on his ideas.
Because I think different states have different interests.
Yeah, but they represent those interests in the Senate. Like, the president
yeah,
is the
but
president.
You just said that, like...
Not just small states.
Sure. But you just said that the president is very important, right? So if your interests are represented in the Senate, but the president never aligns with you, you might be fucked legislatively that way, right?
Yeah, but that's all... I don't know that I agree with that. Most people... In fact, I don't think I agree with that at all. Most people are governed... for one, you still got heavy representation in both congressional bodies. The president can't ignore you. For two, most people are governed in their day-to-day lives by their own state's laws, which have no impact on the Electoral College anyway. People are represented. They are represented in terms of congressional districts and their state and by their own state's governments, not just their Senate.
Sure.
Okay, I was disagreeing. I've provided my...
I mean, I understand what you're saying, that there are, like...
You really hate it, don't you?
What? Well, I've given my argument. If you don't like it, then, I mean, we just kind of fundamentally disagree. I think that different states have different interests before the president of the United States. Like, in front of the president of the United States, different states will have different interests. And the legislative agenda of the president can also be big for the legislative agenda of Congress. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, I think that smaller states should still have a decent say. Like, a state should have a say in who becomes president. So, for that reason, I'm okay weighing it a little bit more heavily through means like the Electoral College. But if you're going to say, well, they already have that say in the Senate, and the Senate is obviously vital to passing a legislative agenda, I mean, that's true too. So, like, if you want to say, like, you know, we're going to nuke the EC, but, you know, we'll keep the Senate, it's like, okay, yeah, probably. I'm not, like, super married to it. I'm not, like, ultra fucking attached to it. I'm not a staunch, like, I fucking love the Electoral College, I want to keep it, blah, blah, blah. But usually the people that are arguing in favor of getting rid of the Electoral College also want to make, like, huge Senate changes as well. They're usually people that want to get rid of that concept.
They usually champion the filibuster, or abolishing the filibuster.
Yeah. So I think, like, Pisco and Chat would be like, I want to get rid of the filibuster, maybe we should pack the courts, and there needs to be a popular vote for the president, no Electoral College. Like, okay, because a lot of people that are against the Electoral College are totally against the idea of states' interests being represented. They only want to represent interests of all the citizens collectively, which I'm not in favor of that.
Would you? So let's take your earlier position. You believe that states have certain interests in selecting their president, and every state has a different interest for different reasons.
Theoretically,
would you agree that racial groups have different interests as well?
Racial groups have different interests. Yeah.
Would you be fine with weighting votes by race?
No, I don't think so.
Why? Wouldn't it be the same argument?
I don't know if a racial group is going to have a consistently different interest throughout the United States. So, for instance, like,
when have racial groups ever had the same interest? Wait, in our 200-something year history, when have racial groups ever had the same interest?
Never. That's what I'm saying. So, like, I don't know if a black person that lives, like, in Oklahoma is going to have the same interest like a black person that lives in San Francisco.
No, but I mean, just the same way that a small state like Wyoming might have a different interest in a small state like Rhode Island. It's the same principle.
Yeah, sure. But I think that, like, the state of Wyoming and the state of whatever, Idaho or whatever you brought up should have, like, some representation. Like, just because
they have representation.
In what? In the Senate?
Yes.
Yeah, I've already agreed with you, though. If you're going to tell me that you want to nuke the EC, but you're, like, okay with things like the Senate and the filibuster, I'll probably be on board with that. But generally, the people that attack the concept of the EC also want to either get rid of the Senate, get rid of the filibuster, pack the court. Like, they want to just have, like, one citizen, one vote, and wipe the concept of 50 states away. But if you're going to tell me, like, oh, like, I'm in favor generally of, like, the Senate or whatever, and maybe even the filibuster, but I don't like the EC, I'd probably be on board with that.
So I'm fine with regional interests being represented. I think we're a very diverse and geographically disparate country. That's totally fine. If we can isolate the Electoral College here, you know, I'm fine with keeping the Senate. If you're fine with keeping the Senate, would you be fine with getting rid of the Electoral College? Because one of these is more likely than the other. We're not going to abolish the Senate anytime soon. Electoral College, that might actually have a chance.
Maybe. I mean, it wouldn't be like a huge issue that I would feel like super strongly about one way or another, I think.
Do you think, well, I don't know why. There's like 4 million Americans who don't get a vote in territories because of the Electoral College. There's Americans who have their votes diluted.
Wait, hold on. You're talking about something way different now. So you're talking about nuking the EC, but allowing people that are, like, in Puerto Rico and shit to vote for president now, or?
Yes, they should. Yeah, because they're citizens.
I'd probably be okay with that, actually.
Okay, and the weighting of the votes, same with that?
Well, if you're talking about nuking the EC, you're talking about a popular vote, right?
Yeah, everybody gets equal vote. Everybody's votes counts the exact same.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I don't know why places like Puerto Rico are under like U.S. Because if you're Puerto Rican, do you have to pay U.S. taxes?
You pay U.S. taxes, but I don't think they're subject to federal taxes. But since they are American citizens, they do pay taxes in other ways.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know how places like Puerto Rico have like no representation at all in the United States. That seems like kind of weird. But if they don't pay taxes, it's a little different. But I'm not sure.
Well, do you think people should have to pay taxes to vote?
I think you should be subject to tax law generally. Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, they would be subject to tax law if they existed anywhere else in the United States. They just got the rotten luck of living in a territory that was colonized.
No, but I'm saying like I'm not saying that like because there might be people that work jobs but are under like a tax threshold or something, right? Like they don't make enough money or whatever, so it's whatever. But like if you have like a whole territory etched out on a map, you should probably have to like be subject to tax laws if you're going to have like a say in the country, right? Because that's kind of like
I don't disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with that. But you know, it'd be great if Puerto Ricans could vote.
Yeah, I agree. If they're subject to U.S. jurisdiction and everything, it seems like it. Yeah.
Okay. Then I guess we don't really disagree on this. Well, I don't know why though. Like it, you seem to defend it so heavily, but agree with like every one of my arguments.
Because I don't. The thing is, I don't necessarily staunchly defend or believe in necessarily the concept of the Electoral College. I do believe that there's this concept that like states have different interests, and that those states' interests should have a chance to be represented. Usually when I'm arguing against people that are in favor of wiping away the Electoral College, they also want to make dramatic changes to the Senate, the House, the filibuster, and sometimes even to the courts. I guess the courts isn't as relevant there. But usually they're not arguing just to get rid of the EC. They're arguing like one vote, one person, period. Full stop. And states have no interest in the country. That's usually that's like what Pisco would argue. That a state has no interest. It doesn't matter what a state wants. What matters is what one citizen voting one time wants throughout the country.
Okay. I mean, I can't argue for other people, but the way I see it is you've got an institution that was, point number one, founded to entice slave states to join the Union. Point number two, disallows American citizens to vote if they live in territory. And point number three, values Americans at, different levels, not equally. So it's already like fundamentally opposed to everything you would expect from a liberal democracy, right? Some citizens aren't allowed to vote. Some citizens aren't counted at all. Some citizens aren't counted equally. Like it's just seems.
I mean, so point one, I don't care about. I don't care why something was brought into effect. Just because it was brought into effect for a bad reason doesn't mean it's a bad institution. Point three, I don't care about because, like I said, I do think that before like the U.S. government, some states should have representation, which is necessarily going to overrepresent for some citizens. Point two, I do think that we need to do. I don't think like people in D.C. do they get to vote for president?
I think they do.
Does DC get like one electoral vote or something? It's something weird like that, right? I forget.
I'd have to look it up, but I think their electoral vote. I do think they get electoral votes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like if you're like a territory of the United States, it seems like you should have some voting power legislatively. It seems weird that you would have no representation. I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was a short, easy debate. I win.
Nice job.
I've mastered you. All right, my brother from another mother. Can I ask you the Vouch question, the VQ?
Yeah, what's up?
Let's say I'm a parent of a 12-year-old trans child who has been denied hormone blockers by the state I live in. And more than that, the state has investigated me for abuse, and they are starting criminal proceedings against me because they see affirming care as abusive, right? Something the state of Texas is kind of going through right now. Let's just say that's the scenario.
Okay.
So let's just fast forward in time. My kid kills themselves. My trans kid kills themselves because they don't have access to blockers. They can't use the bathroom they want to use. They're not allowed to play in any sports that don't align with the gender they identify with. And more than that, the state has tried to separate us. Can I use violence against the state?
I think assuming that the state doesn't have, I guess, what we would have to appeal externally, like morality. Assuming the state doesn't have like a moral, like right to take your child away, I would imagine that the parent would be justified in defending their children or their family. Yeah, for sure.
Do you think the state has a moral right to take your child away if you give them gender affirming care?
We're debating this right now, I guess, in the United States. The
Then
research
let me qualify it. Puberty blockers and hormone therapy.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I would say that I'm leaning on no, but it's all like so new. But I would lean on no for that they don't have the right to do it.
So at that point, would it be okay? So if they take my trans child away, it would be okay for me to visit violence upon them?
If you were defending your family from being broken apart by like agents at your house or whatever, I feel like in that case, I feel like it would be. I mean, it's going to end badly for you, but like I feel like you would have like,
yeah, I shot them through the door.
I don't know about shooting them through the door, giving no. I don't know. I don't know what.
Kids.
Hold on. Hold on, wait. I don't want to get caught in some weird autistic like. So you're saying it's okay to shoot cops that don't even. All right, but I'm saying there's probably some scenario where you can like defend your family with lethal force. I would imagine. Yes, I'll agree.
Find where that is. Can we find where that scenario is? Like, if it's is it what I described? Like in what I described, let's say Nathan was not gay, trans, right? If the state is trying to take Nathan away from you, and they're stopping Nathan from getting health care that would make.
Yeah, I've already said yes to this. I don't know why you're reiterating it.
Oh, I didn't hear you say yes. I'm sorry.
I said yes, but I'm not going to agree to like shooting cops through doors or something. I don't know like what specific scenario, but like I'm going to agree that like if the state is trying to take your children from you, assuming they don't have the moral, like if you're like not feeding your kid or something, it's different.
At some point, it's going to escalate to lethal violence, right?
Of course,
like,
yeah.
If you accept violence in any part to resist the state, it must come at a point. It must be lethal, right? If you say there's valid reason to resist.
Yeah, which I've already said. Yes.
How do you differentiate that from Vaush's position?
Because I don't think any of that rises to there's a genocide right now. And I don't think that the institutions have failed us. And trans rights have progressed further and further to the left at like accelerated rates over the last 10 to 15 years. So to get even more alarmist or more extremist around the rhetoric surrounding trans issues makes absolutely no fucking sense. It's a total disconnect with the real world.
Do you agree that I agree that they've progressed a lot in 15, 20 years, but do you agree there's a backslide in this or the last few years?
If there is a backslide, it's not going anywhere near where we were 10 years ago. I don't think so.
That's why I'm asking. What's the threshold? When can I start using violence? If I'm a trans person or if I'm the parent of a trans person?
The issue is that around kids is so complicated.
Like, I agree. It's not genocide, but there's got to be some line somewhere where it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I already agreed to this. I don't know why you're asking me again.
I'm just wondering where the line is. That's what I'm asking.
If the state is trying to take your kid from you, I guess for what you perceive to be an immoral reason, I mean, I would imagine if there was ever a reason to enact violence or fight back or defend yourself, it would be then. No?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that.
So what are you asking me?
I was asking you where that line is. Like, is it just at that point where they're taking away your kid?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Okay. Not if they're stopping trans healthcare? Healthcare that might arguably need to save their lives.
Depends on what you mean by stopping. I guess that's what I would have to see. We'd have to see like
they ban puberty blockers from trans children and hormone therapy from trans children.
I think we get into weird territories there in terms of like what's necessary to save somebody's life. Because like trans people aren't going to die if they don't have puberty blockers, right? Like what? So hold on. No. I'm correct. Okay. So we're talking about an elevated risk of suicide, right? Let's say, yes. So when you ask me a question, I'm just thinking out loud. When you ask me a question, if you deny this thing, do these people have a right to basically start killing cops or killing voters or whatever? What I'm trying to think of is, are there other comparable surgeries where I'd be okay saying that? Let's say that it was the case that for whatever crazy reason, Republicans wanted to ban cosmetic surgery for minors. No more cosmetic surgery for minors, regardless of the cost. And let's say that you had some minors who were burn victims or victims of some other accidents that are now no longer able to get like facial surgery because they get a burn or whatever, right? And now these people are at an elevated risk for suicide. If state legislatures would begin banning cosmetic surgeries, can you kill like voters or can you kill lawmakers for doing that because now they're killing your kids? I don't know if I don't know if I'd buy into that goat.
Here's the argument I would give. You would make a data-based argument. You would set a line based on data. Like if people they've been horribly mangled in car wrecks, they're burn victims, they need a skin graft to feel any bit of happiness, whatever cosmetic surgery they need. If they had a 41% suicidality rate, I might say yes. At that point, I might say yes.
Well, hold on. First of all, it's not 41% suicide. It's 41% attempted, right?
That's what I said, suicidality.
Okay, suicidality. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
And that's fine. You want to clarify that. But I mean, like,
sure, but also like if you're looking for hard data on this, you're not going to find it here, right? We're nowhere near the data for justifying, because I'm pretty sure even whether or not puberty blockers help children is still something that we're waiting for solid answers on, right? Isn't this why countries like Sweden rolled back recommendations for these types of therapies for children?
I think that was a political decision, but as far as I know, most data suggests you can consume puberty blockers without any sort of long-term detrimental effects.
Well, hold on. That's absolutely not. Wait. That's absolutely not.
I'm about to give you the side effect. Hang on.
Okay.
The primary side effect that people are going to point to is two things. One is that it makes you sterile, which isn't much of an issue if you're transitioning anyway. And 2 is that it doesn't allow for enough penile growth for a trans man to transition, to have the surgical transition necessary to make like a neo vagina. Right.
Sure. I mean, there's also issues related to, I saw one, I think it was a small study, but like I want to say it was like 13 kids, but something about like a decent drop off of like 7 to 10 IQ points. And then there's also the bone density things that people talk about. But I'm just saying that the data is still in its infancy here. So if you wanted to make a data-driven argument for like lethal defense against the state, I don't think that it's going to be around this. You're not going to have strong enough data on this to prove it.
How long? Well, at what point would the data be? What kind of data would you look for?
Bro, I'm not going to be able to give you the answer of exactly what like the p-value needs to be in the confidence interval. I'm not going to be able to answer that. But I know that the data right now is nowhere near. Wait, what?
What if there was? If there's a meta-analysis, if Johns Hopkins University is making suggestions, like what?
A meta-analysis of 12 shitty studies is still not that great of a meta-analysis. It's not a matter of the data. It's not a matter of the studies being bad or anything. It's just a matter of we just don't have enough data yet to make like hardcore decisions about it. Like not hardcore enough to be like I'm murdering like representatives of the state because they're not letting me do what are like relatively experimental and new treatments for children that don't know.
The same argument to antidepressants.
I want to be responsible in my rhetoric, but based on what I've seen recently, possibly, unless there were problems with it, wasn't there a really large longitudinal study that came out recently that showed that SSRIs are a bit more questionable in efficacy than what we originally assumed? I'm saying this very cautiously because maybe that particular...
I have no idea.
I want to say within the past year... Fuck, I don't know if anybody in chat has a look at this. I want to say in the past year, there was a pretty big study that came out that longitudinally called into question how effective SSRIs were for, and even before this, they were always still like a bit better than chance, so probably helpful. But based on what I know about SSRIs, just being honest, I don't think that depriving children of them would give you like authority to kill people in the state. I don't know if the evidence for them was strong enough to mandate that. That was my feeling on it. Yeah.
I even feel like, well, the problem is there's never going to be data for this. But I mean, if we could reasonably link the lack of SSRIs to high suicidality, in such great numbers, where if the state was banning it, they have a very real risk of like killing people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's a different thing. We live in a world where trans people do kill themselves in far greater numbers than the average population, and access to these medical treatments is a big part in reducing that suicidality.
I mean, if that was like super born out of the data, I think that you have stronger arguments for it. But it's all still pretty new and it's all still pretty questionable. I think that's the issue. But our disagreements are only going to be probably on factual grounds, probably not on philosophical grounds. Like if it was the point that there was like pretty strong data showing that puberty blockers can lower suicidality by like 50, 60, 70%, and the state is like, oh no, we're not going to allow you to do that, then at that point I'm advocating for parents to go black market, hit up Chloe, I guess, on fucking Twitter for drugs for your kids, or fight off agents of the state if they're going to, if the state is going to start abducting your children, then that's really fucked. Like people try to own me on, they link 2019 clips of me talking about DACA people saying, well, I think you're fully justified in using force at this point. At that point, I was talking about the state getting ready to deport like 653,000 people that had lived here essentially like their whole lives potentially. At that point, if we got to a point to where the government was like, if your child identifies as trans, we're going to show up with state agents and we're going to start to take your kids, then yeah, I'm fully on board with like, of course you should be able to defend your family. If there was ever a point to have a Second Amendment, it would be for this, right? If you're going to be a pro-Second Amendment guy. I just don't... The idea that there's like a massive trans genocide looming and that it's coming because in some state legislature... Yeah, I know you're not, but in responding to because you asked me the VQ, not the LQ, not the Liberal Sanity Project question. Yeah. But yeah, that's my kind of my issue with the rhetoric is how alarmist it is when we've moved so far ahead on trans issues. Yeah.
Okay. So you just rather people cool down?
Yeah, I just wish people would like cool down. And I'm not saying that like Vosh should be banned or like this is the worst thing. I just wish that the issue that I have is that when people undermine our institutions and they always make it sound like we're on the precipice of oblivion, you're like, you make people very politically disengaged, and then it just becomes like this really cringe virtue signal fest of like we all need to be screaming about how the end of the world's coming. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to channel my inner Vosh. People are on the precipice of disaster.
They're
people
not,
are on
though.
The precipice of disaster. They are. When their health trans people whose health care is being denied. Trans people who are forbidden from being discussed.
But no, wait, compared to where they were like 10 years ago? Like, what do you mean?
I agree. We're at better places than we were 10 years ago. You also agreed where there was some bit of backsliding.
Yeah, a bit of backsliding, but like again, we've made so much progress. So before like 10 years ago, was there just an infinite genocide?
Until it's reversed.
What?
I'm not advocating this, but I'm telling you what. Here's the Vouch argument, right? Let's just say these.
Also,
laws
keep in mind, these laws are not against all trans people. It's literally only against minors. So it's even just a subset of trans people.
Vulnerable trans people are minors.
I don't even know if that's necessarily true. But again, it's not like this is a backslide against children trans people. It's very targeted. It's a lot less than encompassing than what it used to be. And like we've made huge progress in this area over the past like 10 years. Like, so the idea that it's like a genocide now, like was it an infinite genocide, in 2010 and before? Like, also, I don't even know if any of these laws have been passed yet. Not to say that they won't, but
I feel like it was a tactical mistake to marry myself to Vouch in this, but I wanted to see how.
Well, no, it's okay because I understand you have your own positions too. So I'm mainly arguing against kind of like the Vouch alarmist rhetoric, and then I understand you have your different philosophical arguments there.
Straw man here version here.
Sure, and again, I think philosophically, I don't think you and I disagree. It's just going to come down to like a factual reading of where the data is right now, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have the same position. Damn, we have the same position on like violent interventions of the state. You draw it at a certain line. I don't know where I would draw it. I think I made this reference earlier, but it sure feels like the further you backslide here, the harder you backslide here, the more viscerally dangerous it gets for trans people, the more it becomes justified.
I mean, I just think we have to be careful. Like the fact that we're having national conversation. Wait, you're like my age, aren't you? I'm 33. Yeah. How old are you?
You don't have to call me out as old. Like,
okay, I'm not trying to, but like. I don't know if you remember being a kid, but the fact that we're having a national debate today about puberty blockers for kids is unbelievable. That like the president of the United States is talking positively about trans people. That's unreal. So to say that like because some state legislatures are trying to limit puberty blockers or HRT for children, that it's a genocide and we're backsliding huge. Like we've made so much progress. It's insane. Yeah, sorry, good.
Well, okay. I mean, I understand that, but if you're a trans person living in this place where you see this progress in the last 10, 20 years, that's great. Now you're seeing it erode. It's a little fucking scary.
Then this is your new battle. This is what you fight for. Then you fight for children here.
Well, of course you fight. Well, I'm not disagreeing that you fight it, and I'm not disagreeing we need to tailor our language, but there are very vulnerable people who are being affected by these laws. We definitely need to include in this conversation. We definitely need to understand their perspective a lot better. The stuff we
hold on. I understand the perspective perfectly. I can have these conversations, arguments, but like...
Well, I'm referring to, you don't think there's have you noticed this conservative machine that's just going about just hyper focused on trans and gay people, calling people groomers?
Yeah, but I think the issue that you have to keep in mind is for people that are outside of like the liberal culture machine, the country has changed unimaginably fast in 10 years. So like, it's not surprising.
They don't vote, right? They don't vote on progressive trans issues. The people who vote restrict transit.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that like it's not surprising to me that depending on the media you see, that a conservative parent might think their kid is going to school to get informed about trans people that they probably still think are like called like transvestites and cross-dressers are now like the teachers of their kids when school administrations are very far. Like, it wouldn't surprise me that people are like a little bit like, what the fuck is going on, right? I can be empathetic towards that point of view. I don't agree with them, obviously, but we have to recognize, and nobody seems to want to recognize for the conservatives, the culture has moved a fuck ton. It's moved a lot, and it's probably going to take a little bit for some people to catch up.
I mean, I totally recognize it. I just think the culture largely, if you exclude dipshits on Twitter who we shouldn't care about in the first place, it's moved in a generally progressive way, which is also why we should culturally push back when it starts to backslide.
Sure, and we are pushing back. But like 2 state legislatures considering banning like HRT for children, I don't think it's the genocide. I know you're not saying it's genocide. Like, we should push back for it, but we shouldn't expect to win every single legislative battle, or else it's like now it's an existential threat. Now that we didn't win this one legislative battle, it's all over. It's all fucked. Like, there's always going to be like some give and take, some push and pull. Like, that's how society works, especially when half society still disagrees with the other half, right?
Can we, well, I wonder, would you apply this, so can we apply the same standard to pregnant women who might have their abortion rights taken away after Roe? Like, we can invent another hypothetical if need be, but like, these same people might have their same rights just totally unincorporated by the state. The state has used the power of violence, of its law enforcement, to stop you from doing something that you previously had a right to do, that made you happy, made for better results, all this good stuff. Now they functionally cemented you in a position where your life could be ruined, could be irreparably damaged, depressed.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree personally. Right, I think an erosion of abortion rights, at least for the first 2 trimesters, is horrible morally. But abortion is such a complicated question in terms of like, are you killing a child or not, that it's hard for me to say that like just one individual should be able to make that call, that this isn't like a societally moral decision that we all are kind of like roped into making together. It's a really hard one. I don't know if I can give you like a satisfying like this is.
No,
like,
that's fair. Can I pivot to abortion and probe something else then?
Yeah, go for it. Whatever you want.
I sent you a message. You didn't respond. You're ignoring my messages, Destiny.
Never ignore your messages.
You ignore all of my messages. If you assume abortion is murder, if we accept that abortion is murder, would that make it morally okay to kill abortion doctors?
Would it be morally okay to kill abortion doctors? I think that like, okay, there are two levels of morality that we have to discuss here. So one is going to be all of us should have like our personal moral systems, right? And when I say personal, it could be religious or whatever, but like like whatever we personally morally believe. And then secondly, I think we need to have a societal morality that we all buy into. And that might conflict with our personal moral system.
Is that just a social contract?
We can call it that. But that societal moral structure has to supersede your system, because in order for us to function in a society, all of us have to be on the same legal or moral grounds when it comes to conflicts between one another. We can't all appeal to our unique moralities, because then everything would fall apart. So when you ask me, should you be justified in killing an abortion doctor? I think that morally, I think an individual could come to that conclusion based on how they feel about things. But I think that it would be immoral, because part of living in a democracy with different people is you have to buy into the societal morality. So for instance, if I were to grant that a person should be allowed to murder an abortion doctor because they think it's murder, then I would have to grant that a person should be able to murder any doctor performing anything like that, should they feel differently about it. So for instance, let's say that we say that like euthanasia or assisted suicide is something that we allow. Like, should people who disagree with that be allowed to murder doctors that perform euthanasia or doctors that help with assisted suicide? Probably not. Even if morally you're opposed to it and morally you could justify that murder, you have to keep in mind that there's going to be a societal moral system that supersedes your own, is what I would say.
Okay, fair enough.
Because you can't, because there's always going to be like personal justifications for murder that aren't going to rise to the level of like, this should be like a societal rule or something. Like personally, maybe you could justify murdering gay people or whatever, because you really, really, really fucking hate gay people, but that's not part of your buy-in to society. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
In Minecraft. One more follow-up. How would you respond to the violinist?
I think that the violinist argument is fundamentally there are a lot of papers that argue against this. I should read some of this in a bit. I don't like
the people seeds. Yeah,
I don't know. The people seeds. The reason why I don't like the violinist argument is because I think that when you have sex, you are necessarily engaging in an act that denotes some level of risk to you of getting pregnant. And for the violinist argument to be effective, you have to or the violinist argument is usually presented as a person who just goes to a concert, gets in a car accident or whatever, and then like the violinist is tied to them. They didn't do anything of their own volition to like have the violinist tied to them. But I think it's a bit different for pregnancy, because you are taking an action that necessarily carries some risk of pregnancy with it.
So the violinist already presupposes that, the unborn child, we'll just say unborn child, is a human life, all that good stuff.
Yeah, I understand.
Would you say that somebody agrees to that risk if they are on contraceptives and the contraceptives fail?
Yeah, there's still always going to be some risk, right?
Yeah, there's some risk for anything, right? You could go out and get raped, like.
Sorry, my OBS just.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, wait.
You yelled in your mic. I didn't hear anything.
Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
How are you?
My shit just got fucked for a second. When you say that, like, oh, we all have a choice, like we could go out and get raped or whatever, that's bad because there's another agent making that choice that we can condemn for the action. But the fetus doesn't like choose to like become a thing. It's kind of like there, right? As a result of the action.
Would you say like a failed pullout method would be akin to that? Like if you didn't consent to getting pregnant, he was supposed to pull out. Would you say you ran that risk? Even though
I mean, I don't know how you can say you didn't
pulling out.
How can you say you didn't consent to getting pregnant when you knew it was a possibility?
Because sex was conditioned on them pulling out so that you don't run the risk of getting pregnant.
But you still are running the risk of getting pregnant.
Well, you're running the risk no matter what, right? It's another agent who's acting on you in the same way like there's a rapist outside. In this case, it's somebody who's failing to pull out.
Yeah, but you're still, even if you do the pull-out method, whatever form of contraception you do, basically anytime a dick is in your body, you're essentially understanding. I guess maybe we can make weird arguments for people that don't have an understanding. But once a dick is in your body, there is an understanding that there's a risk of pregnancy happening, right?
Yeah.
So if that is the case, how can you justify murdering the innocent thing that appears as a result of your decision?
Because I think you took reasonable steps to avoid the pregnancy in the first place, and that person who is in your body that's developing has not developed in such a way where one could reasonably confer rights.
Wait, hold on. That's a fundamentally different thing. I believe that. That's why I'm okay aborting like non-conscious things.
But the violinist already assumes that rights are there. So,
yeah. So yeah, that's a fundamental. Because I'll agree with you there. That's why I think abortion should be fine up through like second trimester at least. But I just, nothing that you're going to say, I don't think will, right? This is why I don't like these types of arguments, like the violence argument. I think that you need a really high bar to murder somebody. It's got to be so high. And like, if I could give you any other hypothetical where like, let's say I really like walking through a door in a carnival, because every time I do, like I get like high and it's like so much fun, but there's like a 1% chance that if I walk through the door, a fully formed person is going to appear on the other side that like needs my support, you know, for like 6 months or something. Do I have a right to kill that person? And it's like, well, I'm making the choice to walk through the door. So necessarily I'm accepting some level of risk by doing so. And if a person appears, I can't just murder that person now because they're inconvenienced to me when I'm the one that took the risk. And that's what pregnancy feels like to me. Like, how can you be murdered? If you are going to grant that the fetus is a person that should be endowed with all the normal rights of whatever people, how can you accept then that you're allowed to murder them because of a choice that you made? That just seems like an impossible.
And if we remove the choice, that changes your dynamic. Even though we assume it's a person, it's a human being, and under no circumstance do we allow the murder of another human being for the crimes of a third person.
Generally, yeah. Even if you remove the choice, I think in cases of like rape, it's still the idea that you're. I guess the only way that I could potentially see it is that. No, fuck. I think even in cases like rape or incest or whatever, I don't think you can make that choice. I think if you grant
bite the bullet, wouldn't you?
What? Yeah, I almost think so, because it's just so hard to like make murdering somebody okay. That's a really hard one. I think. I don't think you can grant that it's a fully formed person with rights and everything, and then still do abortion. That just seems like.
I think if you grant that, necessarily you have to take care of it every step of the way, right? What would you?
Sorry, what?
Do you think you have a? I mean, let's just invent a hypothetical. You walk into an empty room and there's a baby there left abandoned. You know, it costs you nothing to feed it and take care of it for a short amount of time. You could sustain its life, or you could just keep walking and leave it. And if you do, it'll probably die. Or no, sorry. If you do, it'll definitely die. Do you think you're under a moral obligation to take care of that baby?
In that case, I don't think so. But I think that to make this more analogous, I think we have to get into a discussion about the difference between allowing harm versus doing harm. So to make that more analogous, let's say that you come across a baby that's just laying there, and you have two choices. You either take care of that baby for the next 9 months because you have to because it was found there, or you stomp on its head and then walk away. I think that's what abortion is more analogous to, rather than just walking away. Because we can't walk away from a fetus. You have to kill it or not kill it, right?
I mean...
So, like, would we be comfortable saying there that if you came across the baby after you went through the door and you either have to take care of it or stomp its head, that you should be able to stomp its head?
Well, I'm not sure there's a functional difference. In both scenarios, the baby's dying. I understand that one's the difference between allowing and one is doing, but the consequence is the same.
The consequence is the same, but there's
as a result of your action or inaction.
Yeah, but humans feel differently about that. If I walk into a room and I see somebody drowning in a bathtub and I let them die when I could have saved them otherwise, versus if I walk into a bathroom and I drown someone in a bathtub, we're going to feel that a lot differently. Even if through a wash consequential system, even if the outcome is the same, we're going to feel a lot different about what the punishment should be and what the culpability should be in that case, right?
Well, societally, I agree, but I'm wondering what your position would be. Like, why wouldn't these be seen as the same thing if they're both resulting in the same consequence?
Well, I mean, I would argue there's a big difference between doing and allowing harm, because a person that does harm is going to be a lot different than the person that allows harm. And doing harm should be treated we should be more, not judicious. There's a word I'm looking for, but we should be more aggressive towards people that do harm versus people that allow harm. A society full of people that allow harm is going to be better than a society full of people that do harm, right?
So it's more like it's for the good of society that we heavily stigmatize doing harm versus allowing harm, even if
for sure. I mean, we shouldn't allow harm either, right? I'm sorry, we should.
Well, if we shouldn't allow harm,
hold on. We should stigmatize not allowing harm, but like the consequences should be a lot different, right?
Should women who get abortions be stigmatized then? They are allowing or doing. They're both allowing and doing harm.
I don't think so up to the second trimester, because I don't think that those things are like. I don't think that a 1 week old thing or a 2 month old thing is anything worth protecting, right? So
if a mother in the second trimester decides to get an abortion, we should stigmatize that?
Second or third, whatever that fucking
Usually it's viability, which is
I don't care
25
about
weeks.
viability. I think at around 20 to 24 weeks or something, or maybe 24ish weeks, all the necessary components are there for something to be having like a conscious experience. That's what I'm interested in. Once that point is hit, then I think it should be viewed as like murdering a baby, basically.
Conscious experience is the end all be all for you?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have a fetus that has no conscious experience, so long as there's no conscious experience, it's totally okay to abort?
Yep.
And this includes a fetus that is up to the 3rd trimester, basically at the birthing canal, but they got some brain damage.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that that's what happened with that do you remember the British baby?
Yes. That case was fucked, but I don't remember what it
It was basically, it was a huge argument that conservatives were using, saying, look at what happens when you have socialized healthcare.
We have universal healthcare.
The British government forced parents to watch their child die when there was a hospital in France that wanted to take this child on and try to save it. But the reality was, if you saw the brain scans of that baby, it was like severe encephalitis. Like 98% of that kid's cranium was full of water. That thing was fucking dead as fuck. But like, yeah, but people try
Can
to
you qualify what you mean by a conscious experience? How do I have a conscious experience? Like,
yeah,
do I
that's a
feel
hard
pain?
one.
Do I see?
So there seems to be some necessary set of components that exist in the brain that allow us to have a conscious experience, and I think in babies those things appear at around 24 weeks is when all of it is supposed to be there. But
I mean, like, what does it specifically do?
Bro, I would be a trillionaire if I could tell you specifically what a conscious experience is. I'm just telling you that seems to be what we value in society for a living thing. So, for instance, when do we consider a person dead? It's when they can't have a conscious experience anymore, generally, right?
I mean, do you have a conscious experience in a coma?
If people think you're not coming back from a coma, don't they kill you?
So they can.
They do,
they can,
right?
They can allow you to die. No,
Well,
it's dependent on if your family wants it. Like Terry Schiavo's whole thing was some family wanted it and some didn't.
The husband, I think, wanted to unplug her, and the family wanted to keep her plugged in forever, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like if we can't have like a conscious experience anymore, that seems to be when we've accepted societally that the person is probably dead, right?
Okay, fair enough. That's pretty much all I got for you, I guess. Good talk.
How's life going, buddy?
I'm busy, but it's the end of the school year, so I'm feeling a lot better and relieved.
Where are you? Wait, where do you live again? Do you say?
San Antonio. I'm a teacher.
Oh.
So
oh shit.
For the last few months, my hairs have been graying in real time.
Nice. Apparently, there is a Women's Turning Point USA event in Austin or something soon.
Yeah.
Are you gonna go to that?
I hadn't planned on it. Should I?
I don't know. Go stream.
Should I
Sounds like
debate
it'd
some
be fun.
conservatives and ask them their questions about abortion?
Maybe, dude.
I don't think I could do it.
Okay. Well,
Make a YouTube. All right. Sorry.
No, you're good. Anything else? Anything new in your corner of the world?
Not really. I've been tracking the discourse, sporadically. Unfortunately, I'm a working class hero, so I don't have time to watch like every. Sorry, I don't watch your stream all that much.
Fuck you.
But for what I can, I try to respond. I think the Electoral College thing was the one that kind of kicked this off, but I guess we have the same position on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh wait, what do you think about Don't Say Gay?
Fuck, I hope that Nick guy's not still in chat, because he didn't convince me. I didn't like it because it seemed like the main issue with that bill. I think 2 different lawyer guys emailed me this to complain about it. They said that the biggest problem with the Don't Say Gay bill, well, that and that it created this private cause of action, basically, that gave like really preferential status to parents that wanted to sue schools for doing things that they didn't agree with, and that would lead to a really bad chilling effect. And because of how like the burden works for like legislation, or not legislation, because of how the burden works for litigation in for Florida, that you have this really like fucked up system essentially created where people are going to be incentivized to sue schools for whatever the fuck, and that schools are going to have like a lot of the burden of the cost, and it's just a really bad, shitty idea is what.
Do you think that schools should be teaching children any age, about LGBT issues, LGBT history, culture, stuff like that?
I mean, it's going to depend on the issues. Like teaching second graders that like there was a poet and like he was gay, maybe that was part of him being a poet or whatever. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world. Having like complicated discourse with a third grader about like what it means to be transgender is probably a little bit strange. But I mean, it's going to depend on. Yeah, it's going to depend on what's being talked about, I guess.
there are trans third graders, though. It might seem necessary to bring that up at some point. So that
Are there trans third graders? I don't know about that. That might be that's a hard one for me. I'm not sure.
Blair White said knew she was trans by the time she was like fucking 5. Like,
I think that if you're trans,
how old is she in 5?
If you're trans, you're gonna know that you're trans or you're gonna feel something at a pretty early age. But there's a lot of people that could feel something at an early age that aren't trans. That's the issue, right?
Yes, but that's why it's good to teach this stuff so that at least they get information about it. They can better understand it.
Yeah, maybe, right? But man, those conversations are going to be real fucking complicated, and I don't trust anybody to have them right now, especially not fucking school administrators. But yeah, I think
well, maybe not school administrators. What about social studies teachers?
No, not from what I've seen right now. It seems like nobody's capable of having like these. Like I think that trans people, especially young trans people, need a place where they are safe to explore things like gender identity without being pushed in either direction and without being made to feel bad if it's not one direction or the other. And I don't know if anybody's capable of providing that right now. People on the right seem way too quick to demonize it all. You're just a tomboy. There's no such thing as trans people. You can't possibly know anything about your gender when you're 12 years old, which is ridiculous. But it feels like people on the left, basically people I've talked to, are a little bit...
5.
What?
You have a conception of your gender from as like young as 5. Like,
yeah, but I don't know if you're going to be able to pick out the difference between being trans or having other issues. That's the issue, right? Is you might
probably not.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Well, that's fine. I don't think most people figure out a lot of these issues. Like I think there's plenty of gay or trans people that they don't figure a lot of this out until they get more information. That seems like all the more reason to give them more information, though.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But the question is whether or not I trust anybody to give trans people like a critical environment where they can challenge their thoughts in a safe and healthy manner, and then figure out like their identity, rather than just somebody like demagoguing them on whatever they believe. Like I don't feel, based on what I've heard, and I could be totally wrong. That'd be great if I am wrong. But it doesn't feel to me like anybody that is like pro-trans right now would adequately challenge a young person that thought they were trans. Rather, the mode that we've kind of shifted in is infinite validation, infinite confirmation. Like basically like validating somebody means compassion, and anything different is like bigotry. So like I don't know if I trust people that believe that to have those responsible conversations with kids right now. I don't trust conservatives to do it either, though, because I don't even believe it's a thing. So
well, I want to know what you mean. Qualify what you mean by validate. Like if a student comes to me and it's like, I've been having some questions about my gender. I think I'm trans. I'd rather go by she, her pronouns for a while, see how it feels, and I'd rather go by this name if that's okay. Like, is it wrong of me to respect their wishes?
If somebody is making a declaration like that, that's fine. But like, if somebody comes to you and they're like 10 years old and you want to have like a conversation about them being trans, I think that conversation needs to be a challenging conversation because it's a very difficult topic. And the idea that it's just like, oh yeah, for sure, honey, like, oh, you're trans, yeah, 100%, like, let's get you dresses and everything, let's go, girl, like, that's cringe as fuck to me. Like, that's an inappropriate conversation. Like, there needs to be a place for them to explore their gender identity, but then also to be like challenged to make sure that they're moving forward in the right direction.
That seems like school would be the safest place to do that.
I agree, it would be, but I mean, college campuses should be the safest place to have political discourse, yet, you know, it doesn't happen. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, in a perfect world, I would agree with you. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's why you defend the issue, right? Instead of saying trans or gay issues shouldn't be discussed in schools, you hardline defend it and say, this is how you do it. You're right. You set the standard.
Yeah, but I can't do that if that's not how it's being done, right? And it would make me dishonest to pretend otherwise.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I agree. I think schools are good places to do this. And like, we already trust our teachers to watch our children for fucking 8 hours a day. So the idea that we don't trust them to have conversations is like, you know, it's another thing to think about too. Like, yeah, I mean, if I felt like teachers were having good conversations about it, I'd probably feel a little bit different. But like, I don't know how I feel where the culture is right now on these types of issues. And the infinite validation thing makes me really worried in terms of how children are being treated today.
Well, I'm curious about that infinite validation thing. Like, would you consider a school socially transitioning a child to be like that? Like, or how do you
when I say infinite validation, what I mean is it seems like today compassion means always saying yes to everything a kid thinks. That the kid isn't given a place to have some challenging conversations related to things like, say, identity, but because that's seen as being oppressive or bigoted. But like, yeah, I think that infinite compassion is seen right now as being like the way to go, and I don't agree with that. I think infinite compassion is just as bad as infinite hate, but it's much harder to see when somebody's being too compassionate.
Fair enough. How do I challenge a kid who says they're trans then? Like, what is the...
If a kid is coming
middle
up to you
level?
and just saying that, then that's probably not your place.
What if they're just saying, I don't feel comfortable in my body? Sometimes, like, they don't have the language for it, but what they're describing is essentially trans.
Yeah, if somebody's saying that, like, I don't feel comfortable in my body, then I think that's a good place to, like, have conversations and explore. Well, why don't you feel comfortable in your body? What have you tried to alleviate this discomfort? Like, you know, what are some things we could try? Like, I think those are good conversations to have. But if somebody's like, I don't feel comfortable in my body, and you're like, holy shit, like, let's go to the Gap and, like, get you some sick-ass fucking, you know, jeans and, you know, overalls or some shit and see if you want to be a guy. Like, I don't think that, yeah. Like, there are
So
ways
you're
to
not-
have it. I just don't know if teachers are having those conversations, yeah.
You're not against schools socially transitioning kids per se, just against it if it's like...
No, I think socially transitioning is awesome because it gives you a chance to try out a different gender without like medically transitioning first. I think it's super even conservatives should be in favor of that because like if
But
a
you
kid
get
can figure
all
out that they're
more-
not trans without having to do anything medical, that's amazing, right? Yeah.
But you just want more critical probing.
Yes, I want the conversations to be more critical. Yeah.
Who should be having these conversations? Teachers, counselors, or...
I mean, I don't know if it's a teacher's place to have any of these types of conversations unless it's like a school counselor or something because like but I mean like inevitably teachers will because depending on your relationship with your teacher you will have these
Yeah, we
conversations.
see the kids the most.
Yeah,
We're the
yeah,
ones that
yeah.
have issues.
So yeah, I don't know. I guess it would just depend. Ideally, like everybody would be trained to do these things, but teachers already get paid like shit. So
Yeah, we do. Okay. All right. Well, fair enough. Had a good talk, buddy.
Mhm.
Thanks for entertaining the questions.
yeah, I love you, buddy. It's been fun. Stay safe.
Love you too, sir. Peace, love, and rock and roll.
True. Be careful, babe.
You too.
What a fucking loser. That's the guy indoctrinating your children, guys. I'm just fucking with you. That guy's name, I don't know if he still does YouTube stuff, but that guy's name is Liberal Sanity Project. Bro, I had to walk all the way up here. If I die, this walk back is going to be fucking horrible. Ugh. Cammy wants to talk. Have you done your emails today? Probably. I don't know. Fuck me, I'm gonna die to this guy.
What? What? No! What? What? No!
Jesus. Oh, cute. It blows up afterwards. Okay. One swing. I added, or I accepted Gammy's friend request. Cool, that hit me anyway. I don't know why I did that. Wow, cute. Oh no. It's... Nice. Cool. That's exactly what I wanted. Kill me, fam. Oh, cool. Does he throw my arrows back at me too? Feels bad, man. I think the thing that I hate the most about this game right now is the traveling. But I guess it's supposed to be played as like a multiplayer. I don't know if you can. Oh, because allies revive you, so it's not probably not supposed to be played as single player. Because it like I have to teleport back here and walk and fight all the way back through here is like unbelievably obnoxious. People keep saying horses make it better, but I feel like even with a horse, I feel like it's still gonna be super obnoxious. I've seen this. Why? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. What? God, this is such a good fucking...
Everybody agreed that segregation was the worst thing this country ever did.
It's such a good fucking clip. Oh, shit. Stop! What is this? Rose risked being attacked by Vosh Committee for speaking to Destiny.
No, I wasn't ready for
how
that.
can people like you? How can people like you? As a Vosh fan, I have to say Vosh was acting super irrationally. And not at all how he usually acts. I think the reality is that he's extremely paranoid about Destiny. Why? Wait 1 sec. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait, is there... I just have to... I just need to... I can't see or hear you. Yeah, because I haven't joined the call. Chill. Can you go one stream without making autistic noises? Those are my noises, Zoval. Oh no. I can't. I love you all. Just hold on. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go.
What am I?
Guys, this is like a Roman architecture for real, though. This is something you only see like beginning of the 2000s, imported glass and whatnot. Holy fuck!
Why? Okay, sorry. I'm getting. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I just can't. I'm so sorry, guys. It's against it's against the rules. That's it. I can't. It's about my manifesto. Let's go with that. Leak it to super followers on Twitter? It has to do with that. It has to do with my super follower tweets. Oh, did you guys know, as a random meme? Yes, hold on. Fuck, I'm sorry. Let me soy up. I need to soy up. Hold on. Oh, no, just go check. Okay, I'm here, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Okay. Destiny, you really didn't know that there are N-words in other languages? Well, it depends, because in some languages, there's like an N-word, like negro, but it just means black. But in other words, they have like the N-word. It just depends. I don't, if I'm not a native speaker, it's hard to say. All right, well, tier 4 sub, if you send Vosh a DM asking to chat and show it for the record, bring him out of the fortress. Why would I ask him to chat? Oh shit, I need to join this call. Fuck!
Hello, can you see me?
I can hear you, but I can't see shit. Oh, I can see you. What's up, bud?
Okay, you're coming. I have to figure this out. You're coming on my speakers for some reason on my laptop.
It's because they're really sexy speakers. Okay, do you want to be on camera or not?
I don't mind, sure. Whatever's easier for you.
Well,
do
you
know
turn your camera on, so... Do what?
Oh, do you know how on Windows 11 I can make it go through my laptop headphones? Because I have my headphones plugged in. I was supposed to be hearing you through them.
It's gonna be somewhere down there.
Okay. I think I had this happen. Maybe I didn't plug in my headphones correctly. I'm really bad with technology, I apologize. Oh, I think this might be it. Headset, does this work? Okay.
Oh, sorry, shit. If you're talking to me, whatever you just did, fucked your mic up.
Talk to you just through my computer without the headphones on, because I think that'll be easier for both of us.
Sure.
Can you hear me fine now?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to talk to you about, like, trans stuff, and I also saw I watched the video August made of your political it was like the one of you reacting to Vosh.
Okay.
Talking about, like, political violence and killing random people in apartment buildings. I don't agree with that part. I just like to get it out of the way. I don't think we should be mowing down random people with Confederate flags unless we have a reason to.
Okay.
But I think there is... I agree with... that there's a point where I think it becomes necessary to inflict violence when sorry, I don't know what to say, but oh god.
I mean, I think we probably are going to have a lot of agreement there. I think every human being is going to, that at some point, violence is not, like, the United States is built on that concept. Right?
Yeah,
of course.
The, like, rebellion.
Yeah, sure. The what is it, like, the blood of the Constitution is washed anew every 50 years or something?
I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I think literally every living human being is going to agree with that. I think the issue is just I have with, like, the surrounding rhetoric of, like, are we at that point yet, or should we feel like we're at that point yet? And it feels like people are really extreme when the environment is, like, the most positive it's ever been for trans people, like, ever.
I agree. Mm-hmm. I agree that we're in a much more positive place, and I don't, like, deny that's probably the best in history. Mm-hmm. That, like, I don't think anywhere in the world, probably other than in America, I think we're probably the best in the world right now. Maybe Canada might be better, but that's, like, it, and we're basically the same. Mm-hmm. My thing is that one of the things that stuck out to me when I watched one of your videos, I don't know which one of the ones it was, but you said you don't like the rhetoric because it undermines U.S. institutions.
Yeah.
Why do you think the U.S. institutions that we have in place right now should be, like, respected just as an institution?
Because I think
that we could, like, reform or replace them to...
I think we can always reform institutions. Challenging institutions is good. Undermining institutions destroys society. I think once your institutions have failed you, you no longer are beholden to them, and then everybody becomes animals, basically. I think it's really bad.
How do you draw the line between undermining and, what was the word you said?
Like critiquing,
reform.
Like, yeah, like we can say that, like, oh, like right now, like, so like one difference might be when it comes to voting. Maybe you think that, like, voter ID would be good. That would help ensure more integrity in our elections. Like, that's a statement that I would probably disagree with on a factual grounds and maybe in philosophical grounds, but I think it's a responsible, measured statement. I'm okay with that statement.
No, I agree.
But if somebody says that, like, all the votes have been rigged, our election systems aren't working, and, like, the Democrats have intentionally stolen some elections, and there's not even a point in voting because they're going to rig it again anyway, well, now we've undermined that institution such that any issue that you would have redressed via voting, you can't do via voting anymore. So now you're looking at extra action, whether it's violence or, you know, whatever else, yeah, or lack of participation.
So for you, what would be the line for, like, when you think the institutions have failed? Like, we're already seeing, although it's not finalized, we're probably going to have Roe repealed within the next year before midterms, I think is what they're saying.
I think it's important to understand that an institution failing means that when an institution is no longer capable of serving its purpose, that's when the institution has failed. It doesn't mean that when the institution does something we don't like, it's failed. So, like, arguably, and it gets difficult around, like, judicial Supreme Court arguments, arguably the Supreme Court reversing a decision is not necessarily a failure of the institution of the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not like the Supreme Court has, like, destroyed our ability to do abortion. Like, that, we still have remedies that we could seek through Congress. It's just really, really hard to right now. But yeah, I would argue. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I apologize for interrupting. You can finish.
I was going to say, like, the Supreme Court ruling in a way that we don't like, I don't think is a demonstration of a failure of an institution.
Well, yeah, but don't you think there are some, like, beyond the Constitution or anything like that, don't you think there are some, like, philosophical or, like, inherent rights we should have to our, like, own bodily autonomy with regards to things like healthcare especially? Like, I feel like when we, like, put the Supreme Court or even, like, the government or any, like, of these higher institutions on such a pedestal where we, like, I feel like we kind of forget the first principle, which is, like, we should be allowed within reason to do what we want to our own bodies.
Well, that's not something we believe in the United States, though, right? That's just not the case, right? We're not allowed to kill ourselves if we want to. We're not allowed to do drugs if we want to.
I think you should be able to for both of those.
Yeah, you can think that, but that's not a belief that the United States has. It's not founded in our history, and it's not founded, like, legally anywhere, right? So that's like a GAMI feeling, not a United States.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone.
Which I don't even necessarily disagree with you there, by the way. Maybe I would have to think about it, but yeah.
I think drugs are a lot more defensible than suicide. Suicide is a lot trickier.
Maybe, but
with the institution thing, do you feel like I see you talk a lot about how, like, the democracy is, like, very important to protect. I know you disagreed with Vosh on the January 6th I think, was it you or him who said he would probably support it if it was like leftists doing January 6th?
So my issue with January 6th when I talk about this is I don't necessarily think that the actions that happened January 6th were wrong. I think that the issue was the factual basis upon which they occurred. If it was the case, if it was the case that our elections are actually being stolen by somebody else, right, and that institution has failed you, then I mean, like, violent revolution is arguably one of the only ways to ameliorate that situation, right? And it's totally understandable at that point, 100%. The issue is I don't believe that was the case. And my feelings around that are actually the exact same with Vosh, right? If we were getting, like, these laws passed that were like, if your child is, like, trans, we're going to take your child. Okay, well, at that point, I think fighting back is 100% justified. Not fighting back in the polls, but like literally arming yourselves and fighting back against agents trying to take your fucking kids from you. The issue is the factual analysis. I don't think we're at that point. I don't even think we're close to that point. That was my issue with it, yeah.
I would have to, don't quote me on this, I would have to recheck the bill, but I know at one point, I don't know, I saw you get mad at a chatter or someone for saying they were talking about it. I don't know if they talked about it or passed it, but I know Texas at one point, the Republicans in their state Congress were trying to pass a law that any parent who would distribute like hormone replacement therapy or blockers to their child who's under 18 would lose the child. I think that's what they were trying to do.
I want to be really careful around, like, state legislatures are crazy, okay? It's a whole different ballgame than like federal ones. So whenever somebody tried to pass a law, like one or two lawmakers coming out in support of something, I don't think it's like, this is a huge thing that I think we need to super address or something, but yeah, like if laws like that start to get passed, then I start to get more understanding of certain types of things. But I think even at that, it gets a bit more tricky. But yeah,
if they passed it and like it's Texas, so at least within the next 20 years, we're probably not gonna have any Democrat like threshold there. What do you think Texans should do with like trans children, gender dysphored children, children who are in the process who have already been on blockers for a few years or just starting them? What do you think should happen to them? Because this will like completely alter their lives in like a way. I don't like to, none of these analogies except for maybe the SSRI one are as close to like, because abortion has the entire different concept than like hormones. But like, what do you think should happen? Because this is like, it would probably raise, it was almost definitely raise the suicide rate. You can make an argument that they're at least, if not killing, ruining the like quality of life of the children.
Yeah, fuck. I would probably have to spend time thinking about that, and I would probably have to compare it to like certain religious things that I disagree with. Like, I don't know, like federally or if it's like state stuff. Like, some religions disagree with like certain medical interventions. Full stop. Is it
Jehovah's.
Like, yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses don't like blood transfusions or whatever?
That's fucking crazy, those. Like, I feel like, though, not to cut you off, but with the Jehovah's Witness analogy, my understanding is blood transfusions, there aren't like many alternatives a lot of the time, so it's like literally killing them. It's not like some things, I know some very Orthodox Jews can just like substitute medication if they have like, it's not kosher. But I don't know how much I agree, or I guess I shouldn't have cut you off, but I don't like when people draw analogies to like the religious treatments and then like the trans stuff, because I do agree with you that like it's an infancy science, but there is some grounding for a lot of the stuff we do in it. I don't know how fair it is to compare that to like a religious choice, because like your argument is like the Torah or whatever the fuck the Jehovah's worship versus like the W path or the APA and whatever they're recommending, or the endocrinology boards.
I mean, I would agree. I value secular institutions more than religious institutions, but I don't know if I can make that decision for other people, right?
I think the kids. Oh, this is another. Sorry, I know I'm bringing up a lot of shit, but the medical age of consent. Are you familiar with this concept at all?
Nope.
So in most states, I know some of them are changing it. A lot of them are changing it. I'm surprised no one has mentioned this to you before. I know I should have introduced myself by having tech issues. I'm 20 and I got on blockers when I was like 15, 2 days after my 15th birthday, I think. And I've been transitioning for like half a decade to more or less like where I am now. And the medical age of consent is something a lot of people in the debate sphere, I'm surprised they don't know about, because it like could help. In a lot of states you hear about this, like in the South, I know they are have like altered this. But in a lot of states, like a girl who's like 12, 13, 14 can get an abortion without like any parent knowing, or like anyone knowing other than herself, assuming she keeps it to herself and her doctors, of course.
Mhm.
This is because of the medical age of consent. It's not like without limits. There are like obviously limits. Like if you're 12, you can't get like fucking like F cup boobs implanted in you. But
It only goes up to double D.
medical.
I'm just kidding, sorry.
Yeah, maybe. A lot of them. Most states have a medical age of consent between like 12, 13. I think there might be one or two that are 14. And so the medical, I'm not sure if it comes from legislators or medical boards, but the precedent for a long time is when that kids at 12 or 13 have some degree of like autonomy with medical. Like we see this with kids who are like 13, going to the doctor and getting prescribed antidepressants that their like parents might not approve of because they're really depressed.
Mm-hmm. I would have to think a lot about that kind of stuff because I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not sure.
Like I know you. I don't want to like get into personal stuff, but I know you like bring kind of think of it with your son and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to rethink this. Like, what if you were like maybe you're Ted Cruz and Nathan's like a tranny? Like, what would happen? Do you think you would want the dad to be able to make decisions over the gender dysphoric child? Because I just disagree.
Well, yeah, I know.
It's easy to look at someone like you who would be like, right now at least, would be like, I know what's best for my child, and you probably do. But there are so many. I think the vast majority of parents in this country don't know what the fuck they're doing, especially if they have no medical experience.
Yeah, I know, but like, let's say that changes at some point. Like, how would I feel if my child could seek, like, medical treatment and consultation and everything fully through like their school and then a doctor, and then I'm never consulted on it ever?
I don't think it's through the school. I mean, maybe some mental health with like the counselor. But like Nathan, if he had like if your guys are on like a Medicaid, I was on Medicaid when I was
sure. When I
younger.
say through the school, I mean like if those conversations could theoretically start with teachers or start with school administration, right? I would never be informed of it because a lot of people are in favor of not informing the parents if they think the parents might be against it. And then my child is able, from those conversations in the school, to decide that they need some sort of therapy or something, and then go to a doctor and get that. And that whole process could happen without me ever being informed about it. That's like a super rough. I wouldn't like that.
I know as a parent it's probably daunting, but like think back when you're like a libertarian guy. Do you think you would have as much of an issue back then? Because like the kid, if he's thinking about medical stuff like seriously at like the age of 12 or 13, I mean I'm pretty young myself, but I think even when I was 12 or 13, I could have consented to like going on antidepressants or things, and my parents were supportive of most of this stuff. But like I just feel like we kind of underestimate how smart kids are. They're like smart fuckers.
I think we underestimate. Yeah, we underestimate and overestimate them. It just depends on what it is. Because in some ways kids are smart, but in other ways kids are real fucking stupid.
Yeah, like with long term, a lot of them don't want to do homework or whatever.
Yeah, or sometimes like some of the stories that I come across with trans people is that like so here's like a thing that seems to be true. Okay, if you are trans, by the time you hit puberty, you're almost for sure going to know it. And oftentimes you'll know beforehand.
Or you won't have the words to describe it. Like, I didn't know what trans was until
but you'll know something is up. You'll know something is going to happen, right? But if you're not trans, you might think you are. But it's really hard to know for sure that you're not. Like, how does like a normal person navigate that? Yeah, that's kind of like my issue. That it seems like a common thread that I pick up on is this idea of that like people have problems through school, that age, which people will, and then they think that like, well, maybe I'm trans. Maybe that's like what
especially
could be.
Girls, or at least female-bodied people. I feel like this is a lot more prevalent. The studies have been, from my understanding, I haven't read them, but I've seen a lot of people say that. Have you heard of the rapid onset gender dysphoria study?
No. What is it?
It's also abbreviated to ROGD, but it's basically the concept. My understanding is the study is very flawed, and that a lot of people, for political gains, distort the use of the like efficacy of it. My understanding is they polled like a bunch of parents of trans kids and were like, "Did you see any signs of it?"
They were like on forums or some shit. I think that
it was like, I think it was in England too. I could be wrong, but I know it was like a pretty like terrible study. But like I do think there's a truth to but the thesis of it was basically that like being trans is like can be, at least if we're being charitable to their whatever they did can be socially contagious depending on how you define trans.
Yeah, like if you define it like demon mama, like there could be a ton of people that are like becoming trans. Sure.
Yeah, Chris Chan is as true and honest woman to demon mama.
Mm-hmm.
I transitioned in high school, like socially, and I changed schools when I did it.
Mhm.
But like I saw like people who were like non-binary. Like I believe in non-binary. Here's how I see it. We have like a bimodal distribution for like two poles on one. One is male, one is female. And then we have some like fucker in the middle with this like intersex where you have like a mix of both traits. I think trans means like you want to go from one to another in some capacity. Like you want to go in between. You could want to get like some surgeries but not others. But my experience in high school when I was like living as a trans person, and I went to like 3 different high schools, so this is like a varied experience, was most of the people who identify as trans do not want any medical like intervention at all. They might sometimes wear like a binder if they're like a girl who wants to cover her chest up a little. But like I've just had that as my experience, and so I feel like I don't know how these studies are pulled exactly unless they're specifically looking at gender dysphoric youth, because I worry that sometimes we can account for people who shouldn't really be accounted in these studies.
Yeah, which is also an issue because people like Demon Mama, like the if I call
it's
people
cool to be trans.
Yeah, am I allowed to call people too cute, or is that considered like transphobic?
It's so the too cute transmit thing. I'm surprised you even know what that is because it's like such ancient discourse. This stuff comes like when Trump was just in office when this shit was kicking off on Tumblr.
Yeah, but it's like if we define like trans by like the way the too cutes do, then like obviously you have like way more either detransitioners or a much larger population of trans people, and then like stuff gets really weird at that point about the conversations because a lot of those people probably don't want to like actually transition, but like binders or blue hair is enough for them.
Or they want to go by like they
Zer, or they them. And then dye their hair and be done with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen with the like liberal like gender politics thing that. Oh fuck! I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it! I hate that. But with the like gender politics stuff of that, I also feel. Have you like? I know you like read the studies and stuff, but have you actually looked at the criteria for gender dysphoria as like a diagnosis in the ICD or like DSM?
I think in the DSM-5 we did a long time ago, but yeah, but it's been a while. I'm not gonna remember them.
I think you should recheck it. I don't have it pulled up right now, but some of the stuff in it is like to me concerning. Like I feel like in the DSM-6 or ICD-11, I think is what the ICD is on right now. I think some of it, at least ethically for me, really needs like reconsidered. Although you might disagree with this because I saw you mentioned something about like getting a girl like jeans or something if she feels like a boy. But one of the I should pull up right now, but I know one of the like criterias is something along the lines of like dresses in like opposite gender clothes. Like I don't know how much I feel about like I feel like we're kind of reinventing like the binary gender roles that a lot of trans people tried to argue against, but being like if you wear a dress you're a girl now. When I transitioned, lots of people don't like drag queens now, but like drag queens were like I was around them and all, and it was like normal for boys to wear dresses, but it just when they were boys who like to cross dress.
Well,
and like
hold on, wait, how old are you? You're 21?
20.
20. Okay, because drag isn't normal. That's why it's called drag, right?
No, I guess I meant in the LGBT. I mean, like it's normal in terms of like what it means to your body. Like it doesn't make you. It shouldn't make you abnormal, in my opinion. Like
sure.
I don't see any harm in it.
It doesn't make you trans, right?
No, it doesn't make you trans, and I also don't think it should be like I don't think being a transvestite, which is like a cross-dresser for the Zoomers in chat, should be like a diagnosis because it just means you like to wear girl clothes or like guy clothes if you're a girl. And like, oh yeah, I was gonna pull up the gender dysphoria diagnostic. There was one. I know there was like one. I talked to Taff about this in DMs a long time ago. Come on. Oh, did they change it? Huh. Okay. Well, last I checked, it was they had like some really arbitrary things like wears a dress, which like I feel like if we're like gonna like define people's dysphoria or like wanting to take cross-sex hormones with like at least how like the Vosh or like sociologists define gender, I really don't like how we've wrapped up this medical issue that, at least to me in my mind, is one of like sex-based gender dysphoria is what I like to call it, where you want to change your sex. You can change all the pronouns you want, but it won't make you a different sex, which is why you take hormones, get surgeries, do all this stuff. I don't like the conflation of just like what clothes you wear into this, unless the clothes are like specifically fit for like one of the sex's bodies, which I think a lot aren't.
I mean, I imagine it's probably going to have a lot to. Like when you're talking about diagnostic criteria for mental illness,
dysphoria,
which dysphoria would be like the mental illness, not the trans part, but the dysphoric part. You're going to be looking at like multiple characteristics. Like there might be one or two things that are diagnostically relevant, but they're not like they might be necessary, but not sufficient, right? So like I would say that like or maybe not even necessary, actually. It could be a component. But like one common thing, like people might experience gender euphoria through cross-dressing, but like a cross-dresser might not experience gender euphoria through cross-dressing. They're just like cross-dressing, right? So like it could be the same behavior, but it feels different depending on the person you are, right?
I mean, I guess that makes sense if you're like cross-dressing and then you get, even if you're not like on the hormones or anything, and get like seen as a girl somehow and you're a guy.
Because my understanding is that people that do cross-dressing like want to be seen as like really good cross-dressers. Like that's their goal. They don't want to be seen as women. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for drag. Yeah.
Oh god, there's something I wanted to say too. Let's go back to the kid thing where you were talking about like you need to think about how the parents' role should play in medical decisions. Do you think we could envision a world where like parents are obviously fucked up, but we have like we have advanced our medical institutions. Like you said, you really love the institutions of the US government, which I can respect to a degree. I just feel like you kind of don't respect the doctor institutions as much, because those like I feel like what if you took your kid to like a fucking like heart surgeon? Would you want to be like involved in every single process of like how the surgery is going to be performed? Every like
no, for heart surgery, I would respect the doctor's wishes there, but the gender stuff seems to be a lot more iffy. That's my issue, right?
No, I agree. I agree on the gender stuff, at least to a degree. But I just feel like the doctors can know a lot of the time if the kid, if it's right for them. I mean, they can predict it. Nothing is certain, especially in the like psychology field. But a lot of these same issues you like pose that are valid issues. I don't want to like minimize them at all. But a lot of like not just SSRIs, but like antipsychotics and all these other psychological drugs have a lot of the same issues. It's different why people are giving them, but like a lot of the issues with side effects and like potential increased suicidality are shared there, but I just don't see the like fear as prevalent among those.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the fear is as prevalent because people don't associate those as much with like an ideology being pushed generally.
Yeah.
And I might even be a little bit warm to those because to those ideas because I don't know of like doctors that are like ideologically dispositioned to prescribe SSRIs, whereas like the gender stuff, maybe it just seems a little bit weirder sometimes.
I think a lot of doctors, at least in my experience, they like want you say you're like sad and they'll like throw an SSRI bottle at you. Like I feel like it happens a lot, although that's just an analogy.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like there can definitely be like irresponsible prescriptions. Like I'm sure that can happen. But I'm thinking more of like that's more like a lazy doctor thing in general. Whereas like there seems to be like an ideology that might be worried about when it comes to trans-related stuff that is unique to the trans-related stuff.
With the I understand why you think like the endocrinologist might like a business if like trans was just no one was trans tomorrow. But most endocrinologists, from my understanding, practice. They can do a lot of things because it's like your endocrine system. Like I'm a type 1 diabetic, which means my pancreas doesn't do anything at all for me. So I've had to see one before I like knew what trans meant. And that was the one who helped me transition when I went through it as a teen. But I don't know why we would think that, unless they're operating like specifically at like a Planned Parenthood, not even Planned Parenthood, like gender clinic, and is only doing trans stuff, which most endos don't. Most of them do multiple stuff, like they do diabetes, hyperthyroid, I think is what it's called, and other endocrine disorders. But when we go to trans, I don't know why you think there's like a big push within the field for like ideology.
I guess it feels like the
most
difference.
Doctors aren't Chloe.
Yeah, no, I understand. The difference, though, is that when we're talking like endocrinology, we're talking about like measuring things in the blood to see like what kind of treatment we should do, right? Like, I don't think a doctor is going to be like ideologically, I am, feeling like you are type 1 diabetic, right? Like we can measure your blood sugar and look for stuff, yeah. Whereas for trans issues, these are related to fundamentally unknowable things, right? What is your internal experience? That's an
Isn't that the case with all mental illness that we get treat through like psychological drugs or like medical drugs of any
Yeah,
sort?
for sure. Yeah, it definitely can be. Although the accounting for those things seems to be a little bit less subjective, kind of, but not always. So, for instance, like if I'm talking to somebody about like depression or anxiety, like it seems like I can get at slightly more like grounded answers there than like what is your gender identity, where that's like such a more confusing kind of thing. Although I will say even some of these things like related to SSRIs or antipsychotics or whatever, even these can be pretty subjective. But I would also say that people also have a lot of problems with that because of that, right? The really big thing that we see parents having a problem with today are like ADHD diagnoses. Right?
Oh yeah, they hand it out.
So a lot of people are saying that like we massively, and even some medical professionals saying like we massively overprescribe ADHD medication.
It's true, but then people want to ban it, which I don't think is the option either. I don't think we should just ban things because they're like not prescribed with the most like caution they should.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, potentially. But then if people are going to point to that, then they'd also point to like HRT or puberty blockers as well, right? So yeah, so that's like, so there are issues even around the SSRIs. If we were to say like, well, aren't they kind of similar? I would say, yeah, they could be, but people have like the same problems with those as well, right?
Yeah, I guess. You said that, like, the gender is complex, which I agree, but I think that most gender dysphoric, like, transsexuals, I like to use the term transsexual because it typically weeds out the crazies when you use that instead.
Sure.
But when we talk about, like, gender dysphoric transsexuals, I feel like a lot of the confusion that you do rightfully mention, a lot of us are confused at different points in our life. I feel like some of that isn't because of the condition of transsexuality, but I feel like it's because we as a society have gone so far from just like sometimes there are boys who want to become girls and so we give them like the estrogen to like you're a non-binary, trans feminine, androgynous lesbian, low HRT dose. So like a lot of these people who would normally just go from one to another are confused about what they are, and I don't think that's inherent to the condition. It's societal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, probably not. I would agree, or I don't want to say I agree because I don't know if you're necessarily saying this, but I would say that like the presence of this like too cute group like definitely muddies the fuck out of the conversation because for a lot of these people, gender is like it's less or
it's an aesthetic, or it's like being goth.
Well, I'll say rather than being that, instead of saying it's aesthetic, I'll be nicer. I'll say they view it as more of like an expression of your identity, right? But not necessarily something tied.
That's the exact same thing.
Yeah, I know. But I'm trying to be more charitable when I describe their positions. But yeah, I mean, I would agree. To them, it's more of like an expression thing. Like, yeah, like I could be goth, I could be punk, I could be autism gender, I could be trans. Like they view it more that way. So I do agree that like that muddies the fuck out of conversations for actual like dysphoric trans people who are having a fundamentally altered experience. You know, rather than like, you know, my biggest issue today is deciding what kind of makeup I want to wear to you know present as like goth gender, you know, versus I feel like I want to kill myself because I don't like the way my stomach looks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think, you don't have to answer if you're scared of TS, but do you think those like the goth genders or the people we're talking about should be incorporated into the letter T? Like what if we just like
No, I think that I think I'm like
letter.
I think I got radicalized by my trans emails. I think I would be considered what's called today. I think I'm a trans medicalist. Yeah, I think that if you don't have dysphoria, I think that those experiences or whatever can be recognized, but I think it's not trans. It needs to be classified as something.
LGBT.
Yeah, you make it a new letter, make it put them under queer or whatever, like
Too
other
cute letter.
Yeah, sure, something like that. Yeah.
I do want to, I don't know, you mentioned euphoria earlier, but don't you think that some people, I mean, I don't experience this, so I'm just going off of some people I've heard. Do you think there could be some people who are like euphoric but don't have dysphoria, but are like, I'd be happier as the opposite sex, but I don't meet the gender dysphoric criteria? Because when we talk about dysphoria, we're really talking about like a rigid, like 9 bullet points you have to meet a certain threshold.
I think so. So originally, why like the true scum, why the trans medicalists got so much criticism was because, well, initially it's because they wanted, like, if you weren't literally fucking under the knife or on HRT, you didn't count as trans to them, right? They were like,
do you know anything about the history of the trans meds? Like, do you know anything about them?
Briefly, I know like the conflict on Tumblr between like the two cutes and the true scums, and then how they branched off and they have like the gender critical thing and a little bit, but I'm sure there's a lot I don't know, right? It seems like
I don't think gender critical came from them. That's just like radical feminists made that their own.
Oh, no, that's true. Gender critical are what the TERFs call themselves, actually. Yeah. Yeah. I've had true scum people email me and say that they Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Keep going. Say what you're gonna say. Yeah, go ahead.
Did you know, this is like tangential, but a lot of radical feminists, I read a ton of their, like, they have blogs on Tumblr because that's like basically, other than their own like forums, is the only place that hasn't like mass deleted them yet. Because Reddit did a huge purge like a year or two ago of all their communities, but a lot of them are actually identified as gender abolitionists. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. Like, a lot of their rhetoric is similar to Vosh's, but they like just add the hormones too.
Gotcha.
Like to what they want to ban.
Okay.
But with the transmed thing, part of the reason was on the panel that Calvin went on, which I got him on there, so you're welcome.
Okay.
But with Calvin and Mr. Girl and all those people, Calvin was one of, I'm surprised you don't know this, but he was like probably the, other than Blair White.
Oh,
like,
Calvin was the younger guy.
He was the biggest, yeah, he's the trans guy who came on and like called Mr. Girl and Nihilist.
Yeah. That guy was super cool. Okay, yeah.
He's female to male, and this was like right after Trump took office. Calvin was like the biggest trans man YouTuber on the internet, probably the biggest like online creator who was a trans man. And he was a trans medicalist. He was friends with Blair White and like some other people. Most of the other people are like no longer in the internet space because like the anti-transmed backlash got all of them off. Although Calvin actually didn't leave for that reason, to my understanding. RGR actually like debated him out of being a transmed.
Okay,
so maybe she'll debate you too.
Maybe,
but
or maybe she's a transmed now. Who knows?
I hope so.
I agree initially that it seems like the early transmed stuff went way overboard with the gatekeeping. Like, I don't think I would say, like, I think that I would say, like, here's what I feel. I don't know about like having to be on hormones, having to be. I think that if you have dysphoria, I think that you are having an experience that needs a community, it needs support, and it needs understanding. And if you are a trans person that has dysphoria, you are having a fundamentally different experience than like Demon Mama, who's like like an aesthetic trans person.
Crackhead gender.
Like crack gender or autism gender. Like I think, and I'm not even saying these as insults. People literally believe that there's like autism gender.
No,
I don't know about
I
don't know about crack gender, but
they'll call you racist for that one.
Sure, yeah, but like I think that like and even like I'm not saying that their identities are invalid, or maybe I am. I guess I'm just saying that like it's fundamentally different than a trans identity.
Different.
Yeah,
it would be like if I'm wearing black glasses and we're like, I want to say the N word because I'm black now because I have black glasses on. It's like they're similar, but I can't just go up and be like, "What's up, mate?"
Yeah. It's fundamentally different experience. Yeah. So that's what I would say. But I think that's enough today on the internet to basically qualify you as like a trans medicalist. So I mean, I would just own it and say, sure, I'm a trans medicalist.
I've had people like the synth person from your community who's a fucking retard.
Okay, chill,
call me a trans med. She called me a trans med because I said I don't consider people who don't want to transition trans or something. But after when I said this, I like cushioned it with like, because I was trying to be like PC with like 10. You don't need your dysphoria to be trans. You're valid how you are. Blah blah blah. But like anything, I feel like you had to be there to get it because a lot of these videos are gone too. One of Calvin's videos that got, I tried to find a re-upload of it because I really wanted to watch it again just to like see how it aged. But when he, to my understanding, was like 17 or 18 in high school when he was like at his peak, so he was like a kid with like 500,000 subscribers on the internet, and he would make videos going on TikTok of like what we would call trans trenders, and would like make fun of like 12-year-olds when he was like 17 and call them like girls, which is what happened. And that's like kind of why he and his like sphere got like attacked off the internet, because like if there was like a girl who, or like a person who was like non-binary, it was typically like people who are female bodied or AFAB or assigned female at birth who got the brunt of at least the early transmed like attacks, because a lot of them would be like doing cosplay and saying it's trans, which you can see now is like literally
this is what I got, which was interesting when I did all my emails, because online it's like almost exclusively AMABs.
Trans women.
Yeah, almost all of them. But apparently in real life, especially like in college campuses and stuff,
it's all AFABs.
It's all AFABs. Like they're like 95% of them are they thems. That have dyed hair and have no desire to transition whatsoever, and that was one of the big.
They might bind their chest, but that's it.
Maybe,
and a lot of them just do that because it's like peer pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that was probably the most frustrating thing I got from people talking to me is that like if they feel like if you're a trans person that has dysphoria or wants to transition in real life, there's like no community for you really, because all of the trans communities are lumped in with all of the too cutes, and you're like, well, what the fuck is like any of this, right? Yeah.
The only two that I've seen at least on Reddit are like the r/transmed or like Truescom. I don't know which one it is. And there's like one called Honest Transsexual or something. Those are like the most uncensored ones
Mhm.
that are targeted for people like that. When I was like transitioning in high school, I got on blockers like right when freshman year started,
Mhm.
but I was like, I didn't transition socially for like 2 years or so because I didn't want to like just do it at a new school and everything.
Mhm.
When I went to this like support group for LGBT kids. Like it was just like a group in the city where like had kids from all the high schools could come there and like hang out. And they had like a trans group, and I was like, cool, maybe I'll meet some people who are transitioning. Throughout my entire time there, I never met a single like trans woman, or like they call themselves trans feminine now, but like none of them wanted estrogen. They might dye their hair, they might have it a little longer, but like they don't have any desire to transition. There were like 2 or 3 like female to males who like wanted to take the hormones or were in the process of doing it.
Mhm.
But like everyone else, it was like you were the minority. It's like in your own space, you don't have a space.
You don't have a
'cause they're,
space
like,
for you. This is a complaint that I get a lot from when
it's the
trans people
great
email me.
replacement for transsexuals.
Yeah,
for
and then
its
even
role
on
this time.
fuck, I don't. Is there like a trans app on a phone? Can you think of one?
I don't use that. I know there's like voice training apps. I
No,
haven't
no, no,
used
no.
one
There's
'cause
like
they're,
one where you
$40.
can like where you like meet people who are
The
trans.
bathroom one. I've never heard of that. I know a lot of the trans community has a lot of issues. It kind of resembles the gay community. A lot of like promiscuity and unsafe sex, which I'm not against promiscuity, but the unsafe sex part is like what I'm talking about. But I know a lot of trans people like literally meet platonic friends off Grindr because there's nowhere else to find people.
Fuck, I'm not gonna remember this, but like, yeah, I've heard stories of people like even when you go like on trans apps, like it's all like hardcore political position. There was one app in particular that was brought up, but I've never heard of it. But it's like,
was it OkCupid?
No. It wasn't. It was nothing I'd ever heard of before, so it wasn't Grindr either. But yeah.
Oh, I think. Oh, is it Lux? Is that what's called Lux? Is it like the lesbian one? There's one called Lux or something.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't remember. Fuck me. But yeah, everything seems pretty fucked. Everything seems pretty fucked.
What would it take you with the medical, like, could you explain your, like, apprehensions to the medical age of consent, like, dilemma? Because, like, the law as it is now, I don't know how long
Hold on,
it's been
someone in chat brought it up, and now I found it.
You're
Thank
good.
you. Yeah, it was a queer, sorry, this is just one of the, I have a lot of emails saved for it.
What's it called?
It's called Tammy.
Tammy.
This is one of the emails that I had saved or whatever. I'll just read it like a section of this. Basically, so I enjoy my queer and trans friends, and I enjoy my straight cis friends, but joining LGBT plus discords and the Zoomer app Amino was horrible. It literally rides on elitism and proclaims suffering. There's nothing fun about obsessing or coping with a group. It's often focused on idpol anyway. I also joined a queer app called Tammy, Taimi. Taimi.
I think I've heard of that.
Yeah, and there seems to be a load of clueless pre-transition trans folk. If they're all on this social/dating app trying to match with further along trans folk to ask questions like, where do I get HRT? Am I counselor for me to place that's closed? Or what
Make a
insurance?
Reddit account.
Yeah, there clearly aren't proper spaces for them. These communities that claim to support trans folks are dumb fucks who obsess about fuckboys online identifying as super straight and how you should be able to change all the documents with literally declare your existence from assigned gender at birth to preferred gender at the click of a button with no mediation. Yeah, I was a person basically complaining about. Yeah, I have a lot of people that complain about like these like trans spaces being like super fucked in schools. Yeah.
How do you feel about the super? This is like old stuff, like a year ago. But how do you feel about the super straight thing?
I hate.
I don't like I don't like how like their origin of it, but I do agree that like I don't like. There's like this for years. People have shamed. It goes back to Tumblr as most things do.
Mhm.
People started to shame like lesbians who don't want to suck dick.
Yeah.
Lesbians.
Like I don't like the idea behind like super straight, but I understand it as a reaction to people saying like if you won't date a trans person of the opposite gender, you are transphobic.
You're a Nazi.
Yeah, and it's like, well, that's kind of bullshit. Like if I'm
It's
like a
also
straight,
rapey,
yeah, that's a whole other. Well, careful because
That's
now you
my
just justify
more
the
issue.
trans panic defense, and now you're a trans like homicidal maniac. But yeah, like that. So like when people are coming out saying like, well, I'm super straight, and it's like, okay, that's a little bit cringe, but like I understand if you guys are going to say that you're transphobic if you're straight, but you won't date somebody that's trans of the opposite gender, like that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, I mean, like, I understand. I'm empathetic towards it.
Yeah, if we were in a world where you could like literally transplant like body organs analogous, not like neo-sex organs, I would think it would you'd probably have a more convincing case. Like if we could put trans men's brains in trans women's bodies pre-transition, but we're not in that world, and so there's obviously gonna be physical differences, especially if you don't have the surgery.
Yeah,
if you don't have any surgery.
The thing that drives me the most crazy about all these conversations too is that, like, in my opinion, I'm gonna make stronger statements now. In my opinion, every crazy delusional trans topic is led by and followed exclusively by two cutes, because every trans person that I've ever talked to that is like actually a dysphoric trans person that's like through HRT or even SRS or FFS, whatever, like none of these people would ever say, oh yeah, like I'm gonna go and sleep with a guy without ever telling him I have a dick first, because that's so fucking stupid.
Crazy.
Yeah, and every trans person knows that. And like even when it comes to things like bathroom identification and shit, it feels like two cutes want to say like, oh, I should be able to go into whatever bathroom I want. I have another conversation saved with a trans woman that was talking to a couple of friends, and she was just thinking like, this is fucking insane. Like I would never go into a bathroom that's gonna cause people to like look at me or give me trouble or have the shit beat out of me, because what the fuck. And
it's really scary, especially if you're early in transition. Like it's you don't want to just like go and play in the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, get killed or like get like a hate crime.
But it feels like for some of these people, like they want to see their lives as more like political. This is why I say I broadly differentiate. You have like dysphoric trans people who it seems like they want to pass and like be recognized as their gender identity because they're expressing well, and that's what they want their lives to be like. And then you have this second group, like the two cutes, or the people that branched off from them, who like they don't want to be a woman, they want to be a trans woman. It's like their gender identities are like political statements. Yeah, exactly. They want like all the aesthetic and everything that goes along with it, but they end up leading a lot of the social like conversations. So you have like the 57th debate about like fucking Leah Thomas, and like every other trans woman is like, Jesus Christ, like I don't want my fucking gender identity, and now everyone's gonna be talking about it and arguing with me about it, and I don't give a fuck about any of this, and I just want to be like a passing person that exists in society. And it's like really, really, really frustrating. Yeah.
You know, like the alt-right pipeline stuff, I feel like we're kind of having a thing on like TikTok. I don't use TikTok, but my mom does. And she's been like using it a ton. And she was like, did you know 41% of cops beat their wives the other day to me? And I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah,
because she like is on all these leftist TikToks, and like I red pilled her on Leah Thomas, thankfully, but it's so fucking concerning. I feel like we're like repeating history, but in the other direction.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, what are you gonna do?
I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh god. Do you think that trans people who like do blockers before puberty, like if they were to like start them within a few months of like starting natal puberty, should be allowed to compete in sports of the sex they're transitioning to?
Yeah, I think there are a stronger argument. Obviously, like we're
Jazz Jennings.
Yeah, we're like there's obviously no data for this at all, but I think you're at really strong arguments if you're prepubescent and you begin like puberty blockers for being able to compete with the gender that because you're far more in line, because most of the big advantages that come to men or male bodies are conferred through puberty, right?
Yeah, I also did want to like give you a rhetorical like critique, not to be like super autistic, but when you like go into debates and you say things like gender affirming care, for a lot of people it sounds really fucking retarded. You need to start using cross-sex hormones in these terms, because I mean, female is not, at least how like the gender theorists use it, a gender, it's a sex, and like taking hormones doesn't make you like a woman, I guess. In that, I'm probably explaining this badly, but it's like, I feel like internally is what your gender is, but like it completely corresponds to what sex you want to be. And so like, I feel like when you talk to like a Republican, it's a lot easier to explain to them, these people want to take cross-sex hormones, they want to be the other sex, other than they want to use their preferred pronouns, and this is gender roles, versus gender expression versus gender identity. I feel like it's a lot more cut and dry for like most people, and that's what we should be using to like convince them.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It would depend on the conversation. I don't know if any of it is going to be cut and dry.
I agree, but like I feel like I would have agreed like half a decade ago, like when Caitlyn Jenner came out, but I feel like a lot of the right is now catch on to like the terms that like a lot of leftists or like academics use, like gender identity and gender stuff, so it gets conflated with a lot of different stuff. Because when you're talking about like gender dysphoric like youths taking hormones, what your average Republican or that guy you debated at that university, I like watched him as cooking, so I didn't pay good attention. He's probably thinking, when you talk about like gender affirming care, like, do you know, oh god, this is gonna be like some like schizo posting. Do you know anything about Jessica Yaniv? Have you heard that name before?
No, I haven't.
This is someone who identifies as a trans woman in British Columbia, Canada. Very rich, like, tech person, who sued, they had a penis, and they sued, like, 10 massage parlors for not waxing their balls, is what it was known for.
Jesus,
and so, like,
okay.
this is what the conservatives are now, because these stories are, like, all pushed throughout conservative media,
Mhm.
or some turf circles are the only places you can find these things. And so, like, when you talk to a conservative and you use these terms, it's basically a dog whistle to them. They like it, it's not them saying it, but they know to perk their eyes and be like, this person is defending like sexual predators.
Sure.
So like I've just been liking a lot of this might be too terminally aligned, but I've seen a lot of like stuff from these people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, what else? Wait, you talked about it in the past, Destiny, you looked it up, it was wild? Oh, maybe that was one of the things I might have looked up a story about it, but
just if you even open up their Wikipedia, it's fucking crazy. This person also got canceled by oh, actually, this is another thing kind of tangentially related to that.
Mhm.
Did you follow the Wii Spa incident when it happened? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, was that the one where it was originally it seemed like everybody there was being like super transphobic, but then it came out that
that's what I thought. But then like I read more into it, and it's the worst source, but I read it through an NY Post article and then read through a few other articles, and it was actually crazy. This was like a repeat sex offender who I'm pretty sure went to like a women's locker room or like
Yeah.
shower or sauna
The
with
spa
like
thing,
an
yeah.
erection, and it was like crazy shit that like no one was talking. And I feel like when we're in such like an ideologically driven camp, or if someone professes their like your same gender identity or like sexual orientation, you have to like go white knight for them no matter what they did without the facts coming out. It reminds me a bit of the Rittenhouse situation.
Yeah.
Because like when my experience through it was one seeing like people in one of my discords were spamming your Twitter calling you like a Nazi, and I was like seeing all the like David Pakman, all these people being like white supremacist shooters. So I just assumed he was like came to shoot brown people.
Yeah,
for like
yeah,
a
of
few
course.
months later.
Mhm.
But I worry a lot about how like I feel like we're gonna have this big shift to the back, like how in 2008 when we had Obama and the AC and all these great things happen, we had the Tea Party movement like 2 years later, like massively. It kind of died off,
Mhm.
but like it massively picked up, and so I feel like we're gonna see potentially in 24. We definitely have to lose the midterms this year. I feel like we're gonna see a lot of the shift with the trans stuff go further. Part of the reason I'm like not as mad at Vosh, obviously apart from the like kill random conservatives who aren't doing anything.
Okay, hold on. You say that, but you were tweeting out that like the Vosh violence arc is based, so
Listen, I like parts of it. I don't like Vosh. I also wanted to say he's so fucking. I do not like Vosh at all. He on his stream he said I'm like Blair White tier, which is like insane because Blair White. I'm pretty sure recently she said you should be 20 before you should be allowed to transition in any regard, which is like fucking insane. Because my position is like I think the max you should be allowed to be gate kept if you're like dysphoric and like meet the criteria should be like no longer than 3 months after nail puberty onset, which is like it's just like you can really tell that like when someone who has no experience of being a trans person says this shit, who doesn't know the gist of like what Blair White actually advocates for.
Mhm.
Vosh also has this. I don't have the clip of it. Did you ever watch him talk to Blair White?
no.
He debated Blair White like years ago. I think he might have been going by Irish Laddie back then. But after his debate, I think she blocked him on Twitter, and he went this like schizo rant on stream about how like I bet she doesn't let her partner touch her dick when she's like being fucked. He said that on stream. I mean, someone might have a clip of it, but I saw this in like a YouTube VOD. It was like the grossest, like most sex pest like vibes thing.
Wait, have you heard? Okay, because I don't give a fuck about Vosh anymore. Have you? Did you see the rumors?
What the stuff about his girlfriend trying to dox Poppy? I know about that.
Wait, no, Jesus. Apparently, there's like an anonymous. Fuck. Hold on, I'm trying to think of how mean I want to be. Vosh is really mean towards me, so I'm trying to think if I want to. Yeah, I do want to be that.
He thinks
have
you're
you
like
ever?
a Nazi.
Yeah, fuck him. Have you heard like the rumors of him being like a hardcore chaser?
Oh yeah, those aren't rumors. Have you seen his Discord logs? They're not. They're public.
Yeah, apparently there was somebody on Twitter recently claiming from an anonymous account that he had like apparently somebody had gone to him for help related to trans stuff, and he just uses the opportunity to like sexually pursue them or whatever.
No,
I don't know if it's true or not. It was an anon account, so like it could be 100% bullshit. You know,
it's like the Virgil Texas stuff where it's like it could be very fake.
Yeah, definitely for sure, but.
I see people call Virgil Texas like a sex pest, and I thought he was just because of that. But I actually read the story, and it's like, I don't think we have enough evidence to like conclude that.
Mhm.
Although Vosh, Virgil doesn't, to my understanding, have accusations and like a repeated history of being like creepy.
Did fuck, I've never actually read the Virgil stuff. Was he flirting with like a 17-year-old, or what happened, or was it?
I think no, no picture, no anything. Like this Twitter account of like I think she was an adult when she made the account, but she might have been almost an adult.
Uh-huh.
Came out and said like Virgil sexted me when I was like 14,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
didn't put any proof, and it got like hundreds of retweets, and Virgil just like
Disappeared
has kind
from
of disappeared off
everything.
the face of the internet. And so like I don't know. I mean, like I feel like most people have forgotten about it, but I also feel like it makes it look bad in a way. I don't know if there's any, unless you can like accurately disprove everything they're saying, like with the Terry situation, or she's just making shit that was falsifiable. I don't know how someone like that would get out of that situation, because it looks really bad.
I mean, if people,
regardless of what you do.
Yeah, I guess like when you're doing the Me Too stuff and you're believing everybody literally no matter what, it's probably not good.
Yeah, and I'm also text messages are a thing, but like people underestimate how easy it is to like fake a Discord message. Like I can make an account with your picture and message myself and be like, make you look like a pedo rapist in like 30 minutes.
You need like you definitely need some like videos at least. It gets a little bit harder at that point. But I mean, if you're really dedicated, it's pretty. You can do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I know some people. With Blair White, they like video edited her saying the N-word when it wasn't, like texting it when it wasn't true, and she got like canceled for that once.
You might know about this. Was the Nick Fuentes stuff faked, or was that true?
I think I saw people in your community. I don't follow Fuentes very closely, but I saw people in your community saying they were originally saying it was real, but then they're saying it's fake, and like Kiwi Farms did it. But I have no clue who's true.
Gotcha. Okay.
But even if this stuff is fake, I feel like the Catboy stuff with that guy in the mall with him for like 12 hours is pretty sus.
Sure, maybe. Yeah.
I think if you want someone to talk to, I'm not going to reveal anything, but I would ask Lauren about this if I were you. She might know a few more things than I do.
About Catboy stuff?
No, no, not. Oh, do you not know the Catboy stuff with Nick?
With that commie guy that he used to hang out with? No, not commie.
Was he a commie?
No, sorry. Kami, the name. But that might not have been his name. I thought there was some guy.
His name was Lolly Socks, I think.
Oh,
but
I don't
he
know
went
about
to
that.
on a date. It was like a 12-hour live stream. I didn't watch all of it. I watched like a clip of it. But he went to the mall with this like effeminate, like I assume he's gay, but there's this guy named Lolly Socks, and they're like very affectionate, like side by side the whole time, and it looked like they were about to hook up the whole time.
I thought that was the Catboy Kami thing. Unless he's done this with multiple people.
Who is Catboy Kami? I need to Google.
He was some like crazy white nationalist furry guy. Unironically. Like, or I think he was a furry. I think he was a white nationalist, but maybe it was all a joke. I have no idea.
I see this person doing blackface on Google.
That sounds about right.
Oh, this is the same person. Lolly Socks is Kami.
Oh, okay. It is that person then. Okay, gotcha.
They're the same person, according to, I think that was an Encyclopedia Dramatica article, so I don't know if that's true. But yeah, he went on like this very flirtatious like date for like, it's not a date. He would get mad if you said that. Like everyone thought they were fucking. It's like crazy. And he'll go on and like, from talking to Flint, you don't have to disclose this if it's beyond your like what you want. But did you get the impression that he's like a grifter when you talk to him? Like I saw you on one of your videos with him recently.
It doesn't feel that way, but if he could be, and he could be hiding it well, it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah.
It's possible.
It's not like Milo where you can tell something is like up with a lot of it.
Milo Yiannopoulos?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that guy is just like a provocateur. I don't know if he believes in anything that he says, right?
Milo now is saying he got conversion therapy and became heterosexual, from my understanding.
Heard that, yeah.
Are there any trans... Oh, I also did want to talk to you about the, like, transitioning as a minor thing. I'm glad I didn't forget this. I mentioned earlier how I got blockers when I was, like, 15. And I feel like... I don't think you would intentionally do this, but I feel like sometimes people undermine how it's like you think you just go into a clinic and get like a prescription like the day after. For me, at least, it wasn't this easy. It took like, and I was already seeing an endocrinologist for like diabetes reasons, so I like got to basically cut the line, but it still took like half a year to get the script. Like they don't just hand out for kids. It's easier when you're 18.
I think for
like,
some cases,
you can go into Planned Parenthood.
For some cases, that may be good, but I've heard for other people that literally was the case. I think one of the detransitioners I talked to, I think she said. That it was the same day. like she walked in, had one meeting, and then came out with a prescription that day, which seemed pretty crazy.
I think you can make an argument. I think I wouldn't be against like giving blockers the same day, but I'd be against giving hormones the same day. Because like blockers, they just take out and then you're done. At least I got an implant. My implant was like $20,000 too, so they probably don't want to mess with that. I was on Medicaid, so we didn't pay a dime at this time. But it's like it was just a Prelin implant, and I'm pretty sure before being used in trans people, they were used in like some form of like obscure cancer, and they figured it suppresses like some of the hormonal glands, and so they just give it to kids going through puberty.
Gotcha.
But so what was her story like with the 1-day visit, and then did they just give her blockers, or did they give her tea?
I don't remember now. I think it was the first day she got the diagnosis, and then but now I don't remember what all they gave her, so I guess I shouldn't say.
Yeah, when I transitioned at like 15, I went to a few shitty therapists who like, the first one was like this crazy bitch, I'm not gonna go into it, but my second therapist was like basically too cute as you described it. She wasn't transitioning, but she was like advertised as a trans person, so I went to her to get my script, and she would just like, I feel like these people who don't have any experience like actually going through the process of taking the hormones, understanding like what it's like to need to take them to like feel okay in your body. I don't like the idea that they're the advocates for a group and they're like the biggest like voices screaming from the rooftops about what trans people need. Like in terms of like what I think trans people need, I think preferred pronouns is like last on the list compared to like anti-discrimination things, hormonal access and all this stuff. But when we like listen to these like liberal activists, they kind of like dilute the meaning completely.
Yeah, something that was interesting that I got from a couple emails. It's a trans person sent me a really good breakdown that like basically pronoun declarations are totally pointless and don't.
It's retarded.
Yeah, because like I think. I don't know if I have her email still. I won't read it.
Did you see the ContraPoint? ContraPoint's got canceled for this taking
yes,
like
I did see it. Yeah,
and she's
feels
right.
Yeah, it feels nicer to walk into like a bar full of basically like racist redneck conservatives who will just call you a woman, rather than like sitting in like a friendship circle with a bunch of progressives who go around the circle all declaring their pronouns just because they know you're trans.
Yeah, they only do it because you're a tranny. When I go to work, and I work like, I'm not going to disclose because I have people who want to dox me really badly, but I go to like a public like place, and so I like deal with customers, and like the old people, like they say ma'am, they say lady, and then when I see like these Zoomer like fucking like woke tards, they're like they them to me. Like it's like completely different experience.
Yeah, somebody described it to me. One trans person emailed me is that like they said that it felt like they were saying basically like, it feels really bad to get that when you are when you're talking to cis people, they won't clock you, but when you're talking to ultra progressive people, they do clock you, and it feels just as shitty, right? Yeah.
It's like you can notice when you get like I feel like we need to go back to like assuming people's genders unless you can't tell.
Yeah, because they were talking about like, because maybe what you were just about to say, they're like, it feels really shitty when you get clocked by a progressive because they start acting like ultra feminine in ways they never would around
They'll
like
say like yes queen.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that kind of shit. Yeah, they're like yes queen, like you go girl, or it's like I know you would never treat any of your cis friends this way. Yeah.
It's because they think you're like their favorite RuPaul Drag Race character, and that's like the experience a lot of trans people have. You talked a bit on your stream about how like trans men are like kind of left alone in or like kind of abandoned by the community, which I agree in some regards.
In the online
but I feel
community,
like also, yeah, in the online. But I feel maybe kind of. But I feel like in real life, trans men have a lot easier time if they can get testosterone, which is from my
the Buck conversation was, and I couldn't say this directly.
I hate Buck Angel. He's a fucking retard.
I couldn't say it directly, but like him saying, because he was very big on the idea, like, oh well, who cares when you transition? And it's like, okay, you're a trans man though, okay, it's a lot different for you. Like, but it feels stupid for me as a cis person to say that, you know. But it's like, Jesus Christ, come on.
You should have told him you're a trans man too.
Yeah.
Then that could have used some clout. But I feel like with Buck specifically, do you know anything about him?
I mean, a little bit of like lore and rumors I've read like online.
He's associated with like the trans here. He is a trans med, but he's also like, I don't usually use the term TERF because it's a pejorative now, and people use it when they don't know what it means. But he very closely aligns with people who are like gender critical. I think J.K. Rowling was tweeting at him a week or two ago, and like they were talking to each other affectionately.
Yeah.
But with Buck Angel, he basically will take these studies. I'm sure you've seen Lauren or like the conservatives like used to distort like the science for their own view, which the science isn't super strong. It's not like you're taking like a COVID paper for trans stuff, but he'll take like these Swedish studies that have like sample sizes of like a few dozen and then be like, no trans kid should ever transition. It's a terrible, you're mutilating your body.
Sure.
And like that's Buck's kind of what he's known for.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like- he's kind-
It was
he's,
really
like,
frustrating
literally-
because it felt like his positions were very, very, very unique to him being a trans man.
I think his positions are like I hate when people use this term. They use it to me a lot, but I feel like Buck is literally like a pick me, if you know what that means. Like
A
if
token, like
I followed
Blair,
him
yeah.
for a few years. Yeah, like I think Blair is a grifter. At least she might not be anymore, but she was originally because she like says she obviously didn't believe in it, contradict it.
Mhm.
But with Buck, it's literally like I feel like it's like a ego thing because like he'll talk to these people who like want him legislative advocacy and want like that Rekieta Law guy. I do not like him. He wants Buck. He obviously didn't say, but he wants Buck to be like detransitioned, look like a girl. That's what he wants. But I don't think Buck knows or cares about that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, when you're in these groups, you take what you can get in terms of allies, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like with Buck, it's not, he doesn't go for allies. He goes for like J.K. Rowling, who thinks like giving puberty blockers to like girls is like genocide for like the female body, which like it could be in an abstract sense, but like really when we are talking with like medical providers, patients, and like people associated with patients, I don't think that's a fair analogy. And Buck, like, he likes to distort the science, and I also feel like a lot of it is like, I don't know if you caught this when you were on the panel with him, but Mr. Grohl, who's obviously like on Buck's side, but for different reasons completely, was like, you want to be the old guard and keep the new out from being trans. And Buck, like, I think he was kind of like trying to push him, and then Buck was like, yeah, I do, like, completely up front. Like, it's like, he was trying to make fun of him, I'm pretty sure. And it was like embarrassing for me. I like cringed secondhand at that.
Yeah, although I mean, I can understand when you've got like people like Demon Mama leading the charge for like the
Sure,
trans
but
activism. Yeah, like I think the tweet
Buck's
that
been saying this stuff for like 20 years before
No, yeah,
like
that's
any
true,
of
that's
this
true.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's like an old guy. Like men grow old and trans men do too. But he's like, I think he transitioned. I don't know what he said on that show, but it's been like, I know he dated one of the, when they were closeted at the time, the trans people who were like directed The Matrix. I haven't seen those movies. But
The
I know,
Wachowski
like,
sisters?
Yeah. I think they were brothers and then became sisters. They're both trans. I want them to do like a study on their brains because I feel like we could find the cause of transness maybe.
yeah.
If they're not trenders. That's the other thing that's hard. Because like with all psychological disorders or like degrees, you can like fake a diagnosis. It's not like you can like really fake having a broken arm. So like I worry that some of like what if we studied, I'm not as familiar with like the study process as you probably are, but what if we took people who like weren't like born trans and like studied them and then like made policy prescriptions because of that, or like we classify them as trans when they're like, I'm probably like butchering this because I don't know the science terms to say.
Well, like if you misidentify somebody that ends up detransitioning or something, or desisting.
Potentially, or like they don't, yeah, they just aren't what you're trying to study, basically.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the difficulty of like doing research, right?
Yeah, I guess is, but I feel like it's harder for the trans stuff too. Do you have any like, other than the stuff you've talked about with the trans stuff? Do you have any like hot takes you want to go over? I was mad at your DIY take originally, but then I kind of like, I talked to a friend of mine who's a trans woman and who worked in like she was like a pharmacy assistant or some shit back there, and she said like the blood clot thing from DIY is like a serious concern that people don't talk about.
Yeah, I think I've said this like a million times. I don't have necessarily problems with DIY, especially when you're in these places where it's going to take
like
you
Alabama.
Or yeah, or even in like the entire like UK, it's like 2 fucking years to get hormones, you know? And it's like, Jesus
it's
Christ.
more than that, I think. I think it's like 7 years. And I don't know if you saw this on stream. I doubt you did actually, because you don't follow the shit as much as I do. But in the UK, it's basically like the 90s, from what I understand, where they'll like grade patients based on like if they wear a dress versus jeans, if they're like a trans woman to their appointment. Like a lot of people have waited like half a decade and then get denied hormones because they wore jeans instead of a dress.
Yeah.
In the NHS.
Yeah, that sounds fucked. Yeah, I think that Chloe person is really fucking weird, and I would never ever ever trust somebody like her to have a conversation with like a child about like drugs. So I don't know. And then also, I think anytime you're tweeting out like I've given over 500 children like trans drugs, it feels really fucking weird. But like I'm not against the concept of do-it-yourself hormones at all.
No, I feel like with the Chloe server thing where she has it, my issue is less with the concept of like asking someone for medical advice. Like there are forums where you can go post, but they're public. Like you don't know what's going on in these like 500 minor scams. I think the way she should do it for like safety and transparency was she has this public server and it's Discord, so it's not like you're gonna get doxxed if you make a new account and join it. And you just like can ask your medical question, someone can answer it, versus like you go into someone you don't know's DMs, no one other than you and the person can see it. Whereas like there's a community oversight. Do you think that would you approve of that more if there's like a Discord community where like everything was public versus just DMs? They could like have a Discord channel where you ask like questions about hormones.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be better because that's always the issue with anonymous medical advice is the lack of accountability, right?
Yeah, or transparency or any of this. Because
yeah, well, I mean, we want transparency for accountability. That's the whole point, right? We want to like if a whole bunch of shit is getting fucked, like it's important to, you know.
I'm not familiar with this. Have you ever read her? Oh God, Chloe and I do not get along, and she's threatened to dox me before. But have you ever read her? She made like a Google Doc about the hormone DIY thing.
I think I have read it before. I think I've seen it before. Yeah.
Did you see any flaws in that you saw?
I don't remember because I don't know enough about like the drug stuff, and I wasn't there to research it or anything. But
neither do I, because I go to a doctor. But my friend who's the pharmacist person I mentioned, she told me, because she's the one who went through it. We were in a Discord call and she did this, and she went through. Do you know who? Phyto, I think the guide, it might not anymore, but it had phytoestrogens on there at one point, which from my understanding don't transition like trans women. Like those are like
there's no way that Chloe, like as much as I hate the person, I'm pretty sure they probably have a decent understanding of like the pharmacology. Like eating phytoestrogens isn't going to affect your estrogen levels in your body, right? I don't think
it was eating. I think you could buy like a compound of like phytoestrogens. I have to look at, I don't know what to Google to find the doc. Maybe someone in your chat can post it and you can send it to me. But I know at one point there was like a part of it that my friend Sleepy, if you know who Sleepy is, or Neo Morai, showed me that there was a part that was saying that you should take that phytoestrogens can work. And my understanding was that Chloe was talked to this in DMs by the person who told me about this, and said that she had like had people report that it helped them transition or something, so she kept it in. This is like this is like third-hand drama, but that's
that would be really weird. I don't know if that's the case or not, but yeah. Okay.
I just want to find it. How to begin? No, this isn't what I want. Fuck. Oh, I think the GitHub might have it. Where do you want to translate? God. How do? Oh, did they take it off? Hold on. It's not gonna be on it, it's gonna be under the estrogen. This guide looks completely different from when I saw it. But I know at one point, I swear, I thought there was like phytoestrogens on this guide, or at least that's what I heard. Maybe I'll control F5. Okay, no. But I agree with you that it should, I think that it should always exist. I feel like it's kind of like if we try to regulate out drugs, we've seen how the war on drugs like has worked. I feel like if we like make it more illegal to get these drugs off the internet, it's like gonna cause people to go to worse demands for it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I also feel like I'm not. I don't think at least the estrogen. I don't think that should be your first resort for estrogen. I can understand if you want to get like just like the puberty blocker or like the hormone blocker for like a few weeks before you get in to see your doctor. But I don't like the idea of like ordering from some Ukrainian's bathtub estrogen, which is where a lot of this shit comes from, or at least I don't know if she's still sourcing it. But like a huge portion of like the estrogen black market was from a Ukrainian trans woman who was like doing it out of her house, I think.
I have no idea if that's true or not, but okay.
No, it is true. I wasn't asking you.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah, I can't comment on it, but yeah.
No, she's literally from Ukraine, and like, and then the other one is from Brazil. These are like the two places where like the drugs are from. I don't know if they're compounded there or if they just export from there. Like, it's kind of scary to think that like there's not full accountability when it comes to like what pharmaceutical companies do here, but it's even worse when you are getting it from someone who like distributes themselves. What do you think should be the process in your view, like roughly? You don't have to be like precise. If you have a kid who like has gender dysphoria, because I know I didn't watch your full convo with the LSP. Was that who you just talked to?
Yeah.
'Cause he DM'd me. I saw right before I started to call you. I saw a part of it where he was talking to you about like, or you were talking to him about like a teacher gives a child like a dress or like jeans because they like think they want to be a boy at school. Was that what you were saying? Something like
it was a different conversation context. Are you asking me like what should the process be of a kid as a
no,
question?
well, I guess I also want to know what you were talking about, but if it's too long to explain, but I just want to know what like your prescription was from that.
I think if kids are having like gender issues, it'd be nice if there were like child gender therapists or something, I guess, that they could go to talk through those issues and figure out like what exactly the problem is. Is it actually like a trans thing? Is it some other mental like depression, anxiety thing or whatever? What's going on? Yeah.
The hard thing with gender therapists, at least from what I've seen, is a lot of them, they're very, like anyone, I don't know if there's like a formal like licensing to be a gender therapist. I think any therapist can put like they're a gender therapist in their like description, which just means they write hormone letters, which is pretty much what I understand. There's no like consistency from what I understand. And so like you'll have like very wide, like I went to one who I eventually got my estrogen letter from her, who was like the like they, them, like not trans person. And she was very much of the affirming like you're valid queen blah 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 and like just validate. Oh, excuse me, sorry about that. But it didn't feel like therapy. It just felt like affirmations constantly into the void.
Yeah, for sure.
Is what they do.
Yeah, but I mean obviously I wouldn't be okay with that. I think that it should be a little bit better than that. No?
But like I guess I feel like my worry when we add gatekeeping, which I'm not for or against, I'm like kind of on the fence for it right now. But when we add more gatekeeping to these things that already have some gatekeeping depending on where you go, I don't know how we can like disprove what's going on in someone's head. Like,
I mean that's what you
can
gotta
do, like,
ask
a brain
questions to
scan for
figure out like what
schizo.
exactly is going on, right? That's all we can do.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I just think there's like always the bodily autonomy argument that if it's your body and you're not hurting anyone else and like you know what you're getting into, which I guess you would probably argue that a kid can't.
Yeah, it's a little different because we're talking about children, right?
But when we talk about children, I want to be clear. We're talking about like preteens and then teens, primarily, who are doing this, and that the medical age of consent in most of America has been like 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 and it's on the high end for like a long time, and it's only now we're encountering these like issues. I don't know that kids I feel like if this was such a widespread issue, we would have seen a lot of young kids going to like doctors to get opioids from like pill pushers.
Yeah. Or
I don't know that it would be fair to say that this is like unique to the trans experience, because I feel like we kind of like fear it right now for no good reason.
Yeah, I mean, like I kind of pointed out to this when it comes to like ADHD meds and SSRIs and stuff like that, right? Like
it happens, but it's just the extent, and I don't know if there's ever a way to like really measure it.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, for sure. Yeah.
Oh god, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, go for it. 'Cause I'm about to go to sleep. I'm fucking tired.
Oh, okay. I mean, fuck. I don't know. Is there a chatter who has a question? I don't have your chat room open. You should get a question from one of them.
Do any chatters have questions about what? What anything we talked about? I mean, you're kind of a Twitter celebrity, so.
More infamous, yeah. People hate me. Like, a lot of people think I'm like a Nazi, which is crazy, because I'm probably, at least in terms of policy prescriptions, in some ways significantly further left than like you are, and people think I'm like this alt-right Nazi person. Like, I'm pretty sure Vosh has called me Blair White, and I think he's probably called me an alt-righter too.
Probably, yeah. I mean, you do make death threats, so.
I've never threatened anyone's life. I don't like how we've diluted what a death threat is. A death threat means I'm gonna kill you, or like I'm gonna send someone to kill you, not like we should be allowed to hunt people who identify as deers in real life.
I don't know. Maybe.
Please report this, a death threat.
Okay, well.
Did you ever?
Or go ahead.
Did you watch the deer person's conversation with Irrelevant about gender before? I don't know if you did.
I don't even know. I'm not sure. I might have.
Yeah, I've only seen her in like that debate and then the Riley one that kind of like ruined Riley's online career, sadly.
Yeah.
But the Riley did bad in that debate, but her like I feel like people went way too overboard with her like trying to contact the bar, like
Oh,
the
and saying
in-laws
she was like
like kind of
pedo-jacketing,
brigade.
right? Yeah, I think
That's
Riley's.
the most retarded
Yeah,
thing.
Riley's that debate was really bad. Riley, I think she was pretty off. But like, yeah, people went way overboard. But
Yeah, and dear like Dough Girls community and like Demon Mamas community, like I see some of them post about it on the internet a lot. They'd be like, Riley Grace Rochon said a child sexual assault victims it was something, oh god, I don't remember the context, but they like basically try to say Riley supported the Doe being like raped as
yeah,
a child or
trafficked
something.
or whatever. It was insane.
Yeah, and like it's like an insane thing if you took that from the conversation.
Yeah.
Oh god. Do you have any plans for like future debates or talks that you're looking forward to?
Nope. I'm just playing video
No.
games. I have a bunch of stuff coming up at the end of next month that I'll be traveling for, but otherwise, no, I'm just playing games.
What stuff?
There's some big event in New York City I'm going to. There's some event in LA that I'm going to. I think Dennis Prager is going to be the LA one, and then there's
Oh, are you debating Dennis Prager?
No, I have some dumb, annoying. It's going to be a dumb event, but I'm going for
Oh
whatever
god,
reason.
Whatever wasn't at the Texas one with like Dylan Burns Vosh, and he wasn't Ben Shapiro supposed to be there. Whatever happened through that?
People always say that like, oh, we're trying to get this guy, but they don't usually.
Oh, it never happened. I would pay money to see you and him on the same stage.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun, but I don't know if that'll ever happen. Maybe someday. But
you have to get bigger and get your Twitch back for that to happen.
Yeah, true.
I hope that you get it back.
People really want me to ask you how much you spent on Genshin.
Oh my god. I've only played it for like 9 months and I've spent probably about $800 or $900. Which like most of that was FAFSA money, so I'm like, now I have a job over the summer. And I'm probably gonna drop 200 or 300 because a new character came out. Do you play have you ever played Genshin before?
Never in my life, no.
You should play. It's really fun. But like the characters, like for a new character, it's like basically a gambling machine where you gamble for characters. It's like $200 to $300 to get guaranteed a new character. But they're like really crucial to the game and they're really fun. It's like very addicting and bad.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Okay. Well, hey, can I go to bed? Anything else? Are we good?
Yeah, of course. It was nice talking to you. Don't be afraid to reach out if you need anything.
Gotcha. Thanks for the conversation. I appreciate it, Mitt.
Yeah, sleep well.
Yep, have fun.
You too.
Bye. Okay. Wow, what an exciting day. Are we good? I don't think I have anything scheduled for tomorrow. What is the page count on the manifesto? Right now it's at 33 pages. It's gonna be a boring one, guys. It's a lot of boring stuff. We're working on it, okay? I'm working on it, okay? You doing a meetup in the New York City thing? Probably not. I'm only there for like 1 day, so. Did you make any progress in the last 24 hours? Yeah, I worked on it off stream a little bit last night. Slowly but surely, guys. Would you ever do a Miami meetup? I don't know. Good question. Whoops. I feel like your talks today were compelling. Yeah, I thought they were pretty good. Better than normal. Okay, well, hey, listen, it's been fun. I will catch you guys tomorrow. Are there any YouTubers streaming I can host? Huh. Alright, well, hey, listen. Rip Reno, Cappuccino, Poppuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Dappuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino. Al Pacino, am I doing donos? Oh, let me catch up on donos. And then we'll go to sleep.
Do you like lollies?
It's so funny how America is both backwards and progressive in politics. You guys are ahead in the trans debate, but also behind in healthcare and stuff. From a European standpoint, it sometimes seems like a circus, and then it spills over to us. Yikes.
Cool.
Yes.
Oh no!
I will tier for sub if you
But not
send
like-
Bosch a DM asking to chat and show it for the record. Bring him out of the fortress.
I'll think about it.
But not like that.
Holy fuck. What does that even mean? I mean, his shit spiked, but I think it's just...
If conservatives could just be more exposed to more bass, trans voices like this person, it would undo so much damage.
Well, maybe.
Cock.